Oh, hello. Hello. As promised last time, you'll be watching T1 again. Okay. I do enjoy watching LCK. My friends they've been probably a bit busy right now. They might join during game 3 or game 4, I think. If it's reached game 5, that's crazy. Oh, oh yeah. Minimize this. So waiting for a little bit. It's not open yet. Genji. Funny thing about Genji is like the way they play is almost similar to T1, but a bit less flexible, I think. Let's see if Doran can win Zeus. Probably not though. Yo, my PC is like only a 3200G. What's it? The AMD. Right now, who's winning the CPU race? Last time it was like it dominated by AMD for about 3 years, right? I mean, AMD always has the better price, I think. Woo! But I feel like there's no sound at all. A new event. Pretty sure like the... I think I said it before already. I think the LCK song is not coming. In it. Yeah, apparently there was like a Genshin live yesterday. I should have streamed it actually, but to be honest, like I heard the news. I mean, the most important thing is to know like what characters are coming, right? I think it was Ganyu and... Wait, not Ganyu. Was Ganyu coming? Ganyu and Nilo are coming back. And Eula is still not back. Everyone's complaining about getting Eula back. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, what's this time? That's crazy. Wait. How did I not hit that? Oh. That's crazy. Let me know if the... I think the life is coming out. wind and the fire. Me, no one can put me down. Yeah, I think we're almost ready. Yeah.
Welcome to the LCK
G-san,
pre-show.
boys.
I am your only and the real host, Ji-sun. And today we're here joined by the Big Kuni and Chrony Cackler. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Business as usual. We're very excited for playoffs.
Absolutely, as usual.
I'm just taking over this pre-show because I asked Max to we just roll swap today because I can do better.
Obviously.
And
I mean, makes sense.
I'm
Yeah,
already
I
doing
believe
better,
that.
I think.
Yeah.
Right?
You watching you?
Yeah.
Who's Max? Who's out?
We don't need him.
So let's take a look at the playoffs bracket and see how the playoffs run has been throughout the playoffs. CG? Come on.
Come on, Atlas.
Give me the CG. No, this is not right. Take that out. No. Take it down. No.
Oh damn!
Max.
10-0 and
This is a playoffs match. Come on, Atlas.
Max.
Get it together.
Stop messing around. Come on.
He's taking day off.
Oh.
Did he leave?
No, he's in the control room. Like, it's not working right. Come on, Max. I don't know what to do. I want to quit. I want to leave. I want to come back in. I want to leave.
Yeah, no. Please, can we swap? Because
I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah, no,
you
no,
know
no,
what?
no, no,
I
no,
quit. Bye, guys.
No, I'm coming back.
Leave us.
I'm coming back.
And look, I understand she probably can do a better job. It's probably true.
You're the problem.
But I am the problem. It's so confusing in there. Although I was very proud of Ji-sun for double pentakill on Ivan. That's I'm pretty sure that's impossible. I don't know.
Don't forget 10 assists too.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely absurd. But let's bring up the playoff bracket, shall we? And let's get into this pre-show and check out exactly what we have in store for today. T1 versus Gen G, rematch of the 2022 Summer Fun.
Feels like we have been here before, because I'm pretty sure
yeah.
that's not the only rematch, as it's the oldest rivalry in the book, especially if you draw it back to Samsung as well.
Yeah.
And I think that previously to the T1 KT series, many of us would have felt like this would be one-sided, but now I'm still favoring T1, but I do think it could be a little bit more exciting than was previously expected.
Yeah, I mean, as you said it was like probably that was like expert-based mark for T1, but right now it turned to kind of question mark for them. So it's a time to them to prove like how can they beat the Gen G, or they could be falling down because the series against the KT was kind of rough.
Yeah, this is the thing. I feel like there's a lot of people's waters, and we say this a lot. This is a bit of our thing, but even Wolf and I were aligned this morning. We walked in, we're like, we don't know what could happen today. There could be some upsets. Could be some crazy
Upsets are
stuff.
very
But you know what we need? We need some stats. We need to have a look at some cold, hard stats to see the head-to-head record and decide whether maybe the head-to-head record is what's going to be able to give us a little bit more information about this. So here it is. T1, they've done a lot more winning than Gen G, so maybe that's going to put our waters at ease. Gentlemen?
Yeah.
I do think that this is a very good indication. There are a couple of notable Gen G wins, but they're usually very one-sided as well, right? Particularly in best of fives, it's either T1 wins or Gen G 3-0s, right? Like, that's generally how it goes. The spring upset, like way back in 2021, is one that comes to mind. The finals, another one. And even last summer, when they faced in round 2, it was a 2-0 as well. And I do think that that is when we have seen T1 fall, is when Gen G on the day is just miles ahead of them. Because if the series does go on, if it does drag, generate T1 pulls out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think T1 was like a little bit, at least we saw more, like a little bit stronger, like as a set-wise, as a number-wise. But I think, especially today, I think no one knows. We can't tell. It's just not possible.
Somebody guess and I got it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about a few different factors when it comes to whether Gen G can actually overcome the hurdles or whether T1 can actually find that consistency that we saw throughout the regular season, right? Like, because we did see T1 having some happy games, but you always had the feeling in the back of your mind, like, this is a happy game, the next one is going to be a blowout. And it almost always was, right? Like, there was that Twitch support experiment, you know, but then after that, it's like immediate clapback and everything's fine. That's not how it felt in the KT series.
And that's the biggest thing as to why, even if this ends up being like a fairly one-sided T1 3-0 3-1, that makes sense. It's more of a return to the status quo. But I do think the shift in the meta away from AD carry supports has taken away some of the complete untouchability and invincibility of T1 and might open some avenues for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, also it's from the pick and ban. I think they clearly has shown their weaknesses, like how when they draft like around, not around the Zeus, I think he was actually kind of falls down a little bit, and then the game was kind of scrappy, and that's what the game kind of went to game 5, and no one knew that like who's gonna win. And no one knew that the T1 was struggle against KT.
Like,
and today, that's the time that they probably have to
like
either fix it, either they got to do something better job.
They do. And
the way
Huni has now
T1
prepared a
plays.
graphic for us. Let's have a
T1
look at our
always
key
plays
player
the map
matchup.
really
This is, of
well.
course, the top lane, the only lane that really matters on the Rift. Zeus versus Doran here.
Oh, you have
and
a champion that
I think this is one of the
can be
mismatches
anywhere,
that
anytime.
might
It's
actually
like,
work in
helps
Gen G's
T1
favor in a
really
weird way.
much.
But I might have to explain that a little bit later. Huni, what do you think about this?
I mean, as a top laner, you know how I feel. It's just like as soon as I playoffs started, I think the Zeus right now, his performance, whatever he's shown from the regular season, it's only the one king can stop him, and that's what actually happened. But today, like Zeus, I think it's gonna be dependent on the draft, but I think he will still probably high prioritize his Nara because I think Doran, I don't think he can actually perform like real well, like as much as the king did what he did, and I don't think he can actually punish as much as he can. So I think Zeus will have more free pick and ban stuff, more options to do it.
Yeah, I think that Doran defensively can match Zeus, but he can't do what Keen did, where he takes Zeus and a good matchup and kind of shoves him down. So I do think that T1 in that way will never fall ahead defensively, but will be able to push.
Yeah, I think that for me, it's like bot lane and mid lane priority is very, very important. If you have a defensive top laner, things can potentially work out. So that would be my Doran argument, I guess. But now, Viego has been once again re-enabled, and it's actually kind of awesome that it's for this matchup. Both Peanut and Oner do very much like this champion, but also they both like playing the Lee Sin. We've seen Viego picked into Lee Sin a lot before he was disabled for the beginning of playoffs. How do you think this changes things up, gentlemen?
Well, I mean, I thought the prioritize the percentage would be like a little bit more higher, but it was like actually kind of low as what expected. As what not expected. So like I think that Viego, even though Viego kind of enable, I'm not sure how it will change. Like, I don't think it's gonna be like really big impact.
No, I agree. I think Viego being back means that Lee might go a little bit
Don't
down
think
in bio,
Viego matters too much.
What's more so is that we saw that the early game volatility for T1 in particular was something that kind of backfired, so maybe they'll try and shy away from that and try to get things like Maokai that have a bit more control. Sejuani back.
Yeah, something like that. Let's jump into points of the match, though, and really get this one underway. Both of these teams we have seen on stages like this many, many times. Head-to-head once again. This time, the only real difference is this bottom lane for Gen G. T1 still the same dominant force from before.
Yeah, I mean, whoever wins, they get the final instantly. It's kind of crazy.
They go to MSI. It's crazy.
They'll be our first representatives, and this was, even though it did end with a T1 victory, a very surprising turn of events, right? For Gen G, I think it was a lot more cut and dry. They were clearly the better team. Homalife got the one win, but they weren't really able to stand up in either draft or in overall team fighting.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel like, especially for Gen G against Homalife. That's how I feel. It was like almost like 4-0, and T1 series was like, it was really close.
But the GOAT is still in this mid lane. But now he's up against Chovy, who has redefined his playstyle a little bit, gentlemen. Do you feel like Chovy's evolution is going to be enough to take down the GOAT?
I think that Chovy is actually playing a lot more similar than Faker, whereas previously we had a very big gap in these two players, their playstyle, right? Where Faker was very focused on playmaking, and Chovy was much more of a lane-centric 1v1 side lane type player. That isn't really how the current meta shapes up, right? I think picks like the Cassandra are a great example, but Faker most notably on his Gragas, the one who brought it back as well, has not been about getting high resources.
Oh,
it has
we
been
might
about
see
just making the
actually
big
finally see, like,
plays.
Gragas,
And he
Asante
was one
on
of the
the
pivotal
stage.
turning points
I
in
don't know
that
if it
final game in
happened
KT
before
where they were
yet.
down a couple of K gold. He was able to find a couple of key catches.
I feel like
And
Faker
I actually
will
think it's really cool
prioritize,
because that has been what Chovy has been trying to do more and more.
And which is like Chovy, I think he really improved himself. That like that was a lack of himself. That like not able to make a play like to the towards the style lane or like not move enough to like when he need to be at exactly where he need to. It's just like he fixed. Like he improved like so much like where he need to be at the map. Like he also be able to like inform like a top lane, jungle, like even bottom. Like that's why like everyone's be able to carry like from the team like Peanut, Pace, like Gila, even Doran like some game. Like that's why I think the exact reason why Genji got even stronger.
And that brings us to the bottom side matchup, Gumayusi versus Paze. Paze, of course, in his debut year, being able to get the most kills in a regular season. Absolutely incredible stats.
say
This guy
Paze
is,
did better
he's
on
amazing, but
his
he's up
first
against
year than
Gumayusi, who I
Gumayusi.
think really
Gumayusi's
improved
first year
himself.
was like,
Yeah,
you can say he's shared
really
with
comes down to
Eddie.
Guma has been incredible throughout like many a
Like,
tournament now, right? Like
that
the last
doesn't mean,
Worlds, he
like-
was one of the most consistent factors as well. And it's really such
That
a
doesn't
stark
dis-
improvement
dis-
for what we
diminish
saw
what
last
Pace
year at
actually
him
did.
when he was at MSI.
This
He's
guy's
struggling.
crazy.
I think he's really leveled himself up. And as good as the Lies in Pace have been, it's Guma and Carrier, right? Like this is without a shadow of a doubt the best bot lane that we do have in the LCK. And I do think that Genji haven't really been tested in the bot lane department in their recent series, and that is where I'd expect them to struggle today, because I think that Pace and the Light have performed admirably,
reduced
but if
sound
they
a little
can't get
bit.
these leads, right, if they can't get kills like this, I do think that the team can struggle because they play very heavily towards that bot side.
Yeah, I mean, if I
be-
just remember correctly, like from like
Reduce
first
speed.
game or like second game from a round one, like of the Pace, like he's, you know, like he's just completely different
Win the
person
fight.
compared to right now.
Oh,
Like,
compared
that's-
to game one where Faker
Yeah.
so I mean,
dumped on
it's
him.
really impressive how he got it really improved and be able to just play against the T1 BO5.
Yeah, well, T1 stats are looking pretty amazing, as you would expect from our first place team here in the LCK. Genji, a little bit more middling, as we can see. The goal difference at 8 minutes is what kind of worries me. And I know that's a bit of a weird thing because it's very early in the game, but T1 snowballs so beautifully, and it has been a real avenue for success for them, and I think the early game is going to be really important.
It is, and it's where Genji, I think, have also improved the most, but we also don't really know because Hanwha's early game is notoriously their weak point, right? So, yes, Peanut and Chovy did a really good job in snowballing the entire map in the series that they played. And is that enough, right? I don't think they'll be able to replicate it against T1, but can they at least match? Because we did also see that T1, when they're not snowballing, still play the same way, and that can be something that backfires.
I mean, that's the thing. Like when I actually see like when I saw the Genji against Ana live the match, like I think they were ahead, but I don't think the snowball was actually like big enough or like fast enough. They weren't not taking actually like big risks as much as like they can. But the thing is that if you don't take a risk against when you play against T1, they will make a somehow to make a play around like from the Faker, like anyone carrier, like just they will find a way that how can they actually come back again.
Yeah.
And I think that today the Genji they need to prove that themselves that how can they actually snowball faster, even riskier, like just better.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have to go up against the GOAT. And it's, once again, we need to highlight that it is, in fact, the 10th anniversary of Faker's debut. The man has firsts in everything, doesn't have firsts in losses, which is just completely insane. The fact that he's, like, so far ahead of everybody else in almost everything, and his losses is third in the league is just, it's mind-blowing. But now, it's time to hear from the coaches and what they have to say about today's match.
T1 감독님 배성우입니다. 일단 젠지 같은 경우에는 작년 같은 경우에도 결승에서 계속 만났고 쉽지 않은 상대라 생각하고 있고 좋은 경기력으로 이기는 게 목표입니다. 좀 일주일간 연습하면서 챔피언 간의 티어 정리도 다시 하고 준비를 다시 했던 것 같습니다. 10분 단계에서 일단 승부가 많이 갈릴 거라고 생각하고 있고 오늘은 미드 정글 쪽이 아니지 않을까 싶습니다. 일단 상대 상체가 굉장히 센 팀이고 그리고 운영에 있어서 미드 정글이 초반에 중요하기 때문에 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다. 컨디션 자체는 괜찮은 상태이고 오늘 경기는 문제 없을 것 같습니다. 최초의 기록이니만큼 꼭 결승 진출해서 4연속 결승에 올라가고 싶고 오늘 일단 좋은 경기력 보이는 게 목표입니다. T1 화이팅!
Wait,
네,
they never
안녕하세요.
made the
젠지
finals 4 times in a
팀의
row?
감독을 맡고 있는
thought T1 like make the
스코입니다.
finals every
T1이 이제 스프링 시즌에 가장 잘했던 팀이라고 생각하고 있는데 그런 팀을 이제 승자조에서 만날 수 있게 돼서
Yeah,
저희도 강력한 팀이란 걸 입증한 것 같아서 기분 좋습니다. 완벽하게 만족스럽진 못했지만 어느 정도 시즌 준비했을 때보다 지금이 경기력이 훨씬 좋은 것 같아서 어느 정도 만족하고 있습니다. 강팀과 대결이라면은 정글이라고 했지만 오늘만큼은 좀 미드라고 뽑고 싶습니다. 플레이오프 때 보여줬던 페이커 선수의 퍼포먼스가 좀 대단했고 초비 선수도 굉장히 잘한다고 생각해서 오늘 미드가 가장 중요한 라인이 될 것 같습니다. 오늘도 감기 기운이 살짝씩 있지만 경기하는 데는 큰 지장 없을 거라고 생각합니다. 오늘 이기면 결승전에 직행할 수 있게 되는데 꼭 이겨가지고 결승전에 미리 가 있도록 하겠습니다. 젠지 화이팅!
A little bit of a worry to hear that Doran is still feeling a little under the weather because, of course, I think that he probably has one of the biggest tests. But, gentlemen, let's not waste any more time. It is time to get to the intro so that we can get into this playoffs match. It's going to be an absolute banger. We'll see you after the intro to the casters.
My boy Canyon's not here. Where is Noguri anyway? And we
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK, but not just any day. It is, of course, playoffs round 3, upper bracket between T1 and Gen.G to decide who will make it into the spring finals, who will make it to MSI, and who will have to face another team in the lower bracket. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and this is going to be another best of 5 that hopefully reaches the upper echelon of our expectations, Wolf.
I think it certainly will, though. I think we are in for a good one tonight. Nobody predicting a 3-0 scoreline on either side of the rift. It's going to be a high-level best of 5 that is indicative of sending a team to the finals. And, of course, the loser will not be out. They'll move on to the losers finals and will still have a chance at MSI themselves.
And we're jumping right into predictions. Wolf already spoiling no 3-0s. We do have one Gen.G Predator so far, but you would expect that T1 would be the favorites here coming into this one. As you see, everybody except Jonah Strong have voted for T1. Do have a smattering of 3-2s and 3-1s, but no 3-0s.
Yeah, no 3-0s. I think everybody expects that T1 will slip up at least once in this best of 5. And Jonah Strong knows that there's a chance that Gen.G win tonight. I think it's not unreasonable to actually predict Gen.G. But if if his prediction comes true as he says, it'll probably be a 5-game series. We would expect, and a lot of this coming down to side selection. Blue side being so strong in this meta,
they're not gonna go 3-0.
Anything could happen tonight. But if it goes the distance, I think a lot of that is going to be about who gets blue side, who's on red side. Fan prediction, unsurprisingly, nearly 85% to T1.
That's just the way it goes with T1 matches generally, but especially because T1 at the moment are incredibly strong. It should not be too surprising, but as we've been highlighting, Gen.G definitely, they're not out of this series just yet. We do have to play a best of 5. Even KT were able to get in there and make it interesting against T1. No doubt Gen.G should be able to at least make this a fun series and absolutely do have a chance to take it down.
Unless you're telling me
Chovy a monumental task that Gen.G face here in this best of 5. Definitely the underdogs, but anything can happen as we'll walk these players out now. Zayas having a bit of a shaky series against KT, but not of his own fault. Often blinded his champions against our second best player in the top role here in Keen. And still held up strong. Some clutch moments at the end.
Yeah, and Zeus, no doubt, will go back to the drawing board. All these players had a week after last week's matches, so they can take some time to think about what went wrong, what went right for the team, for themselves personally, individually, and try to build themselves up for that one. As Doran comes down, big smile on his face. Definitely a strong opponent that he's got to face in the top side. Oftentimes, the guy for his team that's line picking in the top lane. We'll see how that goes in the drafts.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see. Heard he's under the weather, but he certainly doesn't look like it with this walkout today. Very hyped to go play another best of 5 against rival team T1.
Absolutely, as there's a Doran fan there going crazy. Here's Oner,
our
all LCK first team jungler, alongside the rest of his teammates.
And in a meta where you can blind pick jungle on blue side, get a prio pick, and then straight away right after that get the duo you want for the bottom side of the map. Oner having Lee Sin as his best champion when it is seemingly individually next to Elise, the strongest jungle pick right now. A huge boon for him in these playoffs, and that may just continue tonight. More Lee Sin first picks for T1.
Yeah, this meta is fantastic for the side of Oner. On the side of Peanuts, you can't really say the same, but this guy has been clutch in the past. We'll have to see how he can step up to Oner tonight.
Yeah. Definitely having some late game decisions that have left people puzzled this season, but no one can deny his early game, his pathing, his smarts, and his understanding of jungle matchups are so high.
Unless you're gonna one-up
a lot of the Gen.G wins, especially around the bottom side of the map for Pays.
So that is a Peanut sign right there, as here comes the G10 Oat, as we put it before. Faker, of course, you might know this guy, had a very nice series up against KT, was part of the reason why they were able to come back from a dire position in that game number 5.
Yeah, a really critical player. Picked up that POG, as you mentioned, and the brains behind the operation, the veteran, the one who's seen more than any League of Legends pro in the world, and he's not even done yet. Such an important part of this team. But, you know, his counterpart on the other side has really made a name for himself, Valdez. He has just recently won his first LCK title. He is a defending champion and a player who is on a lot of people's minds eclipsed Faker in terms of mechanics, in terms of laning. His CS numbers are massive for this guy. He's a huge playmaker. And he didn't ask to be rivals with Faker, but just because his legacy is now so huge himself, that's always the comparison people will make. People comparing him to Crown today, I've seen as well, you know, the history that goes back between these teams. We'll see if he can get the better of Faker tonight in this best of 5.
Yeah, will be very important. He's got on the second team of all LCK, even in a super strong mid role. As here's Guma doing a little dance for us. As he's got some nice hair today as well.
I
looks
love
like
that
he's very happy.
It looks like
and ready to go in this series.
The boys
does look prepped and ready to go, and it is going to be a huge proving series for him because if he tries to match scaling in terms of pace on the other side of the rift, could be a tough one for him. This is one of the only links I think you could look at and say late game 80 carry wise in terms of individual performances in team fights, as here he comes now. Pace has looked better in the eye test when it comes to those 5v5 fights. He will very rarely make a mistake. His spacing, his positioning is phenomenal.
Just that last row at the back
and he does appear to be the better Zeri player of these two right now, with Zeri moving up in priority so much. Could be the player who ends up winning it all here and going to his first finals. He could be a royal roader of the LCK if he's able to win this tournament. It's his first as a rookie.
Yeah, and that does not happen very often. Here is Keria, often quoted as the best player currently in League of Legends in the world, but certainly is here in Korea as well, as he did pick up the regular season MVP, and he might just be the deciding factor here in this series.
Yeah, the duo lane control that he and Gumayusi have shown is one way that maybe you put Pays down early, you control whatever matchup he wants to play, and just prevent him from scaling up and going for those late game team fights. His Delight has been such a critical part of this roster, the final player to walk out here tonight. No achievements listed for this player, but you cannot deny the impact he's made, especially in late game team fights on champions like Rakan, which are so relevant right now. And the guy came from Breon, joined this team with a rookie, and these two players together have accomplished so much in such a short period of time. We know this player hasn't even peaked yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this meta is really fantastic for him as well. Keria can kind of play anything, but Delight is very focused on the meta champions right now. He is so good at them that if there was a meta for him to match Keria, it would be this one, in my opinion. So we'll just have to give him a chance here and see how it goes. He has certainly proven himself so far.
Genji and Samsung always peaked at the end in summer. That's why you see so many Worlds performances from this team, but they have never gone and competed in an MSI in this org's history. And if they win this best of 5 tonight, it will be their very first MSI, and they will of course go to the LCK finals. For T1, a win tonight means they will be the first team ever in LCK history to go to 4 back-to-back LCK finals. So one way or another, at the end of this best of 5, history will be made.
And that's what we're here for. History made once again, I suppose, because it's T1 versus Genji again. This isn't in a finals just yet, of course, but they meet once again in a best of 5, and they have so much history in these best of 5s over the course of many, many years, many different rosters on both sides. The one consistency obviously being Faker on the side of T1 and SKT, going way back. As we are going to introduce our coaches, we had Bengi talking there as well as Score in the interviews. I'm just happy to hear that Doran is feeling much better. Would not like to have, you know, a sick Doran up in the top side playing against Zeus. That would have been unfortunate going into such an important series, as T1, I believe, do have the side selection as well, and will take blue side.
Yeah, unexpected, or not unexpected, I should say, completely expected that T1 would pick blue side here, and I think we will see a lot of that selection coming through as we head into the draft for game 1 here. We're going to see where that priority lies, because T1 may just simply decide they're going to ban Zeri out and not play it, but they may have prepared an answer here. The Vi removed from Peanut right away. And one of the things to focus in on especially is if Genji take away the Caitlyn early on in this draft and all sorts of strong pushing lanes, that's when you really have to consider, all right, we ban Zeri. They're just going to do it right away before they even show things like the Caitlyn Varus bans.
Yeah, I mean, banning away the Vi, that's something that Oner can play as well. That does very well into the Zeri, so not unexpected to see the Zeri follow a ban here as Lucian also taken off the board. That's the one dual lane that T1 always will go back to, even through all their iterations of insane, weird picks in the bottom lane.
Gone, the Elise gone.
It's not that.
Ayumi is disabled, but as was mentioned earlier, Viego is back. This could still just be Elise in first pick coming through for T1, but they'll actually put Zeus on Jace, and this is a completely different matchup than what we saw in the KT Rollster series against Keen. This is a huge talking point because Zeus is going to switch roles here completely in this best of 5. He's going to be playing the strong side. He's going to be looking for pressure points against Doran instead of the other way around. So we'll see the Leona coming through here with Wukong as a response. So still not showing what the AD carry is just yet.
Yeah, it's very interesting opting into, of course, a very heavy engage support for Delight. It's comfort, but also showing that, maybe they want to go straight into what could turn into a poke comp on the side of T1. Especially with the Varus hover. Jace and Sejuani are going to be the choices here. Will be Varus at the end of the day.
Yeah. Very similar names, of course, in the Champion Select screen. But will be the Varus at the end of the day here. So without a support, though. And that's, I think, quite wise. It looks like we're going to see the Aphelios here for Pei. He's a champion he's proved himself on already. Scales very well. It's not the safety thresh you're going to see normally in this lane, but there's a lot of power, actually, even into a Varus lane with the Leona because of the engage and the setup with Gravitum. So a lane that needs to be respected. Now, do Genji take away things like the Karma, the Heimerdinger here, or do they want to actually put the focal point on some of Faker's champion pool? Because there's just so many different things that you can play here as carrier that trying to target him out seems very weak. Though I like the Ash ban when you consider the Sejuani is on the side of T1 here. They have a lot of CC, a lot of hard engage and poke. So that one I'll give you, but otherwise trying to ban out another champ for carrier here feels futile.
Yeah, I mean, how deep do you want to go? How deep are you actually able to go in terms of banning him out? So Ahri also going to be taken off the board here for Chovy,
I guess.
As we have been seeing more Ahri in comp, which is pretty interesting. Not necessarily the most strength in the 2v2, but Ahri, just as a pick of her own, has shown a lot of priority in these rounds for LCK in the playoffs.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Gragas ban here.
There's no,
to be honest, Faker has played Gragas so well with
okay?
Jace, in particular, in the past. Gives you additional engage, and it's a very safe lane, very blindable. And there it is.
Will default to
it's,
oh, Gragas ban. Someone actually did it. Someone actually banned Gragas against
you and the side of Genji. To take that away from Faker. I think he just deserves the respect on that pick.
Yeah, now. It's still a flexible Jace pick here, too. So taking the Gragas away means that you're going to have less that you're worried about if you pick a strong topside pick. They're going to take the LeBlanc here straight away, though, for Chovy. And this has been a pick he's been fantastic on and has been so strong with the buff and the amount of lane prio you can get. It is, of course, face up into a Lissandra. But Lissandra hasn't looked extremely strong, especially through our middle-of-the-pack teams here in the LCK.
It's just like...
We know what Faker was able to do on Lissandra against Genji in the very first day of LCK Spring, so he's going to go back to that now. If you were going to ban one more thing, maybe Caitlyn, but Kalista is also available. I am a huge fan of Kalista and just her ability to range devour you. You just put your Fate's Call on the Varus, and the Varus can play up. He can play like he's got a Tom Kench.
It's a free
so they're
win.
certainly considering that, but they
go
over to the Braum.
I mean,
the Braum is a safer choice here.
Triple glacier.
There are some serious issues if you decide to go for that all-in lane on the bottom side of the map. As it is going to be Jarvan to come through here as the final pick. And Doran given a chuckle here. Now, I worry, and this Jarvan pick is actually super interesting because the Wukong Jace counter is an old counter. We've seen it so many times, and you can actually win this lane. You can put the pressure on, especially with Jarvan. This is super strong. But I worry for T1's composition here with the Lissandra, especially because it's somewhat disjointed from what the poke is looking to do here with the Varus and the Jace. While you can soften up some of these targets, Lissandra and Sejuani go in, you can finish them off. It is very difficult to hard engage into now Leona, Wukong, and Jarvan. If you're going as Lissandra, you better be winning that team fight basically instantly because there is no out, there is no escape. You're going to have to invest into Azonias this game, and you're going to be playing utility. So you may get out damaged by what Genji put together here. The LeBlanc is so terrifying. If Chovy gets ahead, this game feels so unplayable because the
Hey, talk
backline
about
is
that
super
shit, man.
vulnerable. There's not really a great tank outside of the Sejuani in this draft here for T1 either, so LeBlanc has so much agency if she has the items in the vision control to back up that pick potential.
It's a very interesting draft starting off from game number 1, Wolf, I have to say. I think that Gen G did come in very prepared with
Don't know how to
the
feel
very
about
nice
LeBlanc.
flex.
Every time you
Jarvan
see a
has
LeBlanc, it's
been
like a
one of
different
the
kind of game,
picks
you
that
know?
has been kind of the talk of the
It becomes
town
a
nowadays
kickoff
in the
game.
community, just in terms of seeing so much priority even in the LPL and other regions. And we see it coming out here in the LCK and with the flex Wukong into the top lane. Very, very
so
fun
many
stuff. And all the stuff you
Le-
mentioned about
LeBlanc might
Lissandra,
get-
very true,
like,
but it
get
is
caught.
Faker back on that pick, and he has looked so impressive on that. So very curious to see how it will go as we jump onto the rift for game number 1.
I didn't see a last minute swap, right? Doran's playing Jarvan. It's correct, right? I think I saw that correctly. Oh boy, SSG Jarvan, oh my god.
All right, here we go.
Here we go at level 1. And the Jarvan here on the top side for Doran.
Yeah.
Definitely going to be a matchup where things are very difficult in terms of getting early prio. Like, you're not going to be able to flag harass really in this matchup. You could see he could try for it. He went for Airy. But it's a matchup where you're going to be outranged by default. And even with your passive, the ability to actually duel against Jace is so difficult. And you have a Sejuani to deal with who's way more impact in the early game than a Wukong will be. Which is why we were putting the focus on the Wukong top and the Jarvan jungle.
Yeah.
And they tricked us, you know, and swapped.
I got baited.
Yeah, they swapped at the last moment.
Yeah.
And
Doran's ring. Damn.
I think that the Jarvan jungle and the Wukong top is what we expect and what we think is stronger. We'll see if Doran has really put the preparation to work here for this matchup going into
Wait,
this
I
one.
shouldn't put it in the middle.
Yeah, the lane Jarvan.
Yay.
Lots of harass, as you mentioned. The electrocute here for Zeus. So he's going to be
know
looking
what?
to take
Yeah,
some pretty
sure.
aggressive trades into this. As, yeah, we're
It's a
going to
nice
get a
poke,
bunch of
actually.
Jonas Strong zoom-ins on every time a flag is dropped. That's no surprise at all. As Varus Braum returns, you know, I always get a little bit sad when I see someone like Carry on a pick like Braum. He does play it excellently, but not
The
necessarily
really
the
weird
highest mechanically challenging champion in
Yeah.
the roster.
Definitely not a champion that really puts your skill ceiling to the test.
Although at the same time, Carry has
Got a
had
discipline.
pop-off games on Yuumi and Braum at the same time. So I think there was a game, I'm pretty sure it was Carry, where he was blocking autos onto the Nexus. Maybe it wasn't Carry. It might have been Lahens. I'm not 100% sure.
Tall, by the way, the last
Lost to
person to
Javin
play
last
this.
Yeah.
When Roach
He
was
lost
on
with
Gen
Jace.
G, he's now coaching for the team that Gen G are playing against here. It's been a rare matchup, only happened 9 times. As you can see the engage here from Chovy. Nice reaction from Faker, but it's still a trade up.
Yeah, it's kind of what's going to go on. I mean,
He has electrocute, you know, versus
Yeah.
unsealed. You can't win these trades really, unfortunately, as Faker.
yeah, pretty much. I remember the old days of Aftershock Lissandra. The LeBlanc would try to trade, and
Let's get
wasn't a very fun time for her. As you just press W and you gain a bunch of resistances. Times have changed.
Oh, did he
Zeus
get it?
nearly
I
took
think he
the
didn't
turret
get
shot
it.
there as he went in for an auto. And Doran is actually up on health at the moment.
He has the lane where he wants it. He's down a little bit in CS here, but this is going to, of course, bounce back a little bit. But the Wukong is path bottom, so you know he's staying up
yeah,
here in
he
case
gets
we were going to
spammy
see an
speed
early
with
game where
Doran's
Sejuani
ring,
has a
little
lot
bit.
of power here.
He's
The
still
turret
running
setup,
out, man, a
you know,
little
maybe
bit.
you could actually trade back a kill or even counter gank and find success with the Wukong if they went for a super early gank. As man, Doran is playing with fire here. But now you see the Wukong is pathing bottom side, and we'll see if their reaction time is quick here. They do have a ward.
Going in for an engage. Peanut coming in from behind. Pace is taking a bunch of damage. They're trying to get this kill onto Pace as the concussive blows go in. And first blood is given over to Numa, but immediately traded back as Peanut did get the wraparound and picks up the second kill.
So all secondary summoners are down here, but Oner knows now he can dive.
Yeah, well, Doran is Jarvan, so...
Yeah, he will get away, but he's going to lose potentially a lot of farm here and actually just go straight back over to the turret here. This is going to get some experience, and we'll have to back, but this does not want to get follow-up dove here. There's a pretty intense start to this game. But Gen G you know, they end up trading a kill back. A call is purchased here for Pays, and because they trade that kill back on the bottom side, you don't feel so bad about it. But I think Guma and Terry played it so perfectly, making sure they secure that kill on the Pays, reacting to go for the kill and trade, meaning that you're not going to end up, you know, trying to retreat and die.
He's
going to take some of these prugs.
Guma got so much gold from
yeah,
that. He picked up like
enemy
100
jungle
gold
is
from the
the other side. You can
because,
take their Grom.
Apparently, Peanut leashed
On
it for
his
him.
side.
Oner is on the bottom side. We are trying to get the flash here out of Pays, and more concussive blows come in. Oner a little bit behind, but the damage is there as flash forward, and Oner will pick up the kill. And maybe a second one to Delight, as he's not able to flash out. A double kill to the T1 jungler.
Yeah, this is massive. Now the kill's going over to the Sejuani here. Isn't all bad. It's not amazing, obviously, but it definitely is going to accelerate the build here for Oner. He's gone for Green Smite, which is super strong, obviously, into the composition they're facing here. And, you know, it's going to really put down the bottom side here of Genji. A lot of farm is going to be lost, and obviously the call is going to be significantly delayed. Because every time we jump to the mid lane, I get scared because I'm like, is something happening? But actually not really.
The attack speed boots.
As this is the initial setup, and they realize, okay, we have to kill Pays, and they just push forward here, get everything.
Betting on like the early game movement speed
early. The kill goes over to Guma, which is massive because it's first blood, and also the kill that comes back is to the enemy jungler.
Oh man, and Keria just sets this up beautifully. He flash Qs in, and there's not really much you can do after that. Even if you do flash away as Pays, you're not getting out of there. So we talked about mechanics on Braum. Keria shows it off right away in game one.
And now your enemy AD carry has no flash. And he has no cleanse. His cleanse will be up fairly soon. That was expired or expended in the first exchange. But this is a scary moment because Wukong can't really assist until he hits level 6. So Peanut is trying to rush through and get that level 6 as soon as possible. You can see some vision is being cleared out here in the river. Just so that Genji know they can farm here. But look at the wave.
Is it gonna be
Pays is just like, ooh, I'm so scared to come up here and farm. No sums.
Tank Java need to buy hard steal.
And the power of the Braum into Leona showing itself off so far in this lane as engage onto Zeus. He does not have turret aggro. As the last minion goes down, Zeus can just knock him away and will be totally fine.
Yeah. Ends up being
I think they see
expanded
Wukong,
ultimate, unfortunately for Doran. If he's able to catch him just a little bit closer to the turret there, or if he had aggroed the Jarvan at that timing, he would have taken a ton of damage and potentially would have had to flash, but instead he doesn't even need to. Just sits there, and now he knows
like
the Jarvan's ultimate is down.
In my opinion. It
not going to be something that matters right now, but could be important for a Rift Herald fight, for example. T1 will be setting up here in the next minute or so. And this Jarvan pick so far in the lane hasn't looked amazing. Still will be great for team fights, and there's a lot of combos you could set up with this comp, but that is something that's still unseen.
Especially
here
like against like single target damage.
I mean, going up against Jace,
like the
we'll
see
how he continues to play the game out. His Oner is here in mid. This is LeBlanc, of course, and the Oner is not even level 6, so just putting on the pressure. Not going to go for any early dragon just yet. He does have Bryo on bot side with no flash for Pays, and so he will start up that cloud trade
like
now. T1 already over 1,000 gold in the lead with some of these early plays.
Even like
the CS number as well is pretty massive here. The CS difference is massive in 2 lanes, right, in top and in the AD carry position, 10 CS apiece. Now they're going to pick up Dragon, and as Peanut hits level 6, he's not going to be able to make an impact on this first objective. But now Genji should be turning their eyes towards Rift Herald because this is where Peanut is on the map right now. They have level 6 as the only objective available.
It wouldn't be funny
and they have the Cataclysm coming back up here for Doran.
I don't think
if they just simply give both of these early game objectives to T1, it's going to feel really bad because so much map control will be lost, and you so desperately need that charge mid for your LeBlanc if she's going to make an impact this game. And T1 have the faster group here. Peanut's heading bottom, and they are just going to give up both objectives here. Chovy has no teleport. He's low on mana. And Doran is just backing. They're just going to give this one up for free. At least Pays will get some bottom side push here, but it feels like a massive win for T1.
Yeah, and think about what the guys in the pre-show were saying about Genji's early game. You know, sometimes the stats don't tell the whole story, but we can see it in this early game. T1 already getting the snowball going, and Genji falling behind a little bit as they're trying to make a play onto Keria, who is Braum. And it's just not going to work. Pays, meanwhile, missing out on potentially picking up 2 turret plates, which would be the trade normally for the Rift Heralds.
Yeah, he's got Crescendum here. So much damage. Peanuts here.
Oh!
They not going to get that one, but they will get Carrier down, so that is a kill going into the hands of the Aphelios already.
And it feels like this is a play you could tell Peanut and Delight are calling for here, because they realize, okay, we're going to give up Herald, but we're going to be able to deny Guma from getting back to lane pretty well here. They're not able to get a kill off of it on him, but they are able to deny some CS. They get his flash, and they do pick up those plates. So ultimately, the positioning there from Delight with that tri-brush control will stop that rotation over. So you're saying, oh, if you want to try to get the Herald and defend your turret plates and get those minions too, you're going to pay for it. And they did have to pay that tax of the flash there. Now, CS is even in the bottom lane. Paze has picked up those 2 plates, is halfway to call completion. I wouldn't say this is salvaged by any means, but it certainly does give you a little bit back as Gen G.
A little bit back. You got to start clawing your way back into this game. As we are going to take a look here at the replay. Pretty standard stuff. You know, they know the jungler is up on the top side, or was just up on the top side doing the Rift Herald. So
Delight has level 6, and Carrier does not. So that's a huge advantage they have here. You can take him out, push the Varus out of lane. Killing the Braum is insignificant, really. At the end of the day, it's just pushing Guma back. It's really huge that Guma lives. If Guma dies, then you get way more out of this.
And they get the kill on the Paze, which is always a good thing, as trying to bait Zeus into a play on the top side here. He's going to have to flash away, and they will get that and trade for the Cataclysm.
Cataclysm just kind of being used defensively in this game. Here for Doran, and now he still has his flash, he still has flag drag. He needs to be respectful, and he's not.
And he's going to face check here onto this one. Does get the flag drag out once again. Oner not going to commit to that play. Don't know exactly where Peanut is.
Yeah. Peanut didn't have ult, but it's hard to track. I mean, it's coming up right now.
Like a low-key broken support.
I want to go in blind, even though he did have ult. And Flash could have followed there. They want to set up a Rift Herald drop here on the top side of the map regardless, on this weak side Jarvan, who isn't really accomplishing a whole lot.
Looks
Much of a strong side in the bottom either. And
they're gonna
Doran
get
is just trying to farm minions here desperately.
What does Kindle Gem and Chainmail
but
build into
Peanut immediately is back in the bush, as pretty unavoidable for Doran. He's just going to let that crash.
Think
now only 2 plates left up on the top side. Could look to take that out if Doran loses any priority in that lane.
I think it does.
Just a big shout out to the LCK who cleaned up my coffee spill that I had, which is why the early game...
It was a big spill.
It was a big spill. Like, it was my April Fool's joke, but it wasn't a joke. I actually spilled coffee all over the...
what?
Chovy, he goes
Chovy,
back
what are you doing?
in. When Oner is here, he's going to block with the clone, and now Peanut following up
hell
as
is
Chains
that?
will
Is that
connect,
bait?
trying to go back in onto Oner. Flashes away. Delight coming back over. Second Cyclone, and it should be enough as Peanut will pick up the kill onto Oner. Very nice counter game timing from him.
Yeah, Peanut has to, or rather Chovy has to flash, but they're able to get this kill here. And this is pretty huge. They're going to actually push this further into the bottom side as well. Guma low on mana. Looks like they're not going to commit any further here as Delight did use his ultimate.
That was a pretty ballsy
Gen G here,
position.
The advantages they have are really on Chovy right now. He's the only one. He has a massive CS lead and a counter matchup. And this hasn't really been just because Faker is everywhere and he's absent from lane. He's just been making a big impact in the 1v1. And this could end up being huge for Gen G. Obviously, the jungle fairly even topside advantages to the early Jace, as you'd expect. As this is Chovy's first-person view on this, running into the Lissandra.
He sees him. He's calling for it.
Clone blocks the ultimate, which is massive.
Oner got the
Faker has no mana. He says, we're getting a fight here on the Drake as Peanut tries to start this one. He is caught inside the pit as he does have flash. Tries to get away. But now the claw comes in, catches both of them, and Pace has to cleanse as they're caught way out of position, and T1 are looking to punish. There's the concussive blows, and Pace is a couple of autos away, and down he goes. Faker picks up the kill, and T1 gets the Infernal.
Yeah, Chovy's going to try to maybe punish here on the rotation back.
Oh my
Only
god,
going to catch Sejuani though, so not really catching her at all. So this is huge. I mean, T1... They are ahead in these marginal increments, but it's across the entire map. And this is the big issue here for Gen G, is Pace has been their win condition throughout all of playoffs at the end of the regular season. but he's 1 and 3 on the Cephalios. He's dead before he can complete his call. Doesn't have his mythic here. The Jarvan is useless so far in this early game.
LeBlanc is. My God, man.
There's Peanut down here trying to greed for this dragon. Just really
LeBlanc's not moving, bro.
Has no ultimate, so just a really odd decision here from Gen G, just hoping they were going to get away with it, and they absolutely will not.
Yeah.
It's pretty much that simple.
Pay's just over there trying to help out his older brother.
One of the reasons why I thought
on the Drake, so he gets caught out, has to use both summoners, and also dies. And there's just no consolation for the side of Gen G after a play like that. You're not getting the Drake, you're not picking up a kill or any summoners, really.
But to be fair,
I guess they got the flash
box him out pretty well.
So it's not a good spot for them.
No. And this mid turret, they didn't get the Herald, so they couldn't crash it in. It's going to be alive for so long this game. And if Chovy can't get that turret down, his playmaking potential is so much lower because his access points to the top lane, to the rest of the map, to picking in the jungle are so much lower. He's going to try to make something happen.
Trying to get in onto Zeus. They have so much CC, and Zeus does not have flash. He should be going down. He's trying to trade it, though. That's where is the damage?
There's no damage. And like I said, Chovy can't get over here. He's not here. And he can't make the difference. He was the damage that they didn't have.
Oh, no, there's definitely going to dive this. Easy smite to slow him down as...
Oh, my God.
Okay, he will get away. Finally gets the flag and direct back, but...
They will both, like,
on an extra
tanking
kill as
really.
we're trying to get in onto Faker, but he's... Oh, the timing of the chains. He's not even a claw out. Has to ult himself. And
I think
he's not in a
getting
great
out.
spot himself now. Because he does not have a flash. Might get his claw up here in a little bit, but one last auto. And Chovy will take him down.
All right, Chovy gets the kill here. His first of the game.
Zeus carry.
And it's a consolation prize, but man, did T1 get everything on the top side of the map there. No one has flash now on Gen G. They're all down. As this play here is really optimistic because you have to aggro the turret here. You're not tank Jarvan, and the Wukong here is there, but the Cataclysm actually kind of locks you in. Then you flash. And there's so much CC when Oner shows up that Zeus just barely lives, and then Doran is forced to flag away himself. Faker just out here, unfortunately, as you say, unable to claw, is caught there, so that seals his fate. Will self-ult to buy time.
Chovy hit,
There's just nothing you could do here, so he's caught. A little bit greedy here from Faker. And that's some gold to Chovy. He has to carry this game. He is the main character for Gen G now.
I'm watching on YouTube though. I know like
he does have merch trades, but he also went for Luton, so looking to burst down some of the squishies, some of that back line as... By the way, it's not even Gordrick or Jace, it's straight up Eclipse. Like, they still didn't have enough damage to burst through the Jace health bar at that point in time, so kind of unfortunate. This isn't a, true damage Jarvan build or anything like that. He went for Frozen Fist here, so...
yeah, I mean...
Definitely pretty interesting so far.
Yeah, and I don't think he had that completed when they went for that gank on the top side of the map, but he has it now, but his impact is going to be very limited. It's just setting up for Paze and Chovy to carry the game. And if you get a good Cataclysm off and then Paze it's a massive ultimate, you have the synergy obviously with Wukong there, and the Leona's Keria is pushing this super far. And is completely alone, but they just don't know. They're very scared.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are some serious combos you can pull off here as Gen G with this composition, but from behind, so much more difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. You see that T1 grouping up for this one. Keria just throws Ignite onto Peanut. I'm not really sure what that's for, but maybe just a little Giga Chad move, I suppose. As Chovy is coming in from behind here, looking for a bit of a flank, just trying to stop the push of T1. Honestly, Gen G not even really in a position to fight this one. T1 group up as 5. And pick up the mid-tier one as they are now in full control of this map.
By a lot. You see it's like only 2 points.
Chemtech, Soul, but it's still significant here as Chovy's going to get some damage off on Zeus.
Even more than that. You need to count in like the
very annoying. Like maybe if Chovy does it again, you get something out of this.
The hell?
But
and what the champions can do with
he has no ultimate now, and should be the Drake coming over when the reset comes through.
It's
T1 is up in 20.
Like a 5k goal or even a 10k goal.
It's pretty dire for Gen G right now because in terms of the scaling aspects, you could often say, okay, there's Cephalios here, he will be relevant later, but it's, not the lethality variant of Varus here. You have a decent front line now that Sejuani has her Warmogs, and Jace is going to do a ton of damage too. You just don't have an angle except hard engage.
Chovy, not sure about that, TV.
Yo, Chovy.
My good sir, he's going to have to flash away. Still gets caught by the Sedge ult as Paze is also getting caught on the backside. Has to double Summoner here, as he will get to safety. Delight very below. As Doran is trying to frontline for him here, but he's just getting pulled to shreds too. Guma just standing up to him, takes down the Jarvan. Doesn't care about his little tanky build as they're just scattering to the wind like leaves. Gen G just going down one by one.
There's no great turn here without sustained damage, which you don't have on an Aphelios sitting on a Gale Force and half an IE. You don't have it. You just don't have the damage. So when you have this Wukong and you have the Cataclysm, even if everything kind of works together here, your main source of damage is the LeBlanc, who does some burst damage very quickly. And then that's the end. There isn't really any additional fighting you can look for at this stage of the game for Gen G here. Whereas on the side of T1, you have a Jace who's going to do long-term damage. You have on hit Varus, who's going to do a lot more.
But also their LeBlanc that's fed TPs into 4 of them.
That also is what starts this all off. But like, I think the idea would have been maybe if people were in position for an amazing turn and Chovy feels safe.
Everyone went in to save Chovy.
And the ultimate is dodged by Faker here with a stopwatch, so Pace doesn't even get that off. That could have offered some form of additional damage here on the turn, but it's just super disjointed. And if that TP call is to turn with the team, you have to time it better. Everyone has to be a lot closer, then maybe you get that miracle fight. But now Chovy is shut down. That's all of his Dark Seals gone.
Yeah.
The stopwatch is broken. And I think the chances of Gen G losing, or rather winning this first game, are broken with it.
Yeah, and one person's build I want you to look at right now is not the Jarvan needed to go for the stopwatch, but it is the full damage lethality Jace that is here for T1. Zeus is so incredibly fed. He just picked up the kill, the kind of bonus kill on the backside of that by taking out Chovy. He is 2,000 gold ahead of Doran right now, and he's going to be hitting like a truck. His Muramana is finished at 20 minutes, okay? So
people are gonna say
if
like
anyone tries to get in here, even Doran or
team.
Delight, they're going to be taking massive damage as well. So
just because
now you've got a
Chovy's
position where you don't really have map control, and also you're getting poked out by the Jace. It's really looking dire here for Gen G and T1. They got the snowball rolling early in the series.
It does not make him like having
the
fewer deaths
here
does not make him
are relatively inaccessible
the
when you're running a LeBlanc
in
and a Jarvan inside, neither of which have control. So, you know,
Chovy did
do Baron.
Chovy failed this game by doing nothing.
But it is very predictable.
Yeah, it is predictable, and there is a control ward here in this pit, so fairly risky when you consider Doran also has teleport.
I blame Chovy for this game.
Chovy trying to kind of scout this out and suss this out.
LeBlanc, you need to play with your jungler actually, and I don't see him doing any of that
pretty
this
much
game.
on vision. They're like, okay, we don't really care if you're here because we can just poke you up, and you gotta be careful not to try to flip it.
There's just no damage here for Gen G. Look at how far back Paze is. He has ult. That's all he's got.
They get the TP. That's all they wanted. They're looking for the turn. As is excellently done, Doran kind of awkward angle on that flag drag, nearly gets caught out.
Okay, you don't have damage on your team. If you catch someone, can you actually kill anyone?
As Guma just flashes the wall, and the damage
no,
is there.
When they go in, they can't kill anyone.
Go down, I believe. As no, he will get away to the top side.
No, this team has no damage.
On the left side,
you have a
tank
top,
Carry gets pretty low, but he does his job on the Braum.
Yeah, the damage is so quick here for T1.
There's no damage on Gen G.
And
even though there's quick damage on
T1. Chovy's trying to fish.
Gen G has no damage.
Still here. He's actually full health. It was his clone who was getting hit there on the backside of this as... T1 taking a bit of damage here. Looks like they might want to go for a turn as there is the claw. They get in onto Leona. Not the best target as Delight will flash away.
Nobody
T1
is
will have to give this one another try later on in the game.
Yeah, Chovy just wants to continue to do some poke damage and make sure they can't go back to the Baron.
Everyone does it.
T1 going to reset here, so the Baron is denied. Really well played here from Chovy and crew to actually slow this one down with the back timing coming through from T1 since they took the brunt of the damage here.
Even if they catch someone, right, they cannot burst someone down.
As you see, the engage is unfortunately onto a LeBlanc, or rather a Lissandra, and now Peanut is unfortunately just completely out of the fight. Yeah, his clone is the one that goes down, not the real Wukong, but just instantly dead there with Doran because they're the ones who hard engage for no follow-up damage.
Yeah.
And Peanut survives, but he no longer has Flash. He no longer has the ability to turn a team fight. So he was just sitting on the edge of the Baron pit, hoping for another clone to come in and set up for a steal.
I don't see
and then Chovy saved the day, stops the Baron.
Burst on
but still,
T1.
You know, the map control they got for just a
Jace
brief
is
moment
most
during the
likely
backstep
the
for
easiest
T1
one
was
to
so
get
brief.
caught, but
And if
Zeus
we
has
can
been
talk
playing
about what
really
Gen G
safe
does have in
with
their
his
pocket, we
lead.
did finally get the IE here for Pays.
And
He picks it up as a
his
second
what is it
item,
called?
and this is
Eclipse
essentially a
gives his
build
shield.
which is, okay, I have Infernum.
So it's not the
we
easiest
get
to
the
kill.
Wombo combo Cataclysm.
I mean, it's
very hard to say.
easiest to kill on
Cataclysm,
P1,
Cyclone,
but
and
it's not
Solar
easy
Flare, and
to
all
kill
this
either.
stuff. And I press my ult, and I hope I boom the Varus and the Jace.
Varus is
because
always
if they can
safe.
take
Varus
out
has
all of that
cleanse and
lethality, well, I say lethality, at least on the
shield
Jace,
ball
but the Varus going on
is
his
safe.
here. If you can take out a huge portion of that damage, you might be in a
Genji,
decent spot
Genji
in the
can
fight, but you
engage.
got to do
Genji
it
has good engage.
right at the beginning of the fight.
But that's the thing.
And
You,
it's just, I
just
just don't
because
think
you
it's
have
going to be
good
enough for
engage
these
doesn't mean you
items
will
right
kill
now
anyone.
because you're dealing with plated steel caps right
That guy
on
gets
the
stunned for 5
Sejuani.
seconds, but
So she's very
everything
tanky.
that hits
Zonya's
him
on the
is-
Lissandra. Faker's
is
difficult
like
to kill here.
going
Lock
off
it
on
for Keria
a
on top of
freaking
his steel caps. Like,
metal armor.
killing these champions is just probably not going to happen in an 100-0 case. You will still need to do some autos. You will still need to actually carry the fight with the LeBlanc getting the back line. Because if you only catch the front line in that combo, it won't be enough. As TP is going to be committing here from Chovy, they do not want to give over Soul.
Chemtech's
It
like
really
okay.
comes
I
down
would
to the
give away
nature
Chemtech.
of Doran, Delight, and Peanut. I'd have to say Chovy will do his thing poking, and Pays is really just the follow-up damage.
Chemtech's not.
As Doran is looking for the
I know
angle here,
Oner
Genji
will steal
on
this.
top of the Drake. As Oner is looking for the potential steal.
I
Go
knew
over
it.
to the side of Oner as there is the
Fucking
engage, but
Pete.
Delight is the one taking the majority of the damage. And now the Wombo combo does come in, but the damage is
Look
not
at-
quite there. As Chovy desperate to put in the
Look,
damage.
they can't
do
kill
not take
anyone.
out Zeus. He
Zeus and
lives.
Oner's alive, bro.
Pays and Chovy, the two that are left alone, as everybody
Yo.
in the T1 is still alive. As look at
Brom's
that
gonna
damage.
kill it.
Pays barely
Oh,
going to
shit.
survive here potentially as Keria not able to hit his
Just
Q,
end the
but
game.
another big team fight win here to the side of T1.
Pays will get out, but again, Flash now on cooldown, no cleanse, and Peanut's down for 20 seconds here. They could just rush right over the Baron because even though Oner almost died in that setup
Peanuts.
there, and then the counter engage comes through, you
like,
can't kill
Wukong
these
has-
players.
if you
Like I
talk
said,
about
you know, and
Wukong's
the
damage,
Sejuani is now back at full health.
You want to
because he
say
has Lord
Wukong's like a
Box,
damage
and so you
dealer.
just go straight over the Baron here.
Wukong doesn't
Zeus
deal
almost died because he was
enough
positioned
damage.
very
Wukong's like
aggressively in the
a
front,
bruiser.
where Peanut did a decent amount of damage to him there with Haze, but he's able to flash out. So he lives and continues to chase and do damage. And then there's just no angle for you anymore as Gen G.
Escaped it.
No turrets gone on the map, and that's the worst case scenario for a LeBlanc-based composition
fair, they
when your
played
AD
well,
carry
but
just
as
is
I
so
said, like,
significantly behind.
Genji has no
So the
damage.
first thing that goes badly here is Peanut's not able to secure.
I
the
knew Oner was
swipe here
gonna
because once
steal it.
again, Guma Oner synergy every
Yeah.
single time. And then look at where Pays and Chovy are in the back line here when this combo comes through. Oner survives, and they turn on to Zeus here. Peanut hits him with a Cyclone. He gets rooted by Chovy, still lives. There's just not enough damage here.
The Cataclysm was on to, I believe, Faker and Oner, but it certainly was not on to Guma and Zeus, who are the two people I said that you have to Cataclysm Wombo combo. If you don't get them, the damage is still there. Zeus and Guma free-hitting the entire fight until, of course, Zeus has to flash away.
No, I don't think that will even solve the
it's
problem.
just perfect
It's
positioning
lost in
for
draft.
T1. They get away
Even
from
if you
the
wombo
engage,
combo
and they are
T1,
able
they will
to,
still live.
keep their damage rolling. So now with the Baron that they did pick up, they are certainly thinking
Yeah,
forward,
who's
but we do
keeping
have a little
behind,
flank
but-
in here as Doran is behind
Yeah,
us.
Maybe this is how you get the Cataclysm on the back line, is just go on the other side of the map and hope that the back line is closer to you, because it's hard to criticize Doran's Cataclysms in this game because the positioning has been so good for Guma here. He's so long range. Zeus on the Jace, he's so long range, so catching them really requires a heavy flank, and even Keria, as we've seen, can kind of block Doran out.
Oh!
This Jace is on the hunt. He has Serelda's finish,
That was
so
not it, bro.
that is a 3-item insane power spike. I don't even know
That's
if you can
gonna
call
be
it really a
top
power
gap for
spike.
the next
It's just a huge
2 games
edge
as
over
well.
this
It's gonna be a 3-0.
this tanky.
He's got a lot of swords in his inventory, and he's not afraid to use them.
Well, I mean, the Sereldas is going to help him rip through Doran's
One
armor
brawler,
here, so
yeah.
Doran can't even
You
stick
can't
around.
tell me that's the most pushy
And,
shit
like,
on the top lane.
If you try to flank the
On
backside
the
and kill the
top
Varus,
laners
kill
list of
Lissandra,
items.
she's
My
extremely
God.
mobile. She has Zonias. If you try to kill the Jace and the Varus,
At
the
least buy
immobile
something like
carries. Like the Jace, if he sees
they
you on
can
the flank, he
fight
kills
and
you.
tank.
If you see carry on the flank, he buys enough time. So the rest of the team comes over, they kill you.
I
So you
don't- I
can't
wouldn't
really
say
be
it's
on a
the best
long
item,
con
but I
flank
think
when
I
you're
would
this far
prefer
behind. If you're
Jack
ahead
Show.
and the Jace doesn't have 3 items, maybe
The
you
second
can
item I
go a little
wouldn't
bit more
know.
toe-to-toe with the Jace and get on top of him,
I
and
would
then
go
the
for the
follow-up
two
LeBlanc is
movement
there.
speed
If you
items,
have
the
turrets
advanced
down,
play
maybe
and
then the
force of
LeBlanc can
nature,
get
I
behind
think
and
those
also
are the
threaten
best.
with that
If you're
Jarvan.
going full
But the
tank,
amount of safety T1 has in this map with all the vision they have is just insane. So there are no surprises, there are no tricks.
Yeah, and you see what T1 did on the push. They took no chances. They got flanked, and they're like, okay,
at least go Guardian Angel or something.
We're not gonna, just push in with the Baron, and so the result is their Baron buff, their Baron power play is only about 1,800 gold. Felt like it should have been more, but they have not broken into the base. Gen.G still have a smattering of control wards around the bottom side of the map, and that's going to be good for setting up for this Elder
T1
Drake
has multiple damage sources.
It is going to
Even
spawn
Carrier's
about a
gonna
minute
do
before the
a
Baron, so it should
decent
be an
amount.
Elder
Bro.
Drake focused, potentially final fight in this game.
The ones that are gonna do the least damage is Oner.
T1 can clear any
Oner's not
potential
there to
vision.
do
They get a
damage.
flash out of Delight. He has Hex Flash, but going to be way less significant in a 5v5 team fight. Not going to have time to channel that one.
Well, when you scry this none of that, like,
entrance
half
to
AP, half
the Elder
armor
pit.
bullshit. Faker actually
what
goes
is Gen.G
full
gonna do?
damage,
Peanut
actually
scene on
can
this
kill
board.
someone.
No flanks potentially at all. Like I was saying, T1 have just done their homework and have done their due diligence here. Looks like Chovy might get a bounty here. And, I mean, that's going to be helpful. It might be enough to
you're
give
not
his
gonna
Shadow Flame
play,
here,
like,
how much gold he's sitting on.
a
That would
carry
be nice
top
to have for this
like
fight.
challenge Zeus, you're
would be
gonna
nice,
lose.
isn't enough.
Yeah.
If you wanna default
They
to
need a
tank,
bit more. They need
top
a big
laners.
wombo combo fight as Peanut is trying to bait out some stuff with a clone, but not quite able to stop this even without the
Okay,
Baron.
indeed,
T1
even in
we're going
this
to take
game,
this one down.
okay.
As mid and
They
mid
last
is
pick their
nice,
top
but
laner.
especially with Elder Drake,
Imagine
it's
if you
not
first pick
huge
top
because
lane
especially at this
Java.
point in the game, Gen.G can
You know
kind of
what
just push up as
Zeus
a
was
team
gonna
for
do?
mid. It's
Zeus
not make a huge
might still
difference,
pick Jace, but he might pick
T1
like
still
Nara
gonna
or
take it.
something.
Yeah, the timing
He's gonna
of
pick
this
something
Elder
that
is
gonna
very critical.
blast
T1
you
gonna go
in
for a
the
back
lane,
here,
man.
actually. And this is pretty safe because
Then
Gen.G
don't think about buying Zhonya's. You're not gonna have enough
vision
items for
whatsoever.
even
And
if I
notice
spawn
they
on them.
bought,
Bro.
actually, 6 control wards to try to leapfrog their way towards the Elder as safely and carefully as they can.
It's a team
Gotta
gap,
be
but I'm
careful
gonna
of
say it's
flanks
top
on this
gap.
LeBlanc.
Even.
Have to
Like Doran
watch
becomes
out
a
for that
pussy.
Zeus poke damage here on the Jace.
Play.
They're
Just
going to pick up some mana here,
1v1
but he's
Zeus,
really
bro.
vulnerable.
He
Pick
doesn't have
something that
claw.
can fight
He
Zeus.
doesn't have, he's got it back up just now as
They ain't gonna
he's going to
catch
get back to
Faker.
safety, maybe baiting him into Carrier. As now looking for the engage, they know
Huh?
the light does not have flash.
Okay.
They just turn onto the Leona
Just
and
end the
blow
game.
him up. Down he goes as so
Carrier
much for the tank
flash in
Leona in
front.
this fight as the TP is behind them. As Paige trying to do damage on the front line, Guma in a very
Zeus
wonky
needs
spot,
to
flashes
be-
forward into Inferno, and it
Okay,
doesn't
never mind.
matter. As that should be the end of this one. Very low health bars on the side of T1 as Chovy is desperate. He does pick
Wow,
up
he got
the
a
kill
kill,
onto
baby.
Guma.
Doran,
Maybe he's got some kind of chance. That's a double kill for Chovy. Is the clone going to tank that one up?
the base, though, is in tatters here. The Nexus turret's under fire. He's going to have to TP
No.
to the Nexus.
Oh my god.
He should have enough time, and he will get there on time. But it is a LeBlanc. Can he reliably clean up this wave
Don't
against
think Chovy
the
did anything
Jace?
this game.
Not
Don't fool
100%
yourself.
sure, but
He
the
did
light will
nothing.
respawn, and they will get ready for the Elder
Yeah, there's
Drake.
going to TP to the Elder here. There's no reason to actually try to hard
Guardian
force this with
Angel
some of
on
these respawns
Guma.
coming through. Pace is up in 10. Doran up in 20.
They're going to try to burst it.
Yeah, and I think they certainly can because they have the vision here to control this choke, and there's no damage, there's no jungler.
It's really up to Chovy. Chovy has to get there on time, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Delight with Solar Flare. One time? One time trying to get lucky here as Smite is perfect. 1196 as
Yeah,
Faker goes
just kill
in.
them
The
and-
engage they have.
But hold
Elder
up.
Drake as the rest of the team's trying to get out here. As a split
yeah.
call comes in, they're just going to give up Faker. As he is all alone. He does have the stopwatch, and Zayu's still here. Okay, the re-engage, but the shock flash
What?
misses. That's not the
Ace.
cleanest engage. Pace is getting the damage out of Zayus as he is ticking
Guma?
down, but he is still alive.
Okay, I don't know why
still
they
alive.
wanted to go
The
back in, but
Aphelios is shooting
they are
from
so
over the
far ahead
wall,
they
but
can
he's
do
just
this.
trying to get away. They don't
Oh.
want to fight against the Elder Drake, and Guma just a little bit too scary.
just we
even
do a little
without
bit of
his summoners.
trolling.
Incredible moment for Paze regardless, but it's not going to be enough. One hit will take him out.
One smite.
Mike,
Oh, he's just trying to chase him down and smite him, but not quite going to happen as even the piercing arrow misses.
Yeah, Doran here has no ultimate
T1
here.
did a little bit of trolling
Just gonna
there.
finally
Faker,
get back.
they
As
could have
Jovi's
left
pushing
Faker
Oner
behind.
out, and they're deleting some of this Elder buff timer. And you know what? Like, there's no wave pushing into the base now.
He's
and
just
Faker
delaying the game at
actually
5.
sacrificing his
At
life
most
there,
3 minutes.
teleported to the Elder. He was one of the only ones who could have come in to try to end the game with
bro.
Zeus, but they ended up losing him on the retreat, a little bit disjointed on the exit. And suddenly signs of life here for Gen G. And I don't want to say they're ahead or they're back in the game, but it looked like the game was over. We could talk about game 2, and now twice they have just barely, by the skin of their teeth, survived here.
For sure. I mean, their Aphelios is on 3.5 items. He's going to be critting like a beast. I think it's really going to come down to execution. I mean, T1 for now, absolutely. Game is still in their hands. They still have Elder for a minute. So they should be able to take down Baron for free. Pina not even going to try to come in and steal this. So T1, I think they're going to try to make a big play here in the next 1 minute.
Yeah, and the really critical things here are there are no teleports for Gen G. T1 know this. They know there's no flank that could be set up here. The ults are back up, but as long as you just stay as a group of 5 and that pack line, the 2 carries don't really get caught by that combo, you should be able to end here. You got 20 seconds on Elder.
Where is Chovy going? Where's little bro doing?
Well, the team doesn't want to fight while they have Elder, but they might be forced to. Like, you got to get back here. He is backing now. Has 9 seconds on Elder buff. We got 7, 6, 5. Peanut is in the front line with his clone, trying to stop this one as Doran goes in.
Wow.
Trying to clear out the wave.
Nice.
Elder buff
Sonya's,
is gone, but
bro.
Doran is as well. As the ult here from damage, not massive, but he does have a massive shield, and they are clearing this wave, and the AoE damage is coming in for both Chovy and Pays, and it will push T1 back for now.
Yeah, with Chovy and Pays alive here, T1 just cannot end. And these awkward fights here where T1 are trying to push through, and they have the minions to back it up, but they get cleared out by Peanuts engaged there. They aren't able to actually kill anybody. They're taking a bunch of damage here from turrets, and notice that T1, as the Elder fades here, haven't really hurt anybody on the side of Gen G. The engage from Doran is fantastic. Oner, yeah, he has that healing coming through, but he's taking so much damage here. Then when the follow-up ult comes through from Pays and Chovy's doing some of that chip damage, the wave gets cleared out here in mid, and T1 are like, ooh, we can no longer push through this. Faker's full health, but the real carries are not.
Yeah. And this is the damage now of 4-item Aphelios.
Faker did a good job. I mean, he picked the Sunrise, like already a counter to LeBlanc. Like, the way you want to counter LeBlanc is just to pick a very tanky team.
But now you've got Deathcap, and
the
Ruinous is a huge big spike for them for these combos.
Yeah, and you see Pays, most damage in the game, not surprising, as the majority of the damage done in that last fight was him. As, let's see, I mean, T1, they're desperate to try to end this game before things get any more hairy in this one.
Just use these Baron minions. You got 45 seconds here. You get this inhibitor. You've got a clear path to victory here. Just got to play it slow.
Yeah.
Don't get engaged on.
That's exactly what they're doing. Okay, that's Pace's shield gone.
Just go to game 2,
shot glass. As 3 inhibitors are gone. T1 slowly but surely with 30 seconds of Baron buff are trying to take down the game.
Just let the minions do the work here.
At least the boss.
Hold up the door, where they go for the wombo combo. They get the Cataclysm, but it is not.
That did nothing.
It's just autoing everybody as Pays. Tons of AoE, but he can't do it alone. As now he's
Javan's Q is a freaking toothpick.
As he is in the base, and T1, they have
the
done
boss,
it. Takes him down, looking for the Penta, but the Nexus goes down first. 37 minutes.
Javan does
T1 take game 1.
More damage.
Very clean early to mid game from T1, but the later parts of the game did get a little bit messy. A lot of threats, and you can see the power of the composition here for Gen G when we got to those parts of the game where the Aphelios actually was a champion and didn't exist. Because if you have those engages with the LeBlanc coming in at a flank angle, the combo comes through with the Wukong. Even with Elder buff on Gen G, they made some of those fights look a lot closer than they had any right to be. But the early game was weak. The Aphelios was shut down hard. Oner outplays Peanut, and the Jarvan pick here did very little throughout most of the game.
Yeah, they just really got snowballed hard very early on. I felt like Gen G were always playing behind the 8 ball. I think they had some decent moments, but I also have to say that the first half of this game, a lot of the players looked a bit nervous. I feel like T1 came into this one very prepared, ready to go. I liked kind of the draft shenanigans from Gen G, but it was not executed on the way that they wanted to.
Game 1 just ended. Oh shit, I need to add you.
Especially down on the bottom side, Pays with 3 early deaths.
Hey, are you okay?
I watched the near end.
Ends up doing the most damage in the game.
I'm telling you, this is basically like Gen G T1 in
really
Worlds.
cool, and you can tell Gen G
it was
really
so
had a plan
shit
here.
I got sick
But I
of
think it's
watching.
time to go back to the drawing board a little bit. And I thought Pei's great on the
I
Aphelios,
just
just needs to
saw
be able
the-
to get to
the
those
Javan
3-4 items a lot more comfortably
items
than
and I
we
was
saw
like,
in
what
this
the
game.
hell is he
I was-
doing?
I was flaming the Javan the
Zeri,
whole game,
He's
actually.
carried on so many times.
Well, that was a fiery game number one.
Oh
Lots
my
of back
God.
and forth action, lots of team fighting. As I hope we get more of this, but hopefully Genji
Basically,
make this
what
a little
happened
bit more interesting,
is
a little bit more
Genji
even of a series.
defaulted
But guys,
back
first
to
we will take a
like
break
a
and
one-man
stage. We'll be right
carry.
back.
Like only the ADC has damage in this fucking team.
What do you mean? Chovy is on LeBlanc. What?
And this is probably the only fight they won.
AAA Faker got no mana. Of course they win.
Zeus survived this.
Oh, they dive when there's no minions. Amazing.
My thing is, why would you dive with a Javan that has no damage? If it was lethality Javan, you would go there. It's no damage.
He buy that frost gauntlet.
Why would you dive for a tank, bro? What is Lil Bro doing? T1 did a little bit of trolling at the end. In the end they did end.
오케이. 이번에 걸 거야 얘네? 야 앞에 필요 없어. 앞에 필요 없어.
Look at that combo. It did nothing.
앞에 맞춰놨어. 앞에. 앞에 줬어. 펜타각인데? 앞에 펜타 줘. 펜타 못 빼서. 못 줘.
They're supposed to hold everyone together just for the Aphelios to outie.
내가 깨버렸다. 너무 잘해.
시즌 킥오프 이벤트 팀 데프트 검정 표현이 출시되었습니다.
Nope.
Foxy Chovy. Yeah, what?
Disgusting.
Chovy is a fellow fox lover. Yeah, what?
I predicted a 3-0 before it started. I feel like I'm justified.
되게 이겨서 이렇게 만들 수 있는 기회.
Or it could be like the KT series where they stop 2 games and then come back 2 games.
The problem is
저를 오팀으로 한 감정
Doran
표현한다는 게
has a little dick. It's not scared to fight. It's scared to fight Zeus. That means it's always gonna be top gap every game.
사용할 때 일단 제가 좀 잘 떠올랐으면 좋겠어서 경기 끝나고 나서 한 손 떨리는 그런 모습이 카메라에 나와서가지고 그 모습으로 아마
KT is like KT at least Keen has balls to fight Zeus. That's why he went to 5 games.
찾을 수 있는 그런 컨셉으로 만들고 싶었어요. 제가 지금은 던진 거 없지만
Keen has always been a 1v9 top laner for so long.
그렇게 만들고 싶었습니다.
You want to win T1, you at least have a chance to win top, man. At least make it 50-50, like chance to win top.
제가 평소에 이제
Bro,
King.
리액션으로 많이 하는 포즈여가지고
at least has the balls to fight Zeus, man.
그걸 반영해 주셨어요.
이렇게 얼굴에 V하는 모습을 표현해.
No, they're gonna pick tank top every game. I guarantee you that. Doran's not gonna fight Zeus.
쓰레쉬 좋아해가지고 근데 쓰레쉬는 분위기가 너무 다크하다.
Let me see Doran pick fucking
제 감정 표현은
Fiora. Then I'll
하고 있는
think they
건데
win.
뭔가
Wasn't the whole thing between
비슷한 것 같습니다.
Doran and Sword is that Doran is the shield.
눈이 똘망똘망.
Doran is the safe player. And then Sword is
상대방을
wait.
놀릴 때나
Who was the
팀원들
aggressive player
그냥
against? I
장난칠
forgot.
때 둘 다 쓰면 되게 좋을 것
You
같아요.
mean Griffin?
슈퍼플레이를 했을 때나
yeah,
했을 때
Doran and
내가
Sword.
이걸 뭐 저질러 버렸고 막 이런 느낌으로.
It's like one of them is the aggressive player, the other is the safe player.
상대방이 뭐 스킬샷을 실수했거나 아니면은 뭐 게임 이겼을 때.
Yes, I guess Doran. The only thing I heard was Doran was better than Sword. No?
그냥 약간 깔보는 느낌으로.
일단 귀엽습니다.
How about Doran Irelia? I thought Doran was good on
표정도
Irelia.
뭔가 되게 제가 생각했을 때
forgot
귀엽게 잘
about
나온
that
것 같아가지고.
Like
아무래도
bro.
되게 유명했던 밈이기도 하고 딱 봐도 이제 아 이런 뜻이구나 하고 정말 재미있는 감정 표현이기 때문에
제가 이제 솔랭 점수가 되게
At
높고
least,
1등을 찍어봤거든요. 감정 표현을 구매하시면 여러분도
If you're gonna
rank
only
쉽게
have
가질
one
수 있을
damage
겁니다.
source against T1, you're gonna fail.
감정 표현 재밌게 잘 만들었으니까
It's RNG all over
해주세요.
again.
제 감정 표현으로 많이
Play for RNG Uzi.
했습니다.
한 번씩
Chobi's the Blanc did nothing. Nothing.
팀 분위기가 좀 유쾌하게 잘 가지 않을까 싶습니다.
제 감정 표현을 쓰면서
I feel like Chovy just keeps trying to become like Faker, but he
많이
cannot.
받으세요.
많은 관심 부탁드립니다.
You see his Rise game.
어린이까지 판매되는 팀 데프트 감정 표현 많이
I still remember he just what,
감사합니다.
he saw Faker coming and then he just flash.
So ass. So you look at this game, right? It's not even the LeBlanc is not doing damage. LeBlanc is basically doing the same amount as Javan, man. I feel like he did not kill. He did like pick off kills, like leftover kills, but in the end, it's like I feel like he did not do any damage.
You play LeBlanc against the guy that made a name for himself on LeBlanc.
You know what? If they last pick Javan, you know. If you're gonna last pick your top
Welcome back to
lane,
the space,
why are you
ladies
even
and
picking a
gentlemen.
tank?
We are here
If you're
to
gonna
break
pick a
down
tank
game
top, at least
number
pick
one
it
that
first,
in the
bro.
end looked like a pretty elementary T1 victory.
What's the
However,
point of
there
saving
were
last
some
pick?
moments there where Genji was showing
I
some
feel like
signs of
Hooney
life,
is always
which
here
allowed
for
them to go
T1
down as
games.
well. Some positives, but it all started in the draft where there were some
Look,
change-ups.
they last picked Javan.
It
Look
all
at this
went
shit.
full circle. I love it when a plan comes together and the B1J
Oh, they
ends up
banned
winning the
Malphite.
game. And that could have been the end of it.
I think that's
But
a good
do wanna
ban,
highlight,
actually.
I actually loved the Genji draft. And I think that if T1 hadn't
love
been
the
Malphite, which
Genji
is why
draft?
they agreed,
You
they would have
fucking
lost the game.
shit.
Because Varus and Jace into Malphite, unplayable, Doran's
would have
played
been good
solo
if
queue
he
as well.
didn't play
So
tank,
I
I
think
think.
that really put Genji in a tough position. And then they came
I
up with
think
the
they were
Jarvan,
planning
which,
for
when the Braum
Malphite for
already
Genji,
shows, I
lah.
think is much worse, right? Because Braum, when you do
And
go
then
in with the
because they
Jarvan,
banned Malphite,
it's just
they're
gonna
like,
press his R
shit,
button, it's gonna stand
who
in
do we
front.
ban as an alternative?
It just doesn't have the same impact.
Yeah, I mean, but said Johnny. I mean, it's
Who
the
do they
same. My
pick as
point
an
is like,
alternative?
as soon as T1 just first pick Jace,
Javan.
that's why.
That's actually it,
like
yeah.
they won because exactly what I said
It's
from
so
the
shit.
pre-show. It's just like
So
when
we
they
pick
draft
LeBlanc,
Urban Zeus,
Faker's
I think
like,
they look
hey,
much stronger,
remember
that's why
this
I felt.
girl?
And that's why I think they just they extremely felt it too from the KT
No
series.
Faker be like,
And
how dare you play
I was
my
wondering
girl?
why Zeus was not picking
Instantly
Jace,
Sandra
Jace
pick, bro.
in the KT series, and that's why I guess they felt the same way, and how they that's how they end the game.
Yep, they went back to basics, which is just put Zeus on a champion that can basically solo carry. He didn't have to because the rest of the team were there as well, and things started pretty early on towards the bottom side of the map where T1 went back to their old strategy.
Another thing I don't understand what Genji did, right? Usually if the enemy team picks like top lane first, right, you should like the next champions you guys pick should be top lane too. Like you save your top pick until last.
And this follow-up gang,
So like if you wanted Malphite, you should immediately pick Malphite on your B1 or B2.
I mean, because it's already like messed up from the Genji first point. Like when they're already ganking bottom, like Paige is walking out like overextended, he died. And
That's a Johnny
I think
W was
this is like really long time ago.
maximum
CTO make a
range.
mistake from the Herald sequence.
Yeah, and that is something that, as Uni said, like this doesn't happen often, but they over-invest resources toward the top side of the map, and because of this, Pace gets some plates, they get a kill, and then the game kind of stabilizes. So it was looking initially like it would be a very clear-cut T1 snowball, and then after that play, looked like the game was wide open again.
Yeah, it was. We'd like to have a look a little bit at the Jarvan build here, as Doran did decide to bring that one out again last time.
Look at them, they're showing the build
towards that top side, which is pretty interesting. Bit of a look back. He was up against
interesting.
Roche,
Yes,
players,
it's interesting.
Formerly of T1, but he went for the Frozen Fist into the Zhonya's build. Not a lot of damage here, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're playing against Jace, I think your value is like, you have to snowball. Like, especially you're buying the D-ring first item against
no shit,
Jace.
son. Thank you for the info.
No matter what, but this game was not the one. And they were trying to, but they failed.
And as a result, very quickly, Oni became.
If you're playing tank, why? If you're playing tank, why are you playing poke? Look at his runes. His runes is poke.
He was
I mean,
never going to have
it's airy and scorch.
By also means that the
He's
plan
just for
isn't
the
working very
laning,
well, because even when they did get those engagements,
I would have just went. What was that?
Into pace,
Grass.
there wasn't enough damage.
Yeah, there wasn't. I
Ain't
think he
getting
might
no
have
grass
adapted
procs
this build
against
as
a
well,
Jace.
based on how the game was going, because he has been building a lot of Gore Drinker and Solo
I mean,
things
true.
like that. So would have probably.
And I would have
towards more
went
that
for
damage-oriented
Aftershock
build,
then.
but wasn't actually able to this time around. Let's jump into our highlight number 2 though, and see
Either
how
way, I
things
won't go the
really
airy-
got started for T1, because
airy
this was
room.
still relatively early into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Chobi, what he was thinking, like,
Wow, that
probably, like, they left from the mid lane, but T1 was actually ready for just engaging when they're actually walking up, like, a little bit overextended. But
Oh,
the
he
thing
still
is, like,
got
from the Genji, I think Chobi did make a mistake, but I think their adaptation from when they actually make a mistake.
How did
at the
Faker
moment,
not
like,
get
it was
hit by the
bad.
ultimate?
So that's why Pace, like, Burn Flash and, like, Doran, he just went in solo and then he got
there was
caught.
this one
Like,
fight
they can't
where
contest
like
the deep
Zeus
break
and
anymore. I
Oner
think they put it really
got
bad
away
spot.
with like
Because even though after
10
this there were
health or
multiple team
something.
fights where it was relatively
And I was
close,
like,
like
my
T1 had full
God.
control, right? Like T1 at this point was
If
able
Java
to
had bought at least
deny
one damage,
everything,
like
get themselves to soul very quickly, even though it came down to a steal, like they were in a position
Collector.
to win a team fight nonetheless.
Yep.
And a miscommunication from Gen G showcases again that you can't make those type of mistakes against T1. And if you do, just let him die.
I thought when they picked when you say they picked Jarvan, I was thinking, okay, this is probably the Eclipse
Yep, and now we're gonna have
Jarvan
a
that's
bit of a side
buff.
swap. So Gen
But
G
no, they're just
moving
playing him
towards
tank.
that blue side this time around. No real surprises there, because we've seen a lot of priority on the blue side.
Please.
One thing I do want to highlight,
It
though,
doesn't matter,
based on
man,
things to take
because
away from that
Dora's
first game
gonna
with
be a
how both of these
pussy.
teams are playing, the tenacity of Gen G, absolutely fantastic. Didn't even get all of the Chemtech Drakes. But still, all jokes aside, T1 also, their setup around Elder Drake and Baron especially, it was just that soul fight, which I think didn't actually matter at all. It's Chemtech Drake, you don't really care about getting to that soul as quickly as possible. I think their setups were really clean.
It was really the biggest mistake was the first highlight where they overinvested resources, and that was like
Actually, it was
5
so
minutes
funny.
in. It
I
didn't
got
cost you that
flashbacks
much,
to
and
War
every
of There's
subsequent skirmish
actually
was just really well done.
one team fight at Dragon,
And
right?
still,
Chovy was still farming it.
So gentlemen, I want to put your money
This
where your mouth
in
is.
game
Is
one.
it just Zeus 11 out of 11? Or is it like 10 or 9 out of 11? What do we reckon?
7.
I was laughing.
I think Chovy won't fight
Oner
when
actually had a couple of
when
really
they know
high
the
as
fight
per
is
usual.
lost.
Oner and Carry, you can't kind of just always go for it.
I
because
don't
that's
know
just
if
how
he
the
was
games go,
farming
right?
mid,
Couple of
but
great
as soon as the
roll-offs.
team
Get
fight
a POG
ended, right,
promise.
it's like they
That's
just
really-
tap the camera just
That is
moved to
right,
mid lane
well,
and Chovy fight.
let's see whether Zeus is going to be able to pick this one up or whether it's going to be a curveball. Of course he's going to pick it up. 7-1 and 10. The man did almost 800 DPM. It was absurd. You should just never give this guy Jace.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I said, if we make
Hey,
one
it was
mistake,
4v5
maybe I'll
anyway. Why he get
reconsider
why
the
did he get
POG
play of
deals,
the
but
game?
I'll still give it to him because, you know, like he's getting dope, he's getting draining like a lot of resource. They're putting resource a lot to the J4, but he was completely fine. And
That
after
Java,
he got
basically he
actually,
trapped
I think he was
himself.
way too fat, and then he just roll over a hole.
The
And
Java
I also think
outdid
that Zeus is
at
one of
most
the best
200
things that they
damage.
have to deal with is Aphelios.
You
right?
saw that
Because
Jav- he
everyone
Javan
else has
out
to
and
at
then-
least get close
and then
and
flash
try to
out.
get in threat range. And we saw so many times that he was able. Here he just hunted to zero them, but a couple of really great shock blasts in the mid game. Also got the
why would
overheal
you
shield
die for a
and kinda
tank in the
Ooh,
first place?
Hooney just knows, man.
To help your
and
tank
everything
get
else
ahead.
going over to Oner there as well, and that was exactly who you guys illustrated. Oh, the amount of coordination is pretty extraordinary here, and we'll see whether that continues as we move further forward into this series. Now, you're going to have to throw it back to the casters to get there, so take it away, Valdez and Wolf.
I'll go get some water. Give me like 30 seconds.
Thank you, Alice, Hooney,
For
and
what?
Ronnie Keckler. As we move on to the next game here, game number 2, Genji get blue side, Zeus gets POG.
Chronic
Everything
Keckler,
kind of
what?
makes sense so far. Now, will Genji have a good performance here and a great draft to start off Game 2? I think will be a very big turning point in the series.
I think on blue side, you're going to have a lot more flexibility in what you can ban as Genji, and I don't think that Zeus will be able to play the Jace. Either Doran will pick it up himself, or more likely they'll ban it on blue side. And you have some power there as Genji here. When you switch sides, you will potentially be able to grab another high-profile pick like the Zeri, which is normally, I think, in the series going to be banned against Genji, but on red side, a little bit tougher to do when you consider everything else that can come through. The Elise that Peanut can play incredibly well, something that has to be considered. You know, if FaZe wants to play the Zeri, you know, he can ban away your counter champions as T1, so doesn't deserve a look. And you can see already the Lucian is taken off the board. Annie has to be banned no matter what. So you really only have a little bit of wiggle room here on red side. They take away the Caitlyn, unsurprisingly, and there's the Zeri ban.
Yeah.
Any
I move away for a few seconds or so.
Chovy?
I think right now they've shown the Zeri ban. It's pretty reasonable.
Well, I mean, they could certainly play it themselves, but maybe they just say, okay, we've got an answer. Maybe we first rotation.
Oh,
okay, there's
okay.
So that's the other answer.
Yeah,
other than having a pick.
I thought perhaps we were going to see, as we're just swapping sides here entirely, I thought perhaps we were going to see something like a Malphite picked up early. I think that's what you were potentially about to say.
Yeah.
In that early rotation, so it doesn't get banned away in second ban phase. But Sejuani got to be locked up here with the Aphelios, and you don't have the ability to take the Thresh away unless you're going to try to go Jinx Thresh.
Is Aphelios back in the meta?
We could see,
what's going on?
We have seen in a lot of Jinx Aphelios metas, but it looks like instead they're going to put Delight on his best champion here and go Xayah Rakan. Can be very risky against an Aphelios Thresh lane.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, especially if T1 are able to draft some more range into it. It's not going to be easy, especially they don't have the Jace themselves. But yeah, as you mentioned, I think the biggest thing is that Delight gets onto Rakan. Like, Paige, sure, he can play Xayah. Xayah, pretty nice pick nowadays in this meta. But Delight with his hands on Rakan is going to be nice. Now, Keria could just play the Thresh, or...
I mean, there are other picks. I mean, they could play, you know, they could try to play Tom Ketch. They really don't like it here. But I think the Thresh is a pretty strong given.
Oh boy. It's Keria right? Thresh, baby.
Yeah.
We'll be locked in here. Now, what's interesting about the Sejuani pick right now, too, is that it could potentially be flexed to the top side of the map into the base.
Are you watching on YouTube or
Sejuani with Ignite and Viego setups do very well into the Jace in
maybe
the early
I
game.
refresh.
There are other picks you could pick with this too to look for
is like
some Jace punish here. As I think the Malphite will once again be banned.
Watching on YouTube.
Even though it's not as strong into the Xayah, it's just so strong right now in this meta in general.
We saw it in Challengers recently, Wolf, a Malphite with over 1,000 armor in a game. Just totally take it over. That was Challengers, but Malphite's still very strong. As there's the Viego you were talking about.
So that's no longer an option. Yeah. So that's a pretty wise ban here from Genji. Just removing all sort of uncertainty.
It's much
tougher to actually play Sejuani top
but there's a furry on the enemy team
for setup. See what T1 want to do with this. They take it away. They buy from Peanut once again. 2 for 2 on that. Wukong thinning out the pool quite significantly. Now, Elise is still open, but it is not the type of draft where you want to be playing the Elise necessarily. Very strong into the Sejuani in isolation, but not into the Aphelios Thresh lane.
What does T1 need? Mid and top, right?
Maybe Peanut just hops back onto the Poppy or something like that, as Gragas once again going to be respect banned here.
Junglers.
It's pretty strong nowadays, just in general, so I think it's a good ban.
Faker picks here.
Faker could himself play the LeBlanc.
I think you should.
We saw Chovy play
I think
on red side.
Lissandra's fine into anything. Right?
It's very strong into Jace. If you can get into the backline, very strong
or
into
Gragas.
Can be very difficult.
Oh wait, they ban Gragas.
Clear vision when you're playing the support into Thresh.
They ban his boy.
Yeah,
he just wants to play Lissandra again.
Yes.
And this also is kind of like a soft
this is so
ban
smart.
on Chovy playing LeBlanc.
Chovy cannot
playing the
play his bullshit.
It's an unknown jungle pick.
I think that's the idea. Doesn't want to just, face up, pick the Ahri or the LeBlanc with the Lissandra open.
You pick your furry, also cannot. Just gonna get stunned, boy.
As a player, so maybe just wants to neutralize him.
And they want to see what the other, mid is going to be here for Chovy before they make any decisions.
Yeah, they remember this champion.
Do we want to play Malphite, for example?
They remember their bro.
And you have the potential rumble
They give
angle
Peanut
here.
a tank? Really?
It could happen. Like it's not out of the.
We did see that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not played as a tank anymore.
But I think this is going to be something a little bit more standard.
The AP is nerfed. He's just playing tank.
Looks like it's
Now,
going to be AP Malphite.
If it's in competitive, it's usually only tank now. After the AP nerf.
And it's on the side of Gen
I
G
thought
into
it's,
the
it's
Aphelios.
always been AP right now.
Now you need a pick here.
No, AP is
that
nerfed.
could do
Now
a
they just
decent amount of
play
damage,
tank.
but is also going to be safe
Really? I
into
don't.
both
Now
Jace
the
and
pros just play
Malphite.
tank.
Like, that's
Really?
a tough ask. It's a really
Every
tough
time I've
ask for
seen it,
Zeus.
it's in AP. Oh,
GP.
That's
They
the
play
damage
aftershock.
covered in terms of safety,
but
not
they
so
still buy
much.
AP
Oh.
items, right?
Nar.
Oh,
Not
Zeus
much
Zeus has the
safer.
counter pick.
And it's going to suit the
Oh, never
composition in
mind.
terms of all the setup they have. They have Thresh, Lissandra.
Zeus
It sets
doesn't
up
run
an
away
easy
from
game
the
for
fight.
Gummy to
He's like,
carry on
lying?
the Aphelios
I
with
like.
the front line they've been given. And
They
obviously
thought
Nar
about
could do
GP
very
and
well
then it's
into
like, I'm
Malphite,
going back to
but
my
is it
boy.
going to be Malphite mid here with the Jace coming through? That could give Doran some agency. I just don't think that's the laning setup that you ever really want.
Yeah.
So I think the Gnar feels pretty decent into
Malphite
Malphite. You've
playing
got
tank.
Lissandra into Jace,
Dora
a
playing
matchup
tank
we've seen
again.
before. It's not extremely Jace favored, can have some control early. And T1 kind of have comfort across the board. It's Oner's Sejuani, Faker's Lissandra, Aphelios, Thresh for Gumacaria. You know, it's one of those comps where you look at, you can just almost put like tape over the left side of your screen. You don't even care what the other team has put together here because this is like the best T1 draft. And I think that getting angles here for Gen D is going to be all about the engage.
Yeah, I will say that in that recent game, the one game with the 1,000 armor Malphites, he was playing against an Aphelios, and he was unkillable. And it was Castle on the side of KT. He basically just essentially used his ultimate over and over and over onto Aphelios. And if the Aphelios did not have Flash,
Dude, Kimo
it was
has
so
everything.
hard to play the game, okay? Because not only is there Malphite, there's Rakan. There is so much follow-up. Even Maokai can set up some of these angles as well. And also you have the Jace for range against the Aphelios before you even engage against him. So I feel like they have a lot of angles to deal with Guma's Aphelios in this game.
But the Thresh here is going to be so critical because it can keep Guma safe. You have the box for counter engage. When they try to go in with this composition, there is no going out, right? And that is
I
the
think
scary
Zeus
part
buys
about
like
how this is going to work
Trinity
here for
Black
T1.
Cleaver on his.
Positioning is going to be everything. Execution is everything, Valdez.
Absolutely. Here we go again. Game number 2, Gen G versus T1.
Yo, Malphite's skin looks like a durian.
So we've gone to the rift for game number 2.
Yeah.
We got both support players playing their best champions, which is very cool to see. Keria has a lot of best champions, but I think Thresh kind of stands above them all.
Yeah, it is most iconic, and you could talk
What
about
durian? Let me
champions who's played
go
this
back. I
season
think
that
you're
have been
talking about the
relevant,
Christmas tree.
But this has definitely been, like, I would say personally,
that's
I think
not
his best performing
Malphite.
champion this season has been
Like
Lux. Weirdly enough, but
Yeah,
his
that's
has
a
been
Christmas. That's
insane.
Christmas
And
Maokai.
he hasn't played as many games.
When
as
you
Thresh,
say
which is
durian,
also
I'm like,
amazing.
it's probably
Most of
green.
those games
I
he's
feel
played.
like his Thresh has a lot of highlight moments.
No lah,
you
he's
know?
a
Like he
proper
does
durian.
the TikTok plays, right? Like he's got like the lantern from downtown.
He's a Christmas
setting
tree,
up,
boy.
like, multiple hooks in a row, stuff like that.
And it's just across his career, the pick he's been associated with the most. Even being featured in an opening with it as Faker should be fine here.
Oh
Will
boy.
lose the ward,
Oh wait, it's the
unfortunately.
Maokai skin that looks like a durian. What the fuck?
So good coverage here of that standard Lissandra.
No,
ward
he's a
you
Christmas
see.
tree. Fuck's sake.
And I mean, I look at this draft here for
Yeah, I thought
Gen
it
Z and
was
I think, oh,
Malphite.
it certainly could work. You know, it absolutely could.
Oh,
We felt the
Thresh.
same way about the
Oh,
last
level 1.
draft. And it was the early game where things got out of control. This time it's going to have to be a lot better here for Pays and Delight.
Nee.
And see the cut down coming through here on this Xayah. Which you'd love to see.
Aphelios.
Yeah, true. Very important.
Yeah.
And in that game you were talking about with Castle, it was a Mountain Soul, and he picked up a ton of Mountain Drakes. I believe even for that game, I want to say, which was crazy. So,
yes.
Yeah, we're not going to be talking about
Chovy
that much
first
armor this
pick.
time around as Chovy hits level 2.
What?
And it's going to do a lot of damage with that early combo here on the Lissandra.
Yeah,
You're
they're
talking about
not-
you get a little bit
they're
of
not
early prio,
DK.
but this is quite an edge.
Yeah, the win rates of the champions here, pretty huge. The Gnar for Zeus, his debut champion, and also his best champion, you could say. I mean, maybe the Jace at this point, you could also say. Benar also very iconic for what he's been able to do.
Both start cold.
Number one.
What is this new meta?
Play,
Yeah. Could have been a little bit more damage there. But yeah, I mean, Zeus has been put on this champ so many times in playoffs here where T1 has just decided, like, this is your comp, this is our comp, we want to have better team fighting. And we're gonna have
the description for Kao is kind of weird. It's like
in any matchup.
You gain HP per hit. It doesn't say healing.
On blue side, this time he's playing into, again, the assumption was going to be the Malphite. He's trying to play Malphite mid, especially into Wilsandra. Sounds miserable.
There's no way
it's basically unplayable.
HP,
Chovy gonna show a lot of respect here.
Oh, flash on Ender, going for this one as Chovy responds flash. He gets out.
Orange shield
they didn't have a lot of vision on the other side of the mid lane, so I was kind of thinking they weren't going to go for the play just in case Peanut was there, but they end up trading flashes.
Peanut's just farming. Did go for the...
Doran's basically playing the same playstyle again.
Usually a pretty surefire indicator.
You see, he's playing poke Malphite and then he's just gonna play tank.
They're not in a good place in terms of their AP damage in this composition, so we'll need to snowball things pretty aggressively. Peanut going to try to let them push this wave and then come through the bottom brush. There's no ward.
This is scanned out as well. If Keria sees that scan, he might get a little bit suspicious, but I don't believe he has. As Keria getting himself in a very precarious spot. If he rotates back over.
I just don't want to commit. They don't have feathers in place at this point, so they could have maybe tried to land some. Peanut could flash in, but
on here
the response flash would pull him into turret, so very difficult. Here he goes.
There's no way they can kill.
Down, flashes away himself.
Delight fucking missed.
And now Oner is here as Delight is in a rough spot himself.
Here comes Oner here.
As the follow-up is here from T1. They're not fully committing to it just yet. As Oner trying to get the angle onto Delight as the flash away comes in.
Did you see Keria? He flayed Peanut and then he... Oh, damn.
And gives first blood to
first blood for...
This is disastrous.
First blood for Aphelios, baby.
He is going to have a ton of money. Faker is rolling. Delight here, no flash, but he should be able to walk it out.
Oh, hello.
Has that shield. But this is going to be plate gold going over to an Aphelios, who picks up first blood.
I think Keria played well. It's not just Genji, but it's like Keria.
Should have just picked up a plate of his own.
I think Keria played well in that one.
Faker
he flayed Peanut and then he hooked Delight.
Oh my god, Delight missed again.
You're out. But a fantastic
that was the lantern. He didn't miss.
Could not have gone better
in
their response to that play.
Yeah, Chovy is going to stick around here in the mid lane, trying to push that plate down, and he probably will get it.
Look at the replay.
But, could have gotten more here, considering how long Faker stayed.
Delight, are you okay,
he's
bro?
Just not even going to risk it. And he's going to walk away from this.
Are you okay?
Man, the news just isn't good if you're a Genji fan right now. Peanut does flash for this engage here as he sees Keria going.
Yeah, but then you look at Keria first. It's like he flayed Peanut and hooked Delight.
Then the flash comes through. Then the dodge on Delight's knock up, and that's the end of the fight. Oner's here. And Keria, he's like got his
Keria just walked. He
just so easy. And then
he suddenly walked very sharp.
With the right guns here. Flash has to be used. The wrist still comes down onto Peanut. The hook is perfect to make sure they get first blood here. And the Faker comes down, and Chovy is not able to deny him. So
it's like he almost walked in a triangle.
Looking for the play, wants to force out that ult.
That was Keria's movement, like that's not Delight, like that's not Delight's fault.
Stun comes in, and Malphite's very safe laner.
So
Malphite uses
ulti by a significant amount of CS already, though.
He certainly has, and this is Zeus' spacing and the ability to just use hyperprocs to chip through the early game of this Malphite.
Look, he's playing tank again. Look at the Bami syndrome.
Boomerang on the backswing there, but they have control of the river, so he can kind of stand his ground. Peanut just backing.
Zeus knows he doesn't have ult, so he's like, well, I'm just going to be annoying, and as long as I'm not in your bombies, you have a Doran's Ring worth of damage with your Qs, and I'll just outspace you.
Do you think my boost of swiftness is better against Malphite?
Zeus sitting in a great spot right now. This bottom lane
actually
is already a disaster. Noon Clipper's up early.
The out is
and he's halfway
even if you buy the MR boost, it doesn't lower the out.
And the Mountain Break is so incredibly important for either team.
Yeah, I would say Zeus's boots choice is bad here. But then again, there's Charm and Zaya root, so I don't know. Zaya root, Maokai root. Maybe he's building for the other CC.
The Mountain Drake singularly is still
He's building for
strong.
team fight,
Oh, it
basically.
absolutely is.
Zeus is building for team
And I
fight.
mean, everything about Genji's win condition is killing the Aphelios,
Peanut might
whether
be
that's with that
Jack
lethality
Show.
Jace,
I'm
with the
not-
Malphite engage.
Oh!
Here we go again. As Flaze comes in, the light goes in and out, and actually it's a good trade for Genji.
Yeah, Pays actually sets up the damage there really nicely. Guma didn't have level 6
What's that,
just yet,
Ignite?
was trying to push for it. Didn't put the damage into
Yeah, I
Delight
thought it was a
in
kill.
that short interim while he was locked down. Delight handles it very well.
He still had bone
And,
plating
this
up
doesn't end
though
up
when
being
the hook hit.
Too significant, but like you say, a trade up here for Genji. Carrier will take the back.
Yeah, they got the Ignite out of Kyria as well. As just felt like Guma was not able to put in any damage on that one. As
He
Peanut is
got
going for the
Dragon
Rift
and-
Heralds.
What?
Yeah, this time they're
What
not
do
going
you
to get
think
double objectived early on in the game like we saw last time. A little bit more prio here on the top side of the map in mid. And Chovy is going to come over here and help out. So they will be able to get this early objective. We'll see where they place it because it's not quite the same situation as last game where you want to get that early mid turret for Lil Blanc, but it's still very useful for the Jace in this case for that poke damage. And I expect, given the control he has over that lane right now, it's the easiest place to drop it. And getting the lethality up with the Cull coming through here too is going to hit a bigger spike than any other champion can get. The Xayah is way far away from getting, you know, a huge spike out of plate gold that you would get from the Herald. So mid lane is where the focus is going to be when that drop
Don't
comes
think
down.
anyone will
the Oner's already
kill
trying to suss this out.
Doran after like around 15
Doran
to
has
20
some alone
minutes.
time with the turret.
But
Looks
I don't
he'll be
think
able to
Guma
pick this
will
one
buy
up.
armor pen that
Does not
early,
have
so
any,
it probably like, on
resolve
his third
in
item.
his runes, so does not have
That would be
demolish,
around like
but still able to get a
25
nice little
minutes?
plate. Going to be nice to try to catch
So there's like a
Zeus
window
there
there
in
that
terms of
Genji
gold.
can
Now,
use.
you know, tank Malphite, not necessarily a guy who needs a ton of gold, but, you know, the more the better. The more you can tank up against Guma's damage, against even Faker's burst damage in the mid game. It's going to be nice.
It's significant for sure. Now, Hearthbound Axe, by the way, picked up here for Zeus.
Unless
An item
Aphelios
that we don't really
buys
talk about in terms of
bombs
it being a
again.
component all too much, but it is going to give you additional move speed when you auto, which is going to be great for Gnar.
Why
in a
is
matchup
that
like
bad?
this, where he's trying to outspace the Malphite and
You
get
don't
hyper
usually
procs off
buy
and
it.
chase him down. So some additional movement speed here with the Merc Threads he's already picked up means he could start putting on some additional pressure here in this
I
lane.
feel like
Further,
they'll
what's
always
already a
buy
15 CS lead.
Bloodthirster second.
Bommy's
I've
not
even
gonna be
seen
as
Guma
great
buy
in
Bloodthirster
terms of the
first.
matchup on the other side. See what Doran gets when he backs, but expect the build will be pretty much the same.
Basically,
I mean, you look at his
throws
build
the
right now,
games
he's just
on stage
gonna
as
build
the
his
Reds
mythic first.
really do.
That's why I say
Trying to
Bloodthirster
farm out as
second.
much as he can.
Go crack.
We do have a little bit of a slowdown in this game. Chovy is doing Chovy things in terms of CS. He has spent a lot more time in the mid lane compared to Faker. As Faker did go for that big roam down to the bottom side of the map.
In
You guys
terms of
remember?
defense, like
That is
your
why he is currently
offensive,
in the
then
lead in
Kraken's
terms
best.
of CS. But Guma certainly keeping up with him with his lead down on the bottom side.
Yeah, no doubt. Chovy just trying to get any damage done he can.
Okay, that's a flash out of Zeus.
He has no
That's going to
mana,
be very
bitch.
nice. Doran just picks that one up essentially for free.
Yeah, just doesn't want to deal with that extra damage from the Bombies when he gets on top of him
Wait,
like that.
technically, if Zeus can
That's
tank
huge.
that out,
I think
then
if
he
he's
would
able to
have
avoid
died
that,
because,
maybe he actually can feel great. He's still pushing it back
because
on the top
Doran
side,
didn't
by
have
the
any
way.
mana after that.
And he's like, yeah, I
Probably
flashed,
didn't
but
need to
like,
flash there.
you now don't have ult, and so now you're going to be pushed back here. Doran has teleport, though, so this is still a good trade if he can get back to lane quickly.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, 3 turret plates go over to the side of Genji. Peanut does pick up some of that gold, as does Delight.
And Doran, when he ulted there topside, he had no mana after the ult. Like, he basically was, I'm ulting only, that's it. And I think Zeus, if he handles this a little bit more quickly, he probably gets a kill here on the top side of the map. Instead, Doran is going to be able to manage this decently. Does have the Doran's Ring, which is what he's built twice now in a row, his namesake here. And will be able to build up just enough mana to hold this wave. And this counter engage here from T1, not going to lead to anything.
As now, Peanut goes over the wall. He does have flash and a teleport to the bottom lane from Malphite. So a little bit of a lane swap here.
Swap.
as they don't foresee themselves getting too many plates or maybe even first turret blood on the bottom side of the map. So they're just going to send their bottom lane top.
Yeah, so all those plates picked up bottom side were huge, and then they were pushed out of lane, and they just didn't want to give any of those additional minions. But the vision control here is insane for T1 on the bottom side of the map. Chovy has no idea.
So they're just going to give away in front of him.
What?
Not sure about that. Chovy might just be dead too. He has flash, but there's 4 people here.
This
Chovy is coming. And you never know when Lissandra's just going to claw forward and set up a kill. It's what she does best.
And there's so much vision here for T1. They know nobody's in the vicinity. They know nobody's around. And they could just group up. Doran's going to get a bunch of plate gold here. But as you mentioned, this is not that significant. It's Malphite getting plate money.
In the bot river area, bro.
Here. He's just building tanky just like he did in the previous
Chovy
game.
just TP'd in and died.
You know, your all-in potential on Anar is very little. And aside,
it was like
and the money that they're able to pick up killing this Jace and pushing him out of lane is way more significant. Plus, of course, that Drake. Now, top side here, Pays is picking up some gold, but it's not going to be as significant, I think, as getting a 2 Drake lane on T1. We'll see what Soul is. Okay, it's Tech again. That feels less bad for Genji now.
It was so slow. It was the last minute.
Ox is watching from home. And he keeps summoning these Chemtech souls as...
Doran just kept outing backwards.
Tech here, you'd be like, this is pretty terrible for Genji, considering, yeah, you got some plates topside, but one of those plates, of course, on a Malphite.
Yeah, I just feel bad for T1. They're snowballing these early games so well, and then they're just given Chemtech souls over and over again.
Like Faker's claw was like the last second.
But, of course, the trade here is that Pays is going to pick
claw
up a
was
bunch of turret plates in the
was
top
like
side.
gone
like
from
3
animation, and then he teleported in.
The light because, of course, Doran got the first one.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Side, so it's a decent amount of money, but
the claw wasn't even there anymore.
Like we just talked about the mountain. It's going to be really nice.
That's the max range one.
Nar on your team.
Max
duration. Does decent burst alongside of the engage.
So look at where the gold is here. Zaya's got 525, 350 for Doran, 350 for Chovy. So it's not insignificant money here. You know, when you looked at it before, it's like, oh, they're getting a little here, they're getting a little there. It felt like Doran was getting a lot, and you're like, oh, it's not that great. But when you look at the money that's picked up here, it is quite significant, considering that they haven't been able to win any fights, right? They're 0-2 this game and have a gold lead. Just taking that lead and utilizing it, that's going to be tough. Because Chovy's about to be able to buy that first lethality item here. Does have his call.
I always thought the ADC centric team,
wave after the one
even now, like after Ruler.
So we're going to look to group for Rift Herald here.
Yeah.
Baker's coming up, TP.
I think the problem is,
in the past we used to fight for reverse Rift Herald, which made sense, but nowadays all our LCK teams just love to fight over the second
Maokai.
As everybody's grouping out for this one.
Everyone's going in, right?
Trying to get control of this to potentially take out the mid-tier 1.
Chovy's back. He does not have teleport, so they are down a member here. Competing for this seems unrealistic.
Zaya and Chovy.
Some time.
Zaya and Chovy.
Not really starting up
Zaya and
just yet.
Nor that they see Chovy backing, so they don't know he's not here. And now he has Eclipse. Like, thought he wasn't going to be able to finish it without completing, but he does back for it. Now he's back here with full health and is going to be able to come over and start putting some of that poke damage through. This is a huge opportunity now for Genji if he can hit that consistently. Going to this fight and soften up the back line. Doran also with Flash and Ultimate available here.
Yeah. As Faker looking to force him into that
going for Malphite, baby.
Ignite comes in and he actually just elects to flash. He wants to hold his ult for the fight.
I actually think it's the right choice here, but you better make a high impact with your ult in this fight or you're going to feel really bad about this one.
Yeah, on the engage, it has a lot more value, does the ult. The flash as well, if you got both, of course, but now you see that T1 struggling to get in here, even the saplings doing a little bit of chip damage. As now they will, in fact, get in. Kuma just going to lantern away.
Chovy is in such a safe spot with his poke.
Okay, in they go. Faker looking for the engage. See, Moonlight Vigil comes in. Tons of damage on the Peanut, but they can't take anyone out.
Faker has a good out, actually.
But that's 2 kills now into the hands of Gumayusi.
Aphelios is too painful.
Looking to get away. The stopwatch value is massive for Faker here. As flash forward, and he's actually going to miss the hook, but he does force the Feather Storm. As objective picked up for Genji. Zeus looking to make it interesting in the middle.
Doran didn't even
flash. Not even going to be able to do that.
Yeah. So
Chovy was the first to go away from the Rift Herald fight.
An ultimate is forced here for Hayes to Light is taken out, but Team One getting this top side turret here, which is what, basically would have gone from second Herald anyway, so it doesn't feel too bad here. You can already just see that T1 know exactly what they want to do in this fight, and how well they will control this and get Guma into position to pop off. Because yeah, Doran has ultimate here, and the engage is
Look at
strong.
Chobi,
Look at the
man.
flank angle here from Zeus.
Okay, he
Faker,
shot
he
one-
has his
one
ult,
shot
and he also
blast.
has stopwatch.
Yeah,
He actually-
And look at
He
Guma.
actually has the
Chobi's
angle to
trying
hit
set up the
Guma,
flank. He
though.
already used his accelerated shock blast
Look, he's
before
back
the
to mid.
engage came through.
He's
just
His
walking
damage
back
is
and forth.
mitigated. He can't do anything. This is just 100% a one fight
He
for
could have
T1.
went in for Guma, he
Have
doesn't
to
want.
use the ultimate here as pays, but just
He's
trying
just
to be
standing
safe there for the last
around.
possible second.
And now Guma is 3-0.
You see, after
with
Rakan
both
go
summoners
in,
still available.
and then
So if
Chobi's
they
just
wanna fight
standing
over
there. Did
any
you see that?
objective, if they want
My
to
God.
do anything right now, they can.
And he's in range form. He's not even
Now Doran
changing to melee
just
form to
very
fight.
stubborn about taking down all of these outer turrets. Not quite going to be able to get this one. But yeah, if the Malphite
And then he's like,
dies
I
before
want
he's
my
really
mid
able to
mid
ult,
lane minions
and
better.
Rakan gets in alone, and then Guma just kills him. Not necessarily the engage or coordination you're looking for if you want to pilot.
I feel like the
Yeah,
call was
because
Delight
T1
wants to
knew
engage
that
and
if
then
we- because Doran is trying to
Chovy
stay
go
up
in,
topside
but Chovy
there.
doesn't go
We can
in.
actually push him out, force him to ult. We win this.
Okay, well, Doran's going to get the turret. He has a teleport coming in.
The
for some
Delight's
help.
probably
Zeus in a
like,
little
hey,
bit of
yo, what
trouble
the
here.
fuck,
Does
man?
have flash as will he elect to use it? The answer is no.
Yeah, at
He's
least
going
got
to give
some.
the kill over to Chovy as his team
Oh,
is down here on the
finally.
bottom side taking the dragon.
Yeah, so you get a teleport, but that's turret and a kill going over. And this is pretty massive going into this dragon. And it's a dragon that is significant in that it's soul point, but it is still Chemtech soul. So it doesn't matter as much here. And they're going to use this teleport to try to force down an inner now. And like T1 are grouped on Drake bottom and they know it. So they might even be able to turn this into a 5v5 skirmish, or rather a like 3v2 skirmish, because Peanut's nearby. And there's
Herald's mid.
Yeah, Herald's mid. They're going to get this turret. So they're just picking up all the money on the map. And Gen G, a team that's so
They actually have
known
a
for
goalie.
maximizing gold value across the map, usually in terms of CS and picking up gold for their carries while side laning.
They have a.
But
they
now in
got
this
the
game,
Rift
taking
Herald,
out all
but
the
they
turrets,
lost
as
the
you
fight.
mentioned,
What the
3
fuck?
turrets here early. And they had Peanut in position.
Peanut
if T1
smited
were
it.
going to try to commit to
He
coming
didn't
over
even
here and
see it.
stopping this.
So.
Isaias has no teleport, and he commits with his Mega Gnar here to try to get the kill. First TP is committed, and then you end up losing your Gnar here. So turret and Gnar going over for a Drake on the bottom side that Gen G just frankly don't care that much about.
Maybe just
Singular
flash
Hextech,
over
I
the
mean,
wall.
You got some shields that are going to be happening here, probably BT eventually for Guma, stuff like that. But yeah, pretty unconsequential in this one. But either way, we're going to slow things down because of this. Thank you to Ox once
Guma
again for
usually-
summoning this
Yeah,
Chemtech Soul.
after the IE change,
And,
he's usually by this second.
denying us the action. We did have a lot of action in Game 1, though, even with the Chemtech Soul. Feels like both of the teams were getting that nervous energy out.
Doran has no flash and ult available here, but he does not have TP, and T1 know this. And Zeus has TP, so they can actually look for picks onto Chovy while starting.
Yeah, they're going for
This is
Chovy.
the T1 way, where you're like tracking summoners extremely well, knowing the enemy Malphite's on the wrong side of the map. Now you can force them to back, because you know that Gen G don't have really good setup vision around the Baron, so he has to kind of rotate towards mid and be like, are they taking it? Which gives more agency to the Gnar, who could then take a turret out later. He can teleport in at any time with his Gnar bar if he manages it well here. So Gen G have to group so aggressively. And Faker's on the flank. T1 have set up for this so extremely well, but Gen G don't panic. They don't mess this up. Doran goes straight back down to bottom once they realize, okay, they're not properly set up for it. But when he shows, T1, once again, like, this is the dance you have to walk.
It's on vision, so
Uma's
Gen G will be forced to
sitting
respond
over
to
the
this.
Wait, the
And
wall
T1
is right
say,
there.
No, thank you. We would not like
It
to
is on
fight
the
just
wall.
yet. We will fight on our terms as Flash in from Keria trying to set up another
Oh, they're going for
TikTok.
Chovy.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He does have Hex Flash, but still significant to lose that.
TikTok play? What?
This is getting more and more annoying here as more items are
After
getting built
you
for
slice Black
Zeus. You know,
Cleaver,
Doran
you
can throw
can
in
kill
a Q,
Doran.
but
But
will
not
lose
now.
out in the extended trades.
Yeah, he can only kill him if he ults. And even if he does ult, he might not get the kill. It's going to be close. And you're happy to trade Flash for the ult of Doran, actually, before huge objectives like this as Zeus. As we saw last time, Doran was more willing to Flash than ult when he was caught by Faker there, because that's so important. His ultimate being on cooldown means that T1 know they could just take the Drake, or rather the Baron, excuse me, the Drake later on. That might be another similar scenario. We haven't really talked about it as much because it is,
Orion.
again, a
Zaya.
sad soul that we
Yes,
don't
it's okay.
really fight for that much here in the LCK, especially if it's going to cost you your game. In Genji's case, like,
Yeah.
not going to force it, going to try to get other stuff on the map, which they've done a great job of doing. And I think Gen G have shown some really great macro. The lane swap timing was really nice for them. They got a lot of money onto Pays there on the top side of the map. Got Doran bottom. Got all these turrets early. They've maintained this gold lead, and they got lucky with the soul, so they can continue to play like this.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this might just come down to execution in mid to late game team fights. Pays, you mentioned he's got a nice amount of gold. He did pick up the crit cloak on top of the Navori's already, so looking for that as Peanut will get hooked, but Keria is actually taking more damage from the Jace. And a little sapling. The sapling's really just an annoyance for vision and for slowing down the team, especially if they are in the
Gen G have to give.
I mean, it's Malphite who does obviously some magic damage in this game, but it's not a real AP threat. But there's not a whole lot of armor built across the roster here of T1. Like, the damage profile issue is so irrelevant here because you're looking at no armor versus this
Guma almost has Mortal Reminder.
And an insanely big frontline threat that so far they don't have a lot to deal with that.
Guma is almost one full item ahead.
It's looking like T1 need to actually kind of pull the wool over the eyes of Gen G and out-rotate them and get them out
did not see the
side
thing
to win team fights straight up 5v5, and they haven't been able to do it. They did once, where they were able to force Doran away. But otherwise here, Gen G have just handled the macros so incredibly well, and now Doran has TP. Is T1 are going to wrap all the way around?
I guess they want this turret. I mean, gonna come in here
and just take the
turret. Force TP actually from Doran.
So that's huge. They pulled him out of a side. To light here, though, with the rest of the team faster on the Baron. They have the choke point controlled, and Malphite on a flank is actually quite scary. It needs to be respected.
Yeah. So they did that. They got the teleport out of Doran, but they lost entire river control. Did T1 as now the engage comes in onto the Sejuani. Oner just going to flash over the wall. So not really in too much danger this time.
Yeah. And Gen G need to be willing to start this Baron, otherwise T1 just don't care about their Baron pile right now. Because the engage here for T1 is amazing. Have a 2-item Aphelios.
Speaking of which, there's the engage, the Malphite and the recombinant cannot kill Guma. Where is the follow-up? There is nothing onto him. He is quite low as here comes the Maokai.
Where is the damage?
Is on.
Pace is not even there.
Everybody else just in the choke as in goes Faker. He's got an ult in that backsider, looking for it at least.
He got Pace.
The Zaya is popping off. Pace is able to frontline, picks up the kill.
They can't kill
for him.
Doran.
As a very messy engage, and Gen G will take the fight.
Yeah, there's just too many threats.
Zeus now not any luck either. He does have Mega Gnar, but he is just flashing away. As the zoom in will not do him any favors, and now Gen G gonna make a play for this
match. What
3
Q
kills going over
flash?
to Gen G here. Now they're 3,000 gold in the lead. And Chovy is going to commit a teleport here just to make sure they can burst this down. They don't want to play any games with this one. The Baron is going to go over. That's going to be further gold in the lead than I just mentioned. You see going up to now almost 5,000. And T1 can go over here and maybe take the soul. But even this is not that safe right now. They have a lot of damage here, but no spike for the Secure until Oner shows up. Doran's going to see this. He's going to scry it. He's going to see where Sejuani is, and that's going to force a teleport. I think Gen G are like, cool, I'm going to look at this as an Elder Spawner. Thank you very much for spawning that for me. A more relevant objective we can now fight for. We're going to have Baron buff to get map control before this. And there are just so many threats for this Aphelios. The positioning for Guma.
What is going on here? He's so far down the lane, and it's a Malphite holding ultimate in his face. As he does have Mega Gnar, and in fact, the rest of the team is getting over here. He will push them away. And a Lantern should get him safety, but certainly not
Zeus.
a very comfortable situation.
Certainly a lot riskier than
he
it should
pushed
have
them
been,
when
the
Rakan dashed in.
For him. Could have been worse, so now they're just going to group up here to take out this inner and then push for the inhibitor. Now Faker is mid with no teleport, but he's getting his own push off at the same time. Azonius is coming back online, and he's going to come back here, but
Faker does this sometimes.
Gen G a lot more space now.
He's like
and
farming while
at the very least that they're going to take.
He's not farming, he's trying to push, but there's no way you push faster than 5 people.
Come back one way or another.
Yeah. that's definitely what they want. Hook is going to miss, as now T1 looking for the follow-up engage, but the damage on Oner's there. Play onto Pace,
Does Zeus have
though,
out
as
again? I don't
Boomerang
think
hits
so,
him as
right?
well. He's got to be
Oh, what the
careful,
fuck?
as Zeus has got beat up against
Yeah,
the
yeah,
wall.
yeah, he is out, he is out.
And the engage
Cooldown,
not
bro. What the
quite
fuck?
there for T1.
There's no cooldown. It's
Another
because
scary
all you
one
need is
comes through,
Megana.
and Genji with
It's like Shyvana.
hands
All you
free
need is
ball will get away.
the transform.
played from T1,
Oh.
leaving Faker in mid, so he gets all the additional money.
There's
And
no
he's
cooldown
threatening
on the
inner
out one.
turret, so he almost gets the whole thing. And then when they try to push through, like they were going to get the inhibitor no matter what. Okay, let's talk about this first. Because Guma gets knocked up.
To be
here, and he
honest,
doesn't take
Guma
the
has
lantern
flash, but
because he knows,
it's
okay,
like-
I'm actually going to be able to force this back. There's
He
no other
wasn't
big
gonna
threat
kill
on top
him,
of me, right?
actually.
But he's
So
just
he's-
back here for so long.
It-
and
it's
he's
the
look at his health too. He
after
goes back
fight.
to full, but he can't threaten anybody. Now he's doing the Maokai ultimate. His team has to block for him. So there's no front line here. Keria dies to Chovy on the side here.
But
because he was
then
trying to wrap
Faker
himself
goes
for another
in, but
lantern.
Guma
There's
goes
no
out.
front line here at all whatsoever. And Zeus is flanking for an engage that's just never going to come because he's so separated from where his AD carry is. And the positioning from Guma, fantastic. Even though he's hit by the Malphite ultimate, it doesn't matter. He doesn't die. But he has to keep kiting back, so he can't do proper damage to the enemy AD carry, who just
He had
rips through the
lifesteal,
rest
so
of
I
the team.
don't
And this
think
can be a trend that continues. Doesn't matter
Genji
if the
was gonna
Aphelios is
kill
dead
that-
if
kill
he isn't
him.
doing damage.
The only one
Yeah,
that could
speaking
have killed
of
him
trends that
was
continue, we
Pace.
do have the B1 Jakes currently in the lead by the most amount of gold, 2,200. Very similar to the lead that Zeus had in game
feels
number
really
one.
bad that
This time it
T1
is
got,
Chovy.
like, the
On
worst
that one,
soul
he
in
does
the
have a 3-item
game.
power spike of his
So
own.
their
This time
dragon
he
stacks
goes
were
for
like,
the
it's like,
Yomus.
it's not that
So
good this
Heraldus
game.
that we did see on the side of
Yeah, there's
Zeus.
just no armor, on the enemy team. Really, they're starting to get some of it, but
It got like Zhonya's.
yeah, and
The
a
actual
cloth
dragon
armor
that
for
needs to be
Oner.
taken
So
is
basically
Elder
none.
Drake.
For sure. So
T1
he's
sort
going to be
of-
dealing
Ugh.
insane amounts of damage with all that lethality stacking that he does
I
have.
don't know, man.
Guma did go for the LDR, does not have a Bloodthirster yet, which is pretty interesting. I guess he's just saying that, we kind of had the situation actually in the game we cast in Challenger where you just don't go for it because if you get hit, even if you have
I
Bloodthirster,
think
you're going to die
Camtech
anyway.
Soul,
So
it was
just
Camtech Soul in the
flash
first game as
for him
well.
and try to survive that way.
Yeah, and
Thankfully, like,
in
T1
that last
didn't need a
fight,
soul
like,
to
he
win.
lived because there wasn't follow-up damage, but then the Xayah killed the rest of his team, and they ended up losing the fight, right? And this is a catch-22 problem you have with Malphite compositions when you're playing very immobile AD carries. Even if you have a Thresh, as we've seen here, it's just that if you avoid all the threats, it means you've done nothing in the fight, whereas Xayah is very safe and can continue to do damage on the chase. As this is a funny exchange here. As Peanut's like, I'm not going to deal with this because there's a lantern available and there could be something on the other side of my vision that I don't want to see. Now he's like, oh, there wasn't really anything. I definitely could have stayed, but okay.
And rest is very tricky.
Actually, I feel like Camtech,
I think this is
the
a still
Camtech
winnable
buff
game
is
for
not to buff the
T1.
team, it's to
But
buff
they
the
need
map.
to do something outside of an objective fight to win it, and that's get
Like,
Doran's
the
ultimate
team buff
or
isn't
force
that good.
summoners out of haze.
But the
Like, it has
problem
to be
is
Faker
that
who makes
if
the
it's a
play,
map
or maybe
buff,
some flank
it
angle
buffs
from
the
Keria.
both sides of the
Because
team.
if they just walk at each other
Both teams, I
5v5, I think Genji wins this every time. Like 10 out of 10 times, it's theirs. But if you can get that ultimate out of Doran or get him to flash or force him to back and get his teleport and set up for another fight afterwards, maybe you could win that 5v5 with your Aphelios. But without any of those things happening, even with the fed Aphelios, he just won't be able to do damage safely against this composition. There's too many threats, there's too many ways he can die.
Yeah. We even saw it in the last game where Paze was the one playing the Aphelios.
Uma's
that
next
with
item
four
is a
items,
Zeal.
It can be very
Is it like
difficult
rapid fire?
from a behind position
Could
if they
be.
have enough range or if they have enough hard engage.
he's
Don't
usually-
think I don't
They do have
I don't think
tools
Aphelios
in their
buys
toolkit here,
Runans.
and so far they have been using them very well.
And they're
Or
just grouped as
Phantom
fine.
Dance,
They're like,
yeah.
you can push Zeus in the bot lane, we don't care. We don't care at all. T1 did very little damage to these turrets, so they're not being threatened in the side by anybody. It's a Lissandra and a Gnar that can't, like, it's not a Fiora they're dealing with where they have to really stem the bleeding. And we're in a position where
think
as long
Oner's
as they
close
group
to
as
Jack
5
Shaw.
and don't let T1 catch that Malphite,
Oh wait, I
don't let
think he's
T1
gonna
catch
buy
the carries
Radiant Virtue.
and take away their summoners, they should just be able to walk at these objectives and say, that's mine, it belongs to me, and there's nothing you can do about it. The trade of objectives here is all you can hope for now as T1, but Genji can just follow you across both because they have map control here in mid. Look at all these control wards.
Players have gotten really good, by the way, at buying elixirs and stopwatches at the most critical points in the game because we're about
it's
to have
Runa.
Elder and Baron at the same time.
It's the Exodia fight.
And Pace just went back.
You
and
know what I think? I think the role
players would actually prioritize being
the
on the
game
map
one
instead.
roles
So
have been
we're gonna have to
reversed.
stop
Like
that. We do
T1
have a fight
has
here.
not enough
Faker in a
damage
really
right now.
rough spot. Looking to get 100-0. Down he goes. As the damage is coming in, but they're just
Oh,
looking for
mouth
Guma
fight.
on the backside as he nearly takes out Doran though.
Hey,
Guma doesn't. Okay. He got all the tanks.
Incredibly
Oh, never
low.
mind.
And it might just be enough.
Oh,
as
Guma had
His is like 10 health.
Is just gonna run away and let Toby
That
do the
was
cleanup
clean.
here as Zeus on the run. He's just gonna hop on the
Pace
wall
have
here.
life
Doesn't want anything to
steal,
do with
not
it
really.
as Gen G considering their options.
Oh man, P is doing
How
so much
did-
damage, doing
he
so much
still
work in
healed
that
a lot,
fight.
what
The
the
positioning
fuck?
was so good. Chovy's not able to get the kills here, and they're gonna just group
Red
now
buff, red buff.
onto this Elder, but they don't have a front line here. This is very greedy. They at least have the Chemtech plant to actually get that health
Look,
back. Without
the
this, I think this
Chemtech
is not even
help the
possible.
enemy
Teleport's
hit.
committed. Yeah, no smite here, and I think this is not. They can't do it. They just can't do it.
Now they can kind of hang around and stop T1 from doing it, as T1 does not really have that much damage. And Pace is full health alongside of Jovi. Mega is here.
Oh
Zeus.
god, it's gonna be a
Maybe
choke of a
looking to be
lifetime.
the hero.
Oh
He's
god.
got Mega, as you say. He's looking for the
Okay.
engage angle. He's got Flash too. They really have to show him some respect here.
Why are they still?
And
what?
Peanut's coming over. He has ultimate.
Peanut is
Back up
Peanut's
online
coming.
Look at this.
Area.
He's not here. He needs to
Guma.
rush over here and start threatening this enemy.
Guma has
carry.
stopwatch now.
Yeah, he does not
Where
have blast, but he
is
has his
Maokai?
unstoppable force available for the Malphite. The damage is
Doran?
coming in now. Guma is on this objective.
Oh
as
my
here
god.
we go. Might come
Peanut.
down to a little bit of a flip. The accelerated shock blast does miss.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be a flip. Zeus over the wall here.
Guma needs to stop
like
getting
Malphite
hit by the
ultimate a little bit
ultimate.
early. They're trying to get position now onto this.
Oh!
Faker gets to the back line and ults onto 5 people.
Oh, Faker.
Meganar is
Oh,
here.
Faker.
Guma gets knocked off. He's not doing the
Oh,
damage, but it
Zeus.
does not matter. And stopwatch should be enough, and the rest of the team just peels away
Pace.
the onion. As Doran is
Ooh,
so low,
that
he
last
can't take out Guma. And T1 just barely should be able to
that
take
last
him down. Oh, they don't have smite. Jeez. As they
Oh
will take
my
it at the end of the day.
god.
That will be the
Oh.
shutdown
It's a
for
choke of a
Guma.
lifetime,
As he picks
baby.
up a triple, and T1 should
Oh.
win the game.
Oh, Pace was so close actually.
So
That's-
many
that's like
times
20
over these last few
20
these
health or
last
something.
few best of fives for
Oh,
these last few
Genji's
seasons, I'll
mental's
even
on the
say.
break.
Faker just goes in and says, "This
3-0.
is my fight. This is my
Yep, boy.
engage," and he just goes
I
straight
mean,
into the side
a
of Gen G.
dragon
And when a stopwatch
flip
is
is good
all
for
it takes
T1
for
because
Guma
they're
to survive
behind.
the counter engage. Faker makes it happen one more time
Oh
here.
my God.
Super clutch.
Why?
Very
it's
clean
like
flash.
Genji didn't need to
And now
flip.
Gen G just desperately
One
defend.
second
Did
on
it to
Peanut. I think they're
themselves.
gonna try to kite this one out. No, we have TP coming in. As the hook is there, down goes Delight. The
TP.
desperation out
Ace.
of the side of Gen G to try to stop this from going down. But there's the ult down to Jovi. And that should be the
got
end
him.
of him. As
Oh,
Doran
got
does get in, takes out Guma. And you
Oh,
know
he's
what?
very low.
I mean,
Oh,
it's only
shit.
Faker and Oner here.
They don't have damage.
Coming back. Nexus.
FaZe is coming back.
And they, oh man, they overstayed their welcome. They did not hit the Nexus, and Jovi effectively
Okay, now
distracted them.
yeah, so many of these elder buffs gone now, and it's only 80 seconds left on it anyway.
That's not
And so
Chovy, that's
you're going
Doran.
into a Baron here, where Peanut's up in 30.
Doran just
if
kept
this Baron
aiming
goes the
Guma.
way of Gen G, they'll have map control back. We'll be able
It was
to stave off a lot of this pressure. And look at
Lissandra
Faker.
out
He's
into
not hit by the Peanut
Nah,
ultimate
out.
here. Flashes after Claw, and that's the engage
Damn,
angle you don't
Zeus
expect
energy
because you're
bar
looking at
is
the Claw
so
range here as Gen G.
close.
You're like, we're out of Claw range. He can't hit us.
Beautiful.
Oh,
And
man.
Zeus with a perfect engage. The stopwatch timing here from Guma is perfect. Just barely survives here.
What
Such a great
Faker?
fight, but the positioning against the claw
Faker
from
ripped the 4
was
people,
perfect,
man.
but it was
It's
about
Faker
a
and then
flash
Zeus.
away
Yeah, that's
from
what I said.
safety, and that's where Faker finds the angle. The defense is heroic here. Peanut gets the ult off, and then they're able to buy enough time for Chovy to come through and clean up. Once Guma dies,
Just,
you know
I
this
mean,
is just a
Lissandra
done
flash
push here, and he thinks he
E,
can
I think.
actually do it.
Was he?
They
but
could have
Chovy-
just hit the Nexus.
Yeah.
Like, let Faker ult him and then just hit the Nexus. Instead, we are still in the game as
Oh!
the are looking to get into the back line. Now, Peanut
Chemtech.
looks like he's got a decent idea
The
that this is going
Chemtech,
on as the
what
rest
is
of the
it?
team trying to TP back
bomb.
in, trying
Bomb
to stop
plan,
the backs here.
power plan.
But the autos will come through.
Zeus and Faker
Can
don't
he
have
get
damage. They
Faker?
cannot
He's
end.
not able to
They
claw
cannot end.
over.
They cannot
And
end.
Zeus, he does have some nice attack speed.
Zeus-
Can he get those
only
last
Zeus can
autos
end.
in?
Oh!
He can't. The Nexus will survive.
Oh man,
two
he's
more.
just trying to do it. It's so low.
Okay, then Baron is
Cannot
this.
do it, but they will get Baron here on the back.
It's
of
actually
this.
a good trick.
Why are these T1 games getting so intense here, Valdez? If they had just grouped.
They have Baron, but it's 5v3.
Yeah, and if
Gen Z
you-
are going to look to try to push to end.
And if
Guma
you
needs
just
to
have
backdoor
Baron
too.
here, you basically backdoored to try to threaten to make sure you could get Baron, but if you had just done Baron, you could push with Baron to try to end. And now Gen G actually have a 5v3 fight where they can
It's
push.
just really
They don't
likes
have
that purple
Malphite
blade.
ultimate, and
More
they do
of
not
Malphite,
have
yeah.
the lights
Wait,
either.
not
Malphite ult is so close though,
With
and they
Sen.
will have it
With
once
Sen.
this turret is down.
That's really the question. They need that to get onto Guma.
Not
who will
really
be
a lot of
the
AP
main
here.
Wave clear
Just
here.
like that.
Zayas also
XP.
has TP and could just TP to try to kill the Nexus, but there's no ward actually.
That was a lot of damage to you.
Oh,
he
Haze.
nearly dies, and Gen Z are like, okay, never mind. We were just trolling.
There's no ward for Zayas
Genji
to
is like,
TP to,
oh shit.
but he is going to spawn now.
Who has
It's
TP?
crazy
Oh,
that
Zeus has
T1
TP, but
3v5 are able to push them out
There's-
here with
is-
just a couple of.
There's TP, but there's no
spawns.
wards in the base.
And now you have to defend this. Super
Unless
minions
you say
here
TP top,
on
but I
both
don't-
sides,
I don't-
so canceling each other out in the mid lane.
There's no reason to TP
And
top
there's no
now.
objective up here for 2 more minutes. T1 should be able to just get control of the bottom side of the map here and rip these turrets
Genji are sweating
out
balls
of
right now.
Summoner's Rift. But threatening the Nexus itself is a bridge too far. Even with Baron buff, they want to be able to have 2 setup waves here, but Chobi's pushing mid out.
I guess Choki is
And
still
this
a
means that
meme.
it's going to take a lot of resources. Genji should be able to survive this Baron.
I think
The
he's
game
doing
is
okay.
wild. These T1 late games that we keep seeing.
Okay, let's see how this one goes. T1 playing it very carefully, very respectfully. They
Zeus
know they
is
have Zeus
mid lane.
in mid. And he is essentially their trap card. He's like, okay, well, if you don't answer me, I will end the game alone.
If he could get a ward off in the
Genji
main
is
base,
like,
if
shit.
anyone had one, they don't actually have any wards. If they could drop a ward, it would be massive. Won't be able to get this turret and
But
back away here, so no
the
second
mid
inhibitor going
inhibitor
down.
still has 3.5
And this means
minutes.
Genji should actually be able to, with a strong mid push here.
No,
and
nobody
a
on
one
T1 has
east,
wards.
respawning in 45
Except
seconds,
maybe
get bio for
Carrier.
this Elder.
But Carrier cannot flank.
What a
Carrier cannot put a
wild
ward in the
game.
base.
And there are, again, I mean, all the things
Wait,
we
how
talked
much
about
they are
with Guma,
defending
all those
the-
threats are still there,
the
but they're
mid
arguably
lane?
more
It
potent
feels like the
now
inhibitor
than
should
they
be
have
up right
been,
now.
because Doran is more tanky than he was. The damage here on the Xayah is
Yes.
much bigger than it was in the last few fights we saw. Both 80 carries have GA.
Yeah, no stopwatch though. Guma can't use that to avoid some of that damage on the backside. Like, if you respawn after your team died, it's
I feel like
probably
Aphelios
not
is
gonna
stronger
matter.
than Xayah at
Too much
this point.
CC on the side of Genji. They can just time the recon knock up,
both
unless for
have
some reason
GA.
you didn't flash.
Yeah.
And somehow you're able to make a miracle work. So this is going to get very interesting. T1 also have the angle to try to, you know, stop backs on Elder and just end the game.
Guma has
Never
more
forget that
expensive
angle.
items.
Seen that too many times.
Yeah, but with the inhibitor back up, it just seems like that's going to be so difficult, and they didn't get a ward in the base.
Guma,
Even if they
I think
had,
Guma's
they
items
will
are
have to
like
kill
1,000
an inhibitor
more
before they can kill the
gold.
Nexus.
It's also mid inhibitor, which is the easiest to defend. So, as I mentioned before in game 1, you know, Genji can just push up mid and say, okay. Well,
Zayas to this Narbar, though. You got to respect it.
okay, a little engage coming in as they get onto
What?
the back line.
Faker?
That's Faker, that's not Guma. Zeus with the Meganar available. And Doran
Okay, that means Guma is free hitting.
To the back line and pays. He's trying to get the damage in the
Oh,
around the ground, but he is
GG,
too
that
low.
Malphite out.
As can they even get onto the side? There are the feathers, and Zeus on the hook out of midair, and Shelby goes down, and the damage is
Oh,
not
Guma
there. The
flash in,
GA
it's GG.
for pace will not keep him alive, and Guma
I'm telling you,
will
Guma
pick
is
up the
stronger
kill at the end of the day.
than
T1
Xayah.
will take game number 2.
What an incredible game.
I mean, true,
here
but
from
in
T1,
that
though,
fight,
in
it
so
didn't
many
matter anyway
respects,
because
and
Doran
Genji
outed
kept it in
Faker.
their hand. They really did, but it was clutch plays from T1 back and forth here on these
Clutch
major
play, guys.
objectives that end
Clutch
up taking
in,
for them. I think we're
guys.
going to see a split boat on POG, but T1, they
Doran
are
was
taking
like, I
the
got
match
Faker, I
point
got
here.
Faker. Oh wait.
Zayas on the Gnar, setting up so many of the
What the
peels that
hell?
were necessary. He and Faker together to make sure
Guma was like,
lived.
okay,
Every
I'm
time
free
you
hitting now.
engage onto the Gnar,
real
he's got enough to survive, and then the
That's
damage from
free
both
real
turrets, then
estate.
Faker re-engages. You engage on Faker, he has self-ult, he's not going to die. You engage on Guma, you've got to get through the
世界冠军
Gnar
fighting.
and the Lissandra. So the way that T1 set up for these 5v5s was really clean, and there were so many threats, there were so many ways to get on top of this Aphelios, and they
Gonna be a
did
quick-
several times
quick
get on
day
top
today.
of him. But in these
Not
last
like the
few
5
moments,
games
T1 were just
last
way
week.
better set up. The Narbar from Zayas exactly where it needs to be.
Yeah. Zeus always being in position to kind of be the middleman in between Malphite and the rest of the team. You know, the follow-up on the knockups and the engages from Gen G was just
I feel like
time and time
like you cannot play damage mid laners
that
anymore.
Apelios was down to 51
like,
HP in the fight
I don't know how to
around
explain
I believe it was the Chemtech.
Yeah, that
old dragon.
The first
fight.
critical dragon fight.
Mid
And
laners are
So
better, right?
imagine he goes down and pays his life. You've got an angle there, but Zeus' perfect engage on that one. You know, the follow-up after Faker's perfect engage.
I think
there,
Look at
but
that
Gen G
damage.
got so close as well.
Yeah, for
Gen
me,
G
like
did
I
more
thought
damage.
the early game was so beautifully played
doesn't
from
even
Gen G. The
matter.
lane swap, the control of early prio, how much Toby was able to
After
do with the
Mortal
gold lead,
Reminder, Doran
and the
is just
itemization was great, but
squishy as shit.
Faker turning the game around with one clutch
Guma just
engage.
shreds his ass.
T1 one win away from being the first team to get 4.
But I feel like this game is for
Good
Faker,
having,
that 4-man
absolutely.
engage.
They have a lot of a buffer here in this
That
best
4-man,
of 5.
3-man
We'll just have
engage.
to wait and see how the rest of the series goes, guys. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
I feel like the best meta for mid lane is when mid lane you could like influence the whole map, not just farm mid lane. That's what I think a mid laner should be doing. There's a reason you're in the middle of the map, right? So you can influence the other parts of the map. I feel like Chovy should just play top lane or some shit. Even Chovy hit Guma away from the fountain.
건다 그냥. 수리 한번 켜볼게. 지금 애매하고.
오른-
마우 갈게. 마우 공겼다. 나 괜찮아? 나 뒤에 괜찮아.
Doran was
Guma
like,
didn't even move! What?
좋아.
yeah, that's why I said that's why I said Doran be like, I got Faker, I got Faker.
아래 봐줘. 빨리 좀 와봐. 나부려.
So that's why Guma is like, it's free real estate, baby.
What the fuck?
Nobody can see me now.
Even Kyria put the shield on, put down the shield on Guma, like, oh shit, gonna get out.
아직 안 끝났다.
Hell.
스트레시 1레벨 미쳤다 그죠? 아 칭찬해. 아 근데 이거 좀. 아 근데 야 말파이트 왜 이렇게 사기침이냐 이거? 그러게. 아 미안. 내가 너무 못 걸렸다. 쏘리. 나이스.
They lost because of Doran, not because of T1. Doran sabotaged the game.
Look at that face.
Which face?
Guma.
That face is like, really? You hit the Lissandra?
Oh man.
I feel like KT is better than Gen G at this point. after last week.
I mean KT is a better matchup for T1, is what I would say. Wait, Legends is on KT, right? Hey, who's on KT again? BDD, Keen, and Hey, KT. Oh, curse, no? He's cursed.
I went away for a drink. What happened?
Nothing. Yeah, it's break time.
Did you say some bullshit?
Yes. Oh, hey, Pace's hair is darker here.
What?
His hair is pitch black.
Isn't that nice? It's in the void.
It's faceless void.
No.
It's gonna be 3-0, baby. Usually, let me take a look at the schedule. Because I remember they did. They are gonna play like the lower bracket final and the grand finals on next Saturday, Sunday, which I don't believe they do. Saturday and Sunday, what the hell? Oh, Hanwha Life is still in the game? What? Tomorrow's Hanwha Life versus KT.
I feel like KT's gonna stop.
He would have finally won the game! K1 take game number 5!
Gen G, game number 4, back to your regularly scheduled programming.
What is that? Post Chovy, what the fuck?
Do you think he's Superman?
Oh, down one! Damn one.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, joined by Huni and Chronicle once again as we dive in to game number 2, a game where Gen G were winning until they lost. Let's start off with the draft, gentlemen.
So, again, I really like the Gen G draft.
They were winning.
Big way to Jace, which
What?
we've already seen.
When did they win?
Something that was used with great efficiency by
were
T1,
winning.
denies it to Zeus. They ended up flexing it as well, which I quite liked. They do get their hands on the Malphite this time. The reason why Aphelios is yellow, because I feel like Aphelios being picked up this early, even though the Xayah matchup isn't great, like trying to play Aphelios into Jace, Rakan, and Malphite can be very, very tough. And even though it does end up working out, I do think that it's a risk that some of our teams might see backfire eventually. But I feel like the draft wasn't really the main point here because Gen G keeps showing that they're good, but they're also not winning.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like from the Gen G draft, I really like it too because it's the playmaking. Like there's so many champions they can actually do. Like Zarkon with the Malphite, Maokai. Like it's the difficulty. It's really easy, and the later game on the value, the Jace has it. So I think it's from the play, just completely from the play.
Yeah, and we saw a bit of that, and we've got quite a few highlights here. So let's jump into our first one and get into it. As this was the Baron play. This is to demonstrate that Gen G had a heck of a lot of control this game.
They looked really good for most of it, right? We even had some early ganks that didn't end up working out, or that ended up working out for T1, but then the rest of Gen G made sure that they got their control.
Hey, where was
Chovy
shooting? Did you see this?
A hint of things to come.
Shooting something.
Gen G looking a little bit disjointed, and Doran, I think, not looking super comfortable on the Malphite.
And he flashes on the support.
They're able to turn this around, right? They're able to get the catch.
The fuck, man.
They're able to then turn it into a bunch of kills. And they get the Baron, and everything.
Chovy's not even hitting Guma. After Malphite engage, he'd be like,
range.
"There's someone over here."
You're getting your Baron.
Chovy's like,
so good, Huni.
I mean, I think people have said this already, but he is a KDA player.
The key is the decisiveness. Like they actually need to know when to go, where to go, who to target it, who to select it. But the thing is, like other fight, we couldn't see anymore.
Well, that brings us to the next one, and this one is where things get dicey because we're starting to see that Gumayushi, if he doesn't die instantly, does so much damage. It is absurd.
Well, I mean, if you see it, like where the Guma, like just see it, like where the Guma position
So
is.
that Doran
Like I
TP
think
is
this is
so
like also like a little bit
ass,
really
They already
overextended.
caught off Faker, you know.
They could just back it off.
No,
after just get one kill.
Faker's not
Like,
the
they're
problem.
just
You need to hit
heavily
Guma.
Just overinvested
No.
in Guma.
But even-
They didn't need to fight
It's
here, you know.
absolute. If you're running,
They already
absolute,
caught out
you
Faker.
just get so much damage.
But
They
for some
need
reason,
to
Doran
be 100% certain that you
there.
kill him, because you have great tools for 100 to 0ing him, but you do need to be aligned. And
My
this
God.
is,
You will-
again,
you will
a
get
showcase,
ended with
as
just
good
a,
as I
like,
think Gen G have been playing
0-1.
it today, is that they keep making these types of mistakes, and T1, you can't afford to. You need to keep them down, keep them on the back foot the entire time as Faker here.
I feel like
does a really
Faker's the
good job
MVP this game just
creating
because
more
of this
space for
fight.
pace, right? He doesn't get to play the game because the Lissandra keeps jumping on top of him.
And also burn time for those Zeus could be actually
Yep.
they
What?
become a mega.
Somehow
and then
Pace
he
did not
opens
get
the
stuck.
space- open the space up for Zeus.
Do you
flash,
do you see
engage,
that Malphite
like, follow
slap?
up
He
after,
almost slapped
like,
Guma and then he
perfect
died.
engagement from
What the
T1.
fuck?
And then now
His hand was out
gold is
already.
gone, and all of a sudden you're on even footing. And it's not like the T1 comp doesn't scale well, right? They still have a ton of team fighting power.
Doran
And
is like,
Gen G, without that lead, weren't really able to refine their momentum.
Couldn't even
Yeah, they
hit
kind
it.
of fell off the boat. There were some shenanigans that occurred immediately
He
afterwards.
wants to clap, he
We
cannot
had
clap.
a small base race, which was really gorgeously used to guarantee a Baron for T1, even though they lose a couple
Attack
of
speed,
players.
Malphite
Right?
would
It didn't
have
really
lost
matter
that.
because they had Baron, they could defend, and then they
True.
hold out in order to use that Baron to push for a victory. And then we get this final highlight here, which is the next Baron to occur.
And this right here is
Oh
where
wait, no. So yeah, we actually do get it.
I
But
think
even
Chovy
further
also
cement the
failed
lead,
here. He
right?
attacked
Because
Faker
even though
first.
they're able to stop
When
this,
clearly
it
it's
literally
Zeus that has
cost
the
them,
AA damage. I'm like, what the fuck?
everything, right?
But
No
Chovy's
teleports
aiming
invested. One order of actually killing them.
I feel like
Yeah, I mean,
shit,
I
where
thought,
was
like,
Zeus
Faker,
first?
if probably he ulti himself might have been better. That's what I felt, but I don't know. I mean, I can't really tell.
Oh my
but the
God.
thing is, like, the most important thing is they could just do Baron while they were just attacking Nexus at the same time. So they actually avoid the 5v5, which is T1. They could have still lost the team fight if it was like 5v5, like straight up. That's why from the draft we were just pointing out again, like re-pointing out again, the play matter, the fight matter, how to fight. Like whoever fight better, they just get to win the game.
And I really like Gen G's draft today, but when it comes to play, T1 is clearly king.
Yeah, they are just outthinking them, is what it feels like. There is also a slight confidence gap, is what it's kind of looking like to me, with a lot of the decisiveness that T1 are looking for. They're waiting for their opportunities. They're saying, this is it, we're being patient, and that comes from confidence. And you saw a bit of desperation in the very last play from Gen G, because even after that base race, the game re-stabilized, right? Like an inhibitor was taken mid lane, inhibitor respawns for Gen G.
Base race?
But even after
When
that,
was
we
there
see
a base
Doran
race?
diving in on top of a Lissandra, who is not
I guess
necessarily
the
the
part
priority
where
target for soaking up those
Zeus and Faker
It
went
makes
in.
it really hard, and one of the big weaknesses
That
that
ain't a
T1
base
used to
race,
have,
that's
and
a
we saw this in the
backdoor.
series with KT, is that even though in that game
It's a
5 they
base
came back
race,
from behind,
but for
they
only one
could play
side.
fast and lose. But I think the KT series it made them stronger, because now when they're behind, they seem much more level-headed.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I felt. I mean, like, it just depends on it was up to T1 if they want to just take it, like, positive point from the KT, they'll be just even stronger. But if they take a negative point, they could have been worse. But seems like today, they're just positive.
It's definitely looking better, and of course they have a
Only
lot of
wearing a
experience
jacket.
up against Gen G as well, as we are going to have a look at that final team fight highlight 4, ladies and gentlemen, because this
Everybody
game,
wears
it was a
so
long one.
team
This is
jacket,
the
hi,
exact moment, because Gumi
Look at
Yushi
Doran
not even
Yi.
touched
Oh,
by
he
the
flashed out. He flashed out the Faker. I didn't even notice the flash.
To, like, engage because we burned the Malphite ulti. But even then, like, at least
Oh,
when you
that
gotta
just makes
touch,
it
like,
even more
constantly
funny.
just, like,
But if
make
you
him
look at
force
it right, their
the
minions
T4.
are
the
inside
carrier who
T1's
is
base.
gorgeous right here.
So he
And the
didn't need
issue
to
here as
engage
well
actually,
is
the
that
minions
you
were
see
gonna
again
take
that
some damage on the
disjointed as
turret.
Gen G looks in some of these engages with
Like, what the
Doran
hell?
going in before the peanut actually hits anyone. As good as like that Zeus,
My
Faker,
god, man.
Lissandra, Nar
Don't
combination.
flash out Faker.
What do you
What?
do? Right when they're deck coordinated. When
If you
Zeus
flash out
buys so
Guma,
much
that
space
makes
and,
sense, but you flash out Faker.
Faker buys so much space and Zeus keeps finding the big.
This is called
Nars.
panic, man.
So hard to play.
Panic.
And
their
also then,
balls.
who are you supposed to ban moving into Game 3? But first, we need to award a POG If I could speak properly, that would be fantastic. And we're going to give it to Gumayushi, 12, 2, and 7. The boom boom damage absolutely coming in.
Oh,
he's
doing the fox.
I kind of wanted the vote to go towards Faker.
The fox hand sign.
It would have been if this is a 10 out of 11.
Yeah, boy.
Looking furry.
Appreciate that. We'll see whether that's the case. Guma makes a ton of sense because in this composition, it stands or falls.
Disgusting.
And he does have a fresh, but into some of the tools from Gen G that might not always be relevant enough. And the fact that he died as little as he did, and he was able to pump out as much damage as he did as a stationary AD carry.
Oh, I saw that last clap.
Enemies is extremely impressive.
Yeah, I mean, where he's saying like
I saw the last clap before he
did much damage,
before he died.
I think because he's just that good. I mean, he was like positioning really perfectly. There was not many critical mistakes.
I think Faker should have gotten.
That's where we live. In 7 out of 11 land.
Yeah, I think Faker too.
It makes sense. I want one game where you just give everyone votes.
I think there's a new sponsorship. There's a new sponsorship opportunity here. I'm going to need to go and have a chat about that one. And in the meantime, let's head over to the casters for game number 3.
Gen Weed.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. T1 currently up 2-0 on Gen G in a pretty wonky game that we did just have there. Guma is able to pick it up. It's very difficult to play Aphelios into all of that hard engage and the poke from the base, so gotta give it to him for this one, as he has been coming out ahead of pace.
I feel like last
every aspect
game
so
2,
far
like
in
the
the
hard
series.
engage, like did nothing.
For sure. And
do you see him die from any hard engage
Guma,
that
it was more about
game?
Guma's inability to play against a Malphite.
No, but it's more like stopping Guma from hitting for like 3 seconds for pace to kill everyone else.
Hard engage with Faker.
That's what it looks like. They don't kill Guma, but they stop Guma from hitting.
Into the frost, and that for me was the game-defining moment. But you could go either way, as was seen in our votes, and the ways in which T1 are clutching this out against great drafts from Gen G, against great lead that we saw in Game 2, at least the great lead they had, is just something to really respect and almost like sit back and be in awe of, because as much as Gen G has shown great tenacity in both games too, like they defended their Nexus, they set up for one more team fight, T1 has shown the same, if not more. So, such a terrifying opponent to now have to reverse sweep.
Yeah. It shows, Gen G a very strong team, but T1, there's a reason why they were 17-1 with the one slip up against AAA Esports in the regular season. And I think they only get stronger as we move to the best of fives. TG did really give them a run for their money. Still waiting to see if Gen G can do.
I feel like every other team except for T1 plays prioritize Zeri.
Yeah, Jace going to be the first pick once again. And we'll see
actually, Guma,
what T1 decides to do AD carry-wise here. All right, we may be running it back.
Doesn't play it much.
Actually coming through instead of the Sejuani, though, this time.
Wouldn't say he's
It
best
was
champion.
banned in the second phase, and this has been an old favorite of Oner's. Much more known for his Lee Sin play. But when he first came onto the scene, when he first became the mainstay jungler, it was a Viego meta, and he was very strong at the pick.
What is this salty run back for Gen G?
Besides the Viego,
what is this salty run back?
Running this back is might see a Sejuani ban this time instead of the Viego we saw last time, if they're really afraid of that.
And maybe a Malphite ban instead of a Wukong ban here for T1.
Yeah.
You
Although
shitting me?
they say, oh yeah, it was fine, like Guma handled it. we'll just let him do it again. I could see a world where they do go for that. I think the safe thing is to just ban Malphite, and they will go for the safe thing.
I think that's wise. As this is going to completely change up the draft here for Gen G.
Oh boy, Malphite ban.
Lissandra, I think, is a great adaptation here because Faker has looked really good on it.
It's Jaffin top, baby.
And LeBlanc picks for Chovy that he's liked to play. Now,
Doran is like, shit, what do I play?
Wait, Zeus get last pick again. Hey!
We'll see what Faker decides to do here to save that counter pick for
Zeus. That's freaking good.
Completely the opposite. No.
Okay.
Oh, what? Oh! Bruh.
I thought, we had... never mind.
So, he'll take the Ahri, right? And now you have Thresh Ahri.
Faker, what was that?
We've seen this before.
Oh boy, Chovy.
We have seen this crush.
Oh
boy. T1 has brought back to the front, the forefront of the meta is Ahri Thresh. They don't have to have the buy necessarily.
Why is that Wukong top?
Yeah, Zeus is just gonna play Na again.
Oh wait, it's Jace.
As ornaments to make this comp amplified in the late game.
He can play Jax, right? Is Jax?
Strong here too.
Did they say Jax is the counter?
And for Genji now, you really have to. You have to kind of out-skirmish this
Zeus
team,
never played
them at every
on,
turn.
man.
Actually, he has played it once.
In my opinion, Chovy
was fine.
But not this year.
Genji van right now, you know, because we're either driving
He's
home,
okay.
going to losers bracket.
But he plays so much now, I think he
starts
knows how to
here, and
initiate
LeBlanc
team
is gonna be
fights.
such a critical part of this
His
composition.
own horn.
He's going to have to threaten the Thresh, the Aphelios. We'll have to win out against
I will say
Faker's Ori in
Zeus
the
is
skirmishes
harder
right
to
across
kill
the
than
map.
usual ons.
And yeah, you've got good engage, you've got good poke, and you have
I still
scaling.
remember like
But I think Chovy is really going to be the X factor here in
the
this
jungler
draft.
came and gang and
As
then
T1
he
also
like dodged
scale
all the
incredibly
skill
well,
shots.
have those ornaments.
It's like the
and
most
have incredible
jukiest on I've seen.
So it is going to be very difficult.
I can think of one
here at
on that's
Genji.
better.
We've seen them get leads.
Better than
and
Zeus.
I don't want to say choke, but just
Sword?
outplayed by these critical T1 members with so much experience.
Saying, oh, we wanted 5 games.
Oh,
Let's go for
skitty.
the reverse sweep here. As a nice little Genji tiger there with its tail wrapped around T1.
Nasky is good.
We'll see if that's what ends up happening. As they're saying T1, let's go to Jamsil, which is where the finals location is, of course, located. So, going to be an interesting one. I think that, you talked about giving the keys to the Genji van over to Chovy. I think that you're putting Faker onto another playmaking mid, and you've got Oner on Viego. The two of them together are going to be incredibly deadly, as here we go again. Really well done, actually. That's like a 10 out of 10.
This is it for Genji here in the winner's side of the bracket. One more slip up, one more loss.
Chovy
in this
LeBlanc
best of
again,
five,
baby.
And you are going down to losers.
Absolutely, it all comes down to this.
Yeah, don't play LeBlanc against Faker, man.
Let's take it all away. Let's hop onto the rift for game 3.
And it's not like he one-shots anyone either. Even Showmaker LeBlanc's at least one-shots people, man.
At least Showmaker plays somewhat like Faker. He also plays aggressive. But goddamn, man.
Yeah.
Move action here at level 1.
Wow, first strike. First strike.
We'll zoom in. Maybe Doran got some first strike gold.
Maybe.
But either way, he's going to back. Just to get some health back.
Indeed, comment.
Wait, the one is not sponsoring down one anymore, but he's still sponsoring LCK.
Which is another, Ari Viego, which is another common pairing for the Ari.
One be like
before Vi became meta.
I ain't supporting this shit team.
You just need your jungler to start with VI, and you're gonna have a good time.
Yeah. What about VE?
Not so good.
Vagar jungle.
Oh, first strike. Oh.
Not gonna happen. Not this time.
What?
Yeah, I think that Chovy here, obviously on LeBlanc, isn't going to be under as much threat as a lot of our mids have been, right? Because LeBlanc is super mobile. You could use Distortion to get out of a lot of hairy situations.
Oh boy, Faker took summoner spell.
But, picks
gonna
like
be
Talia,
double
which
smite
we've seen in
shit
the past,
again.
Really
when he plays Ari, he always plays
While there's a
Spellbolt.
strong mid jungle here for T1, it is still.
He always plays Spellbolt, he doesn't play Electrocute.
So as long as Chovy doesn't distort too aggressively,
Any
you're
objective
going to
fights,
have a lot of
T1's gonna
safety in
win.
this lane. Just have to use your chains.
Double smite, baby.
Aggression with your Q. Try to proc Electrocute as much as possible. He's already done it once,
4-0,
and because
4-0.
Faker went for Unsealed Spellbook,
3-0.
the Electrocute advantage goes to the LeBlanc. And
Yeah, say his first pick for his on this year.
We'll have to keep that in mind as the game comes along. We have had a lot of already interesting objective plays and potential steals going either way. Zeus takes a big chunk here.
Oh,
But yeah, Faker on the mobile Ari might be looking to do some stealing later on in the game from the red side especially.
Is Doran not
It's a
going
little bit
in?
easier
He
to
just
hop
like
on
he
the wall
hits
and
Zeus
get
and
in
then
there
runs back.
steal
What?
it away. alongside of
And,
Oner.
and Zeus already used all his
Cody is one of
cooldowns.
those
Like, why are you
players
not
that is
smashing
so
that
incredibly
boy?
good at these matchups and knows these assassin matchups so well.
It's like, okay, I'm
that
done.
He does not use his abilities to CS.
I was thinking, okay,
And that
Zeus
is
will at
the
least
most
die or
impressive
he
thing
needs to
about what
flash,
he's
but
doing in this lane is keeping his mana full,
Doran's
using
like,
his
stop,
abilities
just
only
stop
to
here.
harass Faker and provide electrocute, but really just making sure he hits his auto.
I would have went
time
in,
on
man.
the minions to push out this advantage. So you can see his mana bar is quite high here, despite
He
doing a lot of
actually
damage.
has a small
Faker's
dick,
handling the
goddamn.
pressure decently well.
Yeah.
Just doing a good job of that as well. Just going to fall behind just a little bit. As Oner is going for a
Oh, he missed!
run into the enemy jungle. They are going to know that he is over there.
He missed that first strike kill.
Surprise boom, I believe that he did hit. Either way, he's going to take this top scuttle, and things are going to be calm here for just a moment, which I feel like it's going to benefit Peanut. Gives him some time to try to hit level 6 before Oner gets a little bit too
Peanut's
active on the
purposely
map.
running top side.
Doran's ring picked up here for Faker. Early teleport.
Oh, he
Yeah,
knows the
Peanut,
dive's coming.
yeah.
He's reading this like a book. Let's see if T1 actually go for it. As it looks like he's just gonna back.
No way, love. Zeus
Okay.
is too
T1
unhealthy.
kind of avoiding a very scary scenario.
Yeah, that was actually really well handled. Delay.
Okay, nice little lantern, gonna shield some of that health, but good engage there from Delight, who uses his Ignite, and it's essentially just a harass at the end of the day.
Yeah, grabbing a cleanse feels nice from Guma. And, you know, it's a Cole matchup here in the bottom side. If you get any sort of advantage, it can snowball incredibly hard. And when you know your opponent has Cole as well, you know, you can look for these aggressive trades.
Topside, Oren, ever since his entrance
Release,
onto
yeah.
the Rift, ever since his release, has been the guy to just go up against the Jace.
Zeus already
He's
has
always been the
armor
best,
cloak already.
especially because of his trading potential.
No.
Faker's actually winning these trades now. Probably hit a
Oh,
turn here to
look.
make that happen.
Chovy
maybe getting a little bit too frisky.
Yeah, looks like it. As they're both sitting on Doran rings here. Chovy did pick up the Dark Seal.
Yeah, Ari versus LeBlanc is a skill matchup.
As, the Unsealed spellbook hasn't been used just yet for Faker. Could maybe look for an Ignite play there, something like that, but doesn't commit hard. And
Yeah, they are both
Chovy
out of
does have his
potions
corrupting
right
pop,
now.
so it's going to be back to normal here, but at least now
And Ari has
Faker
passive healing.
Faker looking like he's going to match this
Wait,
back.
LeBlanc
He
is
actually
6
will
first?
stay
What?
and try to get an early Drake. Obviously,
Oh, Faker's not even
bottom
6 yet,
side,
what?
so once again, T1 with these early objectives, stacking them up.
Maybe because
And
he
it's gonna be
roamed a
attempt to
little bit.
take Drake first, so we know it's not that soul this time.
Faker's gonna get 6
so
now.
they know it's like it's definitely not as bad as it has been the last 2 games with their early advantages.
Yeah, I actually, in between games, I got on the phone with Ox, and I had to do a
Oh,
little
finally
bit
the
of
hashtag
convincing, but he
Drake,
actually did
I mean
allow us to
Chemtech Drake is
nominate.
taken first.
Thank you, Ox,
Okay, it's gonna be a
for
different
that wonderful
dragon
generosity.
soul.
Yeah.
As we do get to have probably a more fun soul here, as another singular Infernal Drake is going to come through here for game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all of the rest
Oh,
of the
he
Drakes that
found
you can get
Peanut
now are super relevant.
at the last
Movement
second.
speed's kinda huge here, and the healing against the poke, especially of Gen G, would be massive for T1 if they end up getting that soul. So
Bro, Zeus
I feel
still
like
has a
it's
healing
going to be
potion,
very
but-
relevant this time around. It's not just going to be the Elder Spawner as we did see. And obviously,
And
was
Jace has
kinda
3
important
biscuits.
for the Aphelios last game. It's often very low on health, but no, we don't have to talk about that this time around. As
Yeah.
it's a bit of a lull state here in the early game. Not enough control to start up this Herald.
And
just yet.
Oner's
It's
been
obviously
full
hasn't
clearing,
spawned yet, but either team going to be looking to group for that early.
Yeah, this is what sometimes happens in long series as well, best of 5s especially, where teams, you know, they get a little crazy early on, but then they kind of take a step back. They have a second talk with the coach, and the coach is like, okay, guys, you really need to you don't need to go this crazy. Also could be nerves at times. I don't think it really
Faker's
cares for these
going
players.
CDR boots.
Caliber we have on the
Guess he just wants to shove and roll.
I really like the vision
Oh.
set up here for Gen G. Is they don't have vision of Oner right now, but this wave is pushing. Look at the ward line they have though across the map. They can know where he is at any moment.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
There's the hook onto
Okay,
Delight
W,
as he does
Q.
have flash.
Oh,
as he hops
again.
up
Oh!
and he's ticking down. First blood.
Okay.
Carrier picks it up in the bottom
Ignite.
lane.
The Ignite ticks through, and
First
it's enough
blood
damage.
again
So even though
on
you have
Delight.
vision of everywhere Oner could have been, you didn't use it because the one place you didn't know where he was is on the bottom part of the map here. There's a control vision on the blue buff, and there's vision, of course, or there's a lack of vision in that brush, and they still end up getting hooked. Plate Gold
you have vision everywhere except the one place.
It wasn't he who picked up the first blood, but
yeah,
still.
Another one.
Yeah, I think he's going to get it because it's a massive wave, and Pace is just trying to get in here and farm.
It was 1 kill. Charm here onto Chovy. He's going to be okay, but now this lane isn't even... You know, he doesn't have any charges on his corrupting pot at the moment. Looks like they did not get the third turret plate, but
is 3 CS
to do
behind.
that much damage
What?
in 8 minutes into the game is gigantic.
They likely moved it because of the damage done, like you
What the fuck is
say.
Doran doing?
And they could just Thresh Lantern out of here.
He poked a bit and then back.
This is pretty huge. Now,
what's the point?
They didn't know where Oner was, but by the process of elimination, they probably realized there was a good chance he was on the bottom side of the map doing the blue buff and or the Gromp because those were up. But they didn't expect him to be there.
Okay. They fake a back as summoners are here for the side of them as they dodge the knock-up one.
Oh, another hook, baby. Oh, that's a nice. Oh, that's a nice.
Again, this is pristine play on the bottom side of the
It's
map.
the biggest lead they've had this series. It's just straight up the biggest lead.
No, nice
They've had
out
this
from
early this
Huma.
series, and
He predicted the
now you
out.
have a very huge gold gap here on the side of Gen G. And this next Drake is spawning in 90 seconds here. Both of these Drakes
Wow, they're all
lead to a better
building
soul. Like we
CDR
saw, Peanut's
boots.
going to try to
What the
get
fuck?
something back. No flash on Oner.
Okay, he's getting on in there. Oner, I think he's just dead. He's going to dash away, but Peanut, nice look to come on in and at least pull together some scraps.
Can they bait Faker in here? Chovy's in the vicinity. This would be huge.
It's a bit of damage on a Peanut. He's just going to smite and get out of there. Elects not to get too crazy with it.
Barry has level 6, but this play, like if you look at the wards and the vision here, it's just not a lot of angles for him to be anywhere but the bottom side of the map, but it's the Thresh hook that makes it all happen. Like if that hook doesn't go off for Keria, whether he's there or not is insignificant. But Keria once again hits the hook and then they bait him with the back.
They're just playing with their Rakan food, man. They know exactly when he's going to hop in with the Grand Entrance. We got to fight on live, though, as Ziggs is going to be the first one to go down. And you see a Ornhorn just flies by.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
It's
lot of
5-man top.
Some pieces missing for this one, but Ornhorn missing, as you say, and now Gen G completely in control. And Guma, he has no ultimate here. Oner doesn't have Heartbreaker, so the steal angle's not there. This is very greedy from T1 to stick around regardless.
Don't really have to fight this one, but they say they still have an angle. They have Zeus with TP coming on in. He's going to go into the mid lane. That's all he can go to at this point in the game. So yeah, that's just Rift Herald given over the side of Gen G, and T1 basically just tickled them while it was happening.
Yeah, so Zeus flashed down. He dies, loses ultimate, and then now his TP is down to come to a fight where he's too late, unfortunately. This doesn't take anything away from the advantages that T1 had moments before. Faker's also going to pick up a plate here. And
he doesn't notice the Rift Herald fights usually.
Yeah, Faker's, he uses that speed
How did he miss the chain?
from the REW so well to just dodge the chains and be super annoying for Chovy.
No vision on this Drake, so regardless of losing that Herald, T1 are going to get the second Drake of the game. It's Mountain
Mountain. There?
Which is really massive for T1 in this game. The safety that you're going to have on your Felios, the additional
Zeus is
resistances
gonna
for
be
Ari when he dives,
down,
and
boy.
Ornn, of course, which is going to be an insane frontline for this team. So this is very problematic for Gen G. Let's see what happens here as T1 are a little bit late for the group up, and Zeus is
Yeah, he gets caught. He gets caught.
Fortunately, just burst
Wait, he
down
could have
here,
cancelled
using
the
his ultimate
CC
and
with his
flash to try to
W. He
survive
didn't
and
do
turn
it.
this around, but T1 decide, okay,
He didn't
Herald
use
is
his
gonna be,
W.
like, our fifth man in this fight, and maybe we'll still get something.
When Chovy has the chains.
Still get that Drake, and this is
I
going to be
think
tough where they drop this for
he's gonna
Doran.
get double chain or something.
Trying to get him into what looks to be an Eclipse build this time around, even into the tank, doesn't matter. Still going to be looking to hit the squishy underbelly of the T1 composition.
Oh, they're
Exactly,
getting
this is why
Doran.
this Mountain Soul can be so problematic for Gen G. At least he's going to get some additional points here. It looks like the Gore Drinker build is kind of falling by the wayside here in our LCK playoffs. Which
You
makes
let
me happy
the
because
pussy player
it
get
was
a
one
hit.
of the builds that was a little bit
Wow.
more weak, whereas the lethality build is going to be a lot more power earlier on in the game in terms of your poke, and it's going to be a itemization that allows you to push your advantages, like in a lane they have here.
We keep zooming in on the mid lane, but
Wait, Pace has...
so far it's just been
Okay, never mind. They both have the same item timing.
This just happens. That's the unsealed spellbook Ignite, by the way. Chovy goes back in, misses chains.
Faker is just dodging every single chain.
Pretty much.
Chovy in this lane.
Classic.
Oner?
Oh, he is in a rough spot here. He does not have flash. Gonna heartbreaker the wall and get on over as Charm misses Chovy. He's following up with some damage as Karya's also getting in there. I don't know if they don't have any members of Gen G are right there.
Well, there's no objective to fight over, so this is a lot of tools expended here on both sides, actually. Through this
That's kind of bad from T1.
Then of Karya, as Faker does get away, doesn't have to flash. Karya now flashless, but has Hex Flash, so not going to be too big of a deal. This would have been massive for Gen G if there was a Drake to take right afterwards, but unfortunately, that is not the case. And they're not even going to be able to turn this into plate gold here on the bottom side of the map either. So a close call for Oner, who loses only his ultimate, which is on a relatively low cooldown. Doesn't have to flash because he didn't have it. And everything's calm on the Rift as Peanut wants to do something, but no ult.
Charm the clone. As here comes Delight. He's got a nice little angle. Pretty sneaky, but they do spot him. Meanwhile, on the top side, this Rift Herald did do a massive chunk into these plates. Doran just looking to pick up a third one before it goes down, but he will be unsuccessful.
Yeah, and the more you force these fights on the bottom side of the map, the more Doran is safe to continue to push these advantages here on the top side. So explains a lot of why they were trying to continue to chase and force there. They weren't going to get a bottom side plate. He's unsuccessful getting that plate there, and it's a high-action, low-kill game that we're looking at right now. And the next big fight is going to be for what could be T1's insanely fast soul point, because they got those first two Drakes so quickly. We're looking at a 16-minute third Drake of the game if they take it instantly here. So Gen G need to be ready and set up for this. Doran has teleport, needs to save it. Chovy looking for that mythic before that fight happens. And, I mean, this is a tense game for Gen G. Remember, for those watching, it's a 0-2 so far for them in this series. One more loss, and they drop down.
Yeah, it's not easy. It looks very different from what we saw in the finals last year. For Gen G, were able to get 3-0 in summer. As Faker's just throwing everything in every direction. As Zeus just going to face check, it looks like here. Maybe in a little bit of trouble. Has his flash, but he's just going to boost himself away.
Doran very happy with this exchange here. Zeus has no teleport. Doran does.
He smacked his
And
ass.
of course join this Drake fight too. So pushing Zeus out like this is massive for him.
There it goes. Zeus just stays under turret, decides, well, I'll just give my life. I mean, that seemed pretty straightforward. He had flash, maybe thought he could avoid some damage, but did not execute it correctly.
And Peanut was there too. Like, they could have actually really forced this even if he decides to back away. Doran now should be able to get the teleport back and then turret back and then teleport to the Drake fight. So this is really huge. And Zeus, you know, he's respawning here in 10, does have his ult and flash. But T1 need to be better grouped for this Drake. They have Cryo right now. See if they can hold on to it.
So Hook going through, they're trying to get whatever pick that they can before this starts, but I don't think it's really going to happen. Another 4v5. Zeus is running over as fast as he possibly can. T1 will try to delay the time here and give themselves a chance at this Drake. So that was very close. Faker nearly gets Warrior stirred on.
I mean, Faker just seems like he is so incredibly gifted at dodging things in this third game here.
He's clearly very in the zone right now.
Yeah, he absolutely is.
As Hook is in, they get the knock up here. Chovy's taking some unnecessary damage on the bottom side. T1, Karya, and Zeus able to set that one.
I
mean, now Zeus is here with ult. I mean, this is a tough fight for Gen G with LeBlanc being half health.
Faker a little bit zoned away from this one at the moment. He's in mid. Spino is able to zone him. They don't have full vision there. It's actually very nice vision control for Gen G on the left side. So Faker's got to choose his angles wisely. Is trying to get in there. He does an insane amount of damage to Guma, and T1 say, well, we can't
max
fight that
damage.
now. Gen G going to pick up the first Mountain Drake.
And it's the rare Everfrost LeBlanc, but it's some additional damage here. And that's going to be the first Drake of the game here for Gen G, a very valuable one. You start stacking up these mountains against T1's composition, and it's going to be very problematic, especially considering the build here from Faker, which is the more standard one here with the Everfrost. But it's going to be a lack of damage on their team composition until Guma hits his third item, LDR, so we're very far away from that. But Genji make his life a lot harder here each step of the way, and every mountain drake they deny
this is
makes this Jace pick
T1
strong.
actually
So they're going to be able to
voluntarily
turn this
pick
into
a
also a win here where they grab the second Herald of the game on the top side of the map. So massive turnaround here in this game. And Genji really come back in a big way as Chovy is the one who sets all of that up, as we're going to go back to this, where this is a huge advantage, the initial part of the Drake, where Doran all-in Zeus here, gets the turret and then teleports over to the objective. This hardly even needed to be shown, but Chovy's play in the fight, which I hope we don't miss the replay of, is massive, because he's able to threaten Guma. He was just chugging his refillables as well after he went down to half health, so he could actually go in there and make that threat happen.
Well, we might not get another look at it because there was no blood on the rift, I suppose. So, yeah, just know that Chovy was able to unlock that angle on the bottom side even after getting chunked out. So we kind of resume our bit of a lull state here. Both of the teams just waiting by. And Genji with a little bit less heart engage. I mean, they still have Wukong and Rakan, of course. It's no Malphite, though, and I feel like that's going to just be even better for the Aphelios because he loves when people are in melee range,
I feel like he has a lot of
such
money
as the Rakan and the Wukong, but just needs to survive the engage in the first place.
Yep. And this is going to be the Herald taking out this turret. Now, this is what they were not able to accomplish with the LeBlanc pick in Game 1, is get rid of this turret so that the LeBlanc has a lot more freedom to come over and punish anyone who's trying to farm in mid. So the farming becomes more difficult for Guma now. Speaking of,
okay.
Oh,
that's a Cyclone.
He gets away. Excellently baited. No, I'm just kidding.
I think that was probably Keria having a panic attack and being like, get over here on my lantern. Why are you pathing that way? Don't walk that way. And then Guma's like, no, dude, it's chill. I got his Cyclone. Cyclone for Lantern trade. I always trusted you, Keria. It's okay.
Yeah. All calculated. Here's Peanut on the bottom side of the map. As it seems pretty obvious that eventually T1 will try to push in here and take down this turret. And that they do. Big rotation over from a lot of the guys on the side of Genji, as there's the shot blast, but this is an Ahri with flash we're talking about, so it's not like Faker's in any trouble.
Nope. We'll have his teleport back now. And it wasn't like a teleport commitment or anything like that, just a trap set. They saved the turret.
Faker healed just to cycle through his cooldown.
Once again, 2,300
gets
gold.
my
And at the time we take a look at this, I feel like all three games we've seen this.
True.
Let's see what Doran could do with it this time, because he's gotten such a massive lead, like Keen did. Similarly, remember, not quite as big, but a massive lead that Keen had in the KT Rollster series for T1 earlier on in our playoffs. And then T1 was able to survive through and win it out in the end. So Genji did to make sure they just don't drop the ball here and continue to win these objectives, because I think they absolutely can win this game. And they're on the right track too, because Chovy is also in a good spot this game. They don't have that turret up in mid.
Yeah, certainly feels like one of the best chances they'll have in this series so far. Let's see, though, how the fights go out. You see that already the teams are K-ramming just a bit to try to get Bryo in mid lane for the Mountain Drake that's eventually spawning here.
Yeah, it looks like Genji going to clear some of this Baron vision.
And
they can start setting traps to this LeBlanc like I was talking about.
I don't play on anymore.
Oh boy, Carrier's going to have to go back real quick. He's backing on a ward.
That is such a sick setup, though. You could see where the Everfrost leads to an empowered Shock Blast. Delay,
you're there.
Oh, Carrier.
Denies the back. You're backing on a ward. Got to be careful.
Oh man, Carrier's pushed away here, and this should be
Carrier will be there
getting
for the
this
Dragon
Drake
fight.
here. Worst case scenario, and Oner's forced away now too. Gonna have to Lantern, and man, T1 nowhere near the Drake now as Faker is in the top lane. He has teleport. He's not threatening anything.
A nice angle here for Chovy. Finds Oner, who has to heartbreak away, and now doesn't have that. The poke from the side of Genji from ahead is insane.
Yeah. Chovy, man, he does have the keys to the van this game. I'm telling you, he's doing everything by himself right now with no vision, and that's that mid-turret value.
Do Baron? Do Baron?
There's a control ward here, and there's TP for Doran. He can actually TP safely to top.
Okay, they're going to start it. As you see that Doran is still doing this Drake. He's got the TP, as you mentioned. But
Peanut is running already.
I mean, I don't think they're going to get here on time. Peanut trying to get into the pit. As Zeus gonna blow the Horde, but he gets knocked up, and it doesn't matter. Faker with a double snipe. It was not a flip.
Got away.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
They double smite it. They get away. They have so much mobility here. They have Flash expended for 2 of their players here, but they do end up getting the Baron. So a Baron for Drake trade here. And it was Chovy, in fact, who teleported top, not Doran, so he can't actually blast any of that damage through for the center for Peanut because he's a block. He alone is trying to come through that, but versus double smite, you're never going to win that. And T1 has shown the strength so many times. Happened to KT
Wait, really?
twice, actually, in the same game.
Yeah.
And
Or was it like Gale Storm or something?
Faker looking for something.
Never mind.
That was a successful heist, but will they be able to get map control back is the question that we have to ask here now.
It's so important.
The first
this comp, you need map control, you need vision.
Yeah, and the first ornament is set here. It is Guma's, of course, and starting to get that point of the game where the scaling is coming online. But T1 need to group here and I think just push through mid and then put control wards in their wake.
Mid tier 1, the very obvious first objective, right? Try to take this down. It's going to give you the most map control possible as JT are kind of flying around, taking a lot of damage, trying to
Oh my god, did you see the blank side?
Not really successful in that.
Doran is just pushing the side. So is Faker, of course.
Oh
as LeBlanc is going to be a big threat here, trying to stop them from getting this into a 2-turret. That's going to force Faker's TP.
Okay, a little bit of damage here as they really want to pressure the LeBlanc and not just allow Chovy to freely hit their members. Very annoying for T1 to deal with.
Yeah, but I think they've really dealt with it quite nicely here. Another wave of super minions, or rather Baron minions, coming over.
Gotta be careful, they're getting caught over here. Zeus, nice buffer. As meanwhile, there is a
that buffer.
Jason the Bush, who has no mana.
Yeah, he has no mana here. He has Flash.
He's gonna get some mana as we, okay. We got fighting all over the Rift.
Looks like this is going to be the end of Doran's attempt to kill Faker.
Oh, did they go too far is the question. Chovy has to flash away, Cyclone defensively, and T1 say, okay, we still have Baron for 45 seconds. Let's just take the turret and not force the fight. We got enough.
It feels like it's been a very long time since we've seen Peanut actually have an impactful Cyclone in this game on the offensive here. I mean, he's been impactful defensively to get away from these fights, but he's never able to actually start the tempo in his favor in these engages, in these skirmishes. And Zeus now has Jak'Shos picked up here. And it is, of course, enabled by the ornament. It's the ornament Jak'Shos.
Look at that gold graph.
The icon is showing there top right. So he's a lot tankier now. He's a lot more difficult to kill. You have a lot of damage now on the Sibelius. About to be on 3 items. Did go for the Bloodthirster this time around because that big threat isn't there of the Malphite. You still have to deal with Wukong, but it's not quite the same. You mentioned this earlier, and I mean, T1 wrestling back a lot of control with just 1 Baron steal alone.
Evolve Jak'Shos, goddamn.
Obviously, take away a sneaky Baron.
Heist.
A sneak, yeah.
It felt like, yeah,
oh,
like
shit.
this big plans. We're going to go in there and get the jewel and get out.
And like,
I like the word heist.
Yeah, and T1 now are in a position where they're like, okay, we got enough map control, we set up enough vision here across the board to where we can group up
T1's position now is okay.
Targets. Okay. And this is a point where T1 can actually take a straight up 5v5 fight on their terms and take Soul Point. And it's felt like for so long in this game, Chovy has just ruled this rift, but all it takes is 1 Baron push. And that control fades away.
Genji
are going to group up for this now and start taking away some of that vision, but they're going to have to fight for it.
Chovy doesn't have flash now because you see that if Chovy gets in there in the face of 5 members of T1 or even 4, if you've got like an Oren for very long range setup, it's actually pretty rough to get away. Yes, LeBlanc is very slippery, but there are ways for T1 to try to turn it.
16 yet.
And even 1 Mountain Drake could be the difference maker. One more ornament, chop down a lot of the damage from Chovy, from Doran. Some of that poke can give T1
I think he can give ornament to everyone. If I remember correctly.
No, I mean like
they would love a third Mountain Drake, of course.
You can give 1 ornament.
I love the Serpent Fang here. Duma's shield picked up from Doran as well.
14, 15.
Nice little tech here to try to eliminate the front line.
Arm.
There should be 2 ornaments on his team.
And T1 have total control of the river. Genji have 0 wards in the river right now.
They give it to all the carries.
Oh,
the light. Oh, that whole.
But it happens. That's going to give Gen G a chance.
Carrier, what's there?
An angle once again where Doran needs to be doing damage here, but he can't see. He can't hit what he cannot see. Toby's going over the wall to
Carrier,
clear vision
what's
here
there?
and basically be a living ward for those shock blasts.
Yeah, he is on it.
Oh.
Peanut, so Carrier
Got
is
him.
able to spare his own
Didn't miss
bosses.
that one.
As Chovy now in the pit, there's no smite, and it
didn't.
goes the way of Oner as Zeus is going to bang his head against the wall in
Oh,
celebration.
that was very close
T1
actually.
get their
That's like
first
a
mountain
400
That was
HP.
about as good as it was going to get. Steel-wise
400
here from
HP
Gen
smite.
G with the shock blast coming through with
Boy,
Chovy on the
Baron
chain,
again.
just to
Yeah,
maybe
boy.
hope for a third mountain here to go over. But they didn't have smite because Peanut was on the flank setting up for a cyclone. And the rest of his team is so far away. It's kind of a
Faker is
bizarre flank
exhaust.
angle here. You don't know where Carrier is. And even if you
Oh,
did
they already saw
cyclone here,
Peanut on
where's your
that
follow-up?
ward that he's clearing.
This is another puzzling choice for Peanut here on a critical objective fight.
More fighting, Wolf. More fighting.
There he is.
TP's coming in.
Oh,
Chovy and
damn,
Mike get
those
themselves in a
jukes.
rough spot, but they get the TP and they get out. And it doesn't matter too much. But the biggest thing is that they're
Never
trying to set
seen
up
a
for the
thrash
Baron.
juke
Chovy
like
was
that.
trying to get in here and stop them from getting a free
Oh, boy,
entrance
it's
into
wrapped
this
up.
objective once again.
And I mean, we are looking at this could just
He's
be a
doing
game-ending
the-
Baron if T1 picked
the
this up.
Azir
There's gonna
thing.
be so much control. Chovy
Chovy.
unseen, but he can't threaten to this by himself. Needs the rest of his team and needs a shock blast to hit. Peanut has flash cyclone. But it needs to be on the rest of the team. It needs to be not on the edge of T1, but on the back line of T1.
Okay, they're going to start it up.
Wow, Faker has a.
And
Oh,
there's no
oh
double
what?
smite available
Hey,
this
did you see?
time.
Did you see
I don't
the
think they can do this unless they win a
the
team
the
fight
goal
against T1.
the goal score?
Seems pretty difficult.
Faker gets 150 goal and then it disappears for 1 second.
Yeah, seeing a lot of
And then comes
damage.
back
So is
again.
Carrier, but obviously not as important as Doran at this point in time.
And the shock blast value just isn't really there. Doran's actually going to use one acceleration gate and then back here during the cooldown of that, and we'll return.
Why
to
is
this
Chovy
fight.
building Banshees for?
So he's actually doing a decent amount
When you're
of
supposed to
damage
pop
in this
people.
fight before it even begins.
Yeah, now he's got the Infernum set for a big ultimate too in these choke points. Doran's actually going to push this top wave, and T1 see that as the angle to pull the trigger here on this Baron.
Oh look,
Peanut
his
does
shield is
not-
gone.
I don't know if they know about this, but Carrier's going
Oh,
to get the
never mind.
news as this is about to get really interesting. Peanut trying to
Peanut.
get in. The damage is
Oh,
there
God.
as they get the hook on the Delight, but they don't go in on this one. A little bit broken up as the fight as Oner's out of the pit and massive.
Oh, Guma, my God.
Boom.
Blows up the back line of Gen G. Lots of low health bars on both sides, but Guma is the final boss at this point in time. He's looking to try to get on in
Faker.
there, but not quite able to follow up on that.
Yeah, so that's going to be no
That
Baron
was
going over. It's a trade of
beautiful.
support
You
for
see
top
those
lane, and finally that
second
damage started to
bullets?
come through in the fight for Gen G. Doran is actually hitting big
Like the
shock
blue
blast
gun.
when T1
Purple
commit.
gun or blue gun?
And that's all it took, is both of these teams
Blue
will
gun.
struggle to actually start Baron
Yeah, like
off,
AOE
especially
shot
Gen G's
everyone,
comp.
bro.
They have very
Yeah,
little
like it's a
turn.
5-man
They're playing
out.
a base LeBlanc comp, so they can't really start it, but as soon as T1 does, they turn it into a shooting gallery. Fortunately, it's just a trade of 1-for-1. Now they're going to start this up, though, with Chovy having all of this vision removed. He's on the
It's
other
gonna
side
work.
of the pit.
Well, Oner might get there on time. He's got a lantern too.
Oh my
Doesn't,
God,
I guess,
Oner.
Okay, trying to get in there.
Oh
it's
my-
gonna be
He has-
Zaya who
he has
picks up
lantern.
2 kills.
Okay.
Immediately going to the pockets of Gen G.
And this is a huge Baron here because of the delay.
That was.
But at the same time,
That's
I just
actually
really don't think
stealable.
you need
He
to be
just didn't
committing like
smite.
that. Try to go for a steal.
That's
the risk
actually
is so
stealable.
high. As look at this fight here. I mean, Carrier's on the back. He gets a hook here onto the Recon. But Faker's pushed out of the pit.
Look at
Oner
that
has to
ult,
flash
bro.
over, a Heartbreaker over rather.
There was
And
like
the
5
ult
flowers
value
there.
is massive here for Guma. But the follow-up isn't there. They're pushed off the Baron. And on the return here to Baron, they have enough damage. And then this steal attempt here,
my
obviously,
God.
with the Lantern is cool. And it is very
You see the
close, but they
smite?
got the feathers set.
Yeah.
Phase denies, and that's 2 kills that go over with it. It's definitely not worth. I mean, yeah.
Oner
really
is in
risky
range
for
for
Gen G
smite
at the end of
already,
the
he
day,
just
but
didn't smite.
You're going to take those kills, whether the steal goes off or not.
And so we reset once again. Let's see what Gen G can get done with this Baron power play. They have about 3,000 gold to lead, but it's 32 minutes in. You see what kind of damage Guma can do if he hits a big ultimate.
okay.
The
Faker
Zaya, of
goes for
course,
that
also
cat, but
pretty
Chovy
gigantic in
opt
this
for
game.
the
Both are 80
Shadow
carries.
Flame.
Very
No,
good.
Chovy went for a pussy ass build.
G, if they push
I mean, I
straight
saw
into
them both
Aphelios, not
having
gonna find
needlessly
much.
large
I
brush,
think
so I thought both of
the
them
biggest
were
win
gonna
for
go
them is that they're going to get this third Mountain Drake, you know? And yeah, a
He
lot
went
of
for
natural coming
fucking
with this too.
Banshees.
The longest
Oh,
On the
T1
field.
trying to go for the engage here. Hayes has
Oh,
Feather
what?
Storm, just going to dodge it. And doesn't even have to use it. T1 pretty desperate, looking for an engage in mid lane.
Well, now you're definitely not going to be able to fight for this Drake as T1 anymore. And Chovy going to take this turret out, so they're getting so much deep vision removed, so much map control into these turrets.
Okay, over the wall goes Faker. He's trying to set up the play, and they burst down Doran. As Faker now, can he get out is the question. He goes into a stopwatch as he is not in a great spot, and the damage comes in. Pace over the wall, immediately goes into the Featherstorm, and will survive as Delight is there for the follow-up.
That follow-up!
Oh, Guma, oh my god. Guma now, trying to go 1v5, flashes in, and nearly takes Delight down, but almost dies himself.
Such a beautiful angle,
Chovy was ready to get in there, man. He's like, I got the stopwatch, I'm going in.
Guma got big balls.
Flashes in with ult, and he cleanses as well, and is able to help secure that kill. An insanely brave play from a player who's been so clutch in his rookie season alone. These are the types of fights where FaZe will not be afraid. Talking about some of the confidence issues for Gen G across the years, across the careers of players like Peanut, Chovy, Doran, who've struggled to get an LCK
Gen G has 27%
but
armor and MR.
Here, and look at how far away FaZe is, and he's just going to follow through. And when Chovy goes over the wall, he's like, I'm going with them. This is actually insane. Flashes in, instantly cleanses, and then Featherstorms his way out, so avoids the hook here from Keria and gets out to secure the kill.
And then Guma did not want to be outdone. As we got another fight, we just keep doing this as they're looking for Delight mid lane. Hornhorn comes in, catches Doran, as they did not expect that.
Oh, we got him.
The Jace. As the follow-up in here, the Sparrow rushes on to Pace. He doesn't have Featherstorm.
Pace.
He's not able to use it here, and this fight, his Oner is going to die as Zaya, funnily enough. As okay, that is a trade up here for T1 as they push to push.
And they're going to try to get an inhibitor out of this, and I think they should be able to.
Or how about this? Over the wall, they go.
Oh, got him.
This guy is just no chill.
Ari Threshman is it's a force of nature. It's a threat you have to respect. I don't know where it's coming from.
Look at Faker's items now. He's got upgraded Everfrost and Death Cap, like he is bursting people down.
They want to try to end here. I think this might be a bridge too far. Doran's up in 15.
Okay, this is kind of insane. They're looking for Guma. The Lantern take is perfectly timed.
They can end, actually. They can actually end.
Lots of damage on the Chovy. Okay, they're going to back off after this, but man, they are playing with fire. But they have been doing that all series long.
Teleport from Doran.
Yeah, he's looking to come in.
I feel like Doran's gonna
get... know this is coming in. Faker looking to maybe just zone him away. Takes the Lantern. And we will get a big shock blast here, as it will hit Faker, but...
Faker's in range.
After that is the real question.
I don't think so. I think they're going to get out of here just fine. Peanut doesn't have Cyclone for a few more seconds, and they actually will escape.
Yeah. Wait, did they not see that
what? Like you say, for 90 seconds here, so that's just a teleport down here for Doran. And there's a backdoor recondition for T1 once again, this time not as clean as the previous game because there is a Nexus turret up. And once again, there's no control ward, or ward in general, rather. Control ward was in the base, but it was clear.
The only guy you need to kill is Guma.
With a really aggressive teleport here from Faker, and Zayas turns the angle of his ultimate at the last possible second against Doran.
Pace out is like...
And that's all you need to continue to push forward here.
Pace was like 1 second away.
Yeah,
he's
all the second
now.
But he doesn't have it in time, so those 2 kills are all the damage removed. Man, Gen G fans got to be really stressing right now.
Every game is like pulling teeth. It doesn't matter the lead. It's insane.
Still up on gold, but this inhibitor being down means T1 have so much control over objective fights. Both of the critical ones coming up here, Baron and the Soul for Mountain. It's the 7th break of the game.
Yeah. Still, mid inhibitor once again. He's just going to chew through that super minion like it's a block of cheese. Down that will go. As long as they stay grouped as a team in mid, T1 will not really have a real angle to get into the base, so probably just going to be another fight here over the Baron. And the potential Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
In a minute and a half.
T1, lot of Baron control right now. GA for Oner is so huge because he could really force things like these flanks he's setting up right now.
Oh, what the fuck?
Chovy sees him. He wants to pop that Banshee's Veil. He's unsuccessful.
Okay, over the wall they go.
Oh my god, Doran walked into that!
As down goes Doran again! This guy just cannot survive against them.
Yeah.
He walked into the
Zayas, it's turned. It looks like he's charming somebody else, but he just turns the charm onto Doran.
Bro, Doran, where am I looking at, bro?
Yeah, and the turn is still here. No Ornhorn this time around from T1.
That Faker charm angle is actually is like bending 45 degrees.
He does have a stopwatch here as no, the Moonlight Vigil goes wide and the damage here on Oner. He goes into the GA as Delight. And
oh my god.
Will stay alive as Curry is back there. He gets
He
the
got-
look on the Paze.
he got Paze.
The front line for T1. Guma is able to take down his
Dead.
opposing carry, and T1 will take the Baron.
It looks like this is probably just going to be the win here for T1 3-0 because now you have this Baron. Chovy's looking for a steal.
Chovy, can he do it? He doesn't have any vision. Nope, not gonna happen. As Aphelios, Guma takes down the Baron.
Peanut pushed mid, which is really huge because during all of this, now at least when they try to go to push to end, they have to go through all of these minions. And they are going to be able to go for Mountain Soul here, rushing it over. TP is down to the bottom lane.
They basically have to go all in on this. I don't think you can give this away. Zeus is trying to get on over and delay this as much as he can. Ornhorn comes in as he will knock up Peanut, but it does not matter. Still lands the smite. T1 and Faker cannot get into punish.
Now, the push is real in mid here, potentially for T1 if they just want to try to siege up and win the game that way. But the Soul goes over, and because Peanut pushed the mid wave so aggressively towards the inner turret, there's just no wave to actually go for an end right now. And you know, they still have Baron for 2 minutes, but they're just going to try to take more control of the map.
Shadow Flame right now. Damn, he's a blue burst right now.
Doran. This game is crazy, again, as it has been for all of T1's games in the playoffs.
39 minutes, and we are pushing the bottom lane. The Bloodthirster and Overheal really helping to mitigate some of that damage alongside of their one Mountain Drake as Chovy is getting on in there.
I mean, Chovy is so difficult to kill. He's level 18, he has 4 Mountain Drakes and a Banshee's Veil on top of him, so he can kind of continue to harass and look for backline access, but this Baron buff is the problem.
Really is pushed in. The Cyclone is good on the aggression this time around, but no follow-up comes in as underneath the turret, Faker goes down. Damage comes in from the Aphelios and Pace has to get in and out at the same time as down will go this inhibitor.
Still have to somehow kill this Aphelios. He's just doing so much damage here.
Guma is a one-man army right now, surrounded by his minions, escorting him to win the
this game would be Guma MVP. I would say last game Faker got wrong.
The respawn here, it's up now. And now you have, as T1,
this game is definitely
so desperately set for an opportunity for a backdoor. They are seen. They'll be forced away. I don't even want to make predictions about what's going to happen next because the Elder's up in 4 minutes and 20 seconds, but we're just seeing T1 be so aggressive around mid. And Doran has no flash right now. He needs to be so careful in these moments.
Wait, it didn't show the Jace E. What?
The Jace charm.
It didn't show that was the dumbest shit I've seen, man.
You guys can watch that on replay later.
Peanut here goes in. Faker's caught under turret. Guma hits a big ult.
Oh, they're gonna redo the replay.
Has to ult away, and he survives here, so they will lose the inhibitor.
He walked into
There's no way that T1 can continue the push here. They don't have enough positional advantage here. They don't have enough minions.
Here we go.
Look at this.
Look at this charm.
This is the charm where it looks like he's looking for Rakan, but he actually
It'd be like, you think I'm charming the Rakan psych?
It's like he walks straight into the charm.
It's
Chovy.
Oh, Chovy? Chovy has no damage with that build. What is he hiding for?
This is your last stand, basically.
Shirelli and these minions in to try to rush down this inhib.
Oh, look, Faker has a potion.
Faker takes a big chunk of damage.
Oh, he going in.
Faker at this point doesn't really do much to Chovy, as you were mentioning before.
He's just so tanky with all of these resistances and the Banshee's Veil, so...
Pays, GA.
This game is stressing me out about it. I mean...
It really could be anybody's game, too. Like, Genji might just hold, and maybe they win one big team fight, push down mid, and end it.
We also just don't see, like, all season long, this has been the season and the year of one-sided snowball games, where you rarely go past 35 minutes.
Or
35 minutes,
now.
so like, for all season long, you're, like, lucky to
don't
get there.
Think they'll lose
plus
any
40,
fight
like,
anymore.
never gonna happen. T1 going 40 minutes plus?
Aphelios is unkillable, man.
Season because this team just does not mess up.
Yes, GA and Bloodthirster. What are you gonna do?
Games where the gold is even at 42, and
what does enhanced Shirelias do, man? Does everyone become Sonic?
Yeah, this is like, yeah. It's kind of insane. Charm is going to land.
Oh my god.
He is so low in the mix right now. As we're looking for the snipe, not going to happen. As meanwhile, Peanut's trying to zone for his team.
I mean, what is that?
It was not supposed to happen.
No, and they have no health here, but they can't just go back to the fountain, and T1 don't have a wave here that they could push to try to end with, so they're just going to come in here, take a dip in the fountain, and then rush back over to mid.
No harm, no foul?
Yeah, 90 seconds here until the Drake. Now, if you get those kills or you get that GA, you will get the follow-up kill there. Peanut doesn't panic. He doesn't Cyclone. He is going to have Flash and Cyclone for this fight. And it's going to be about the setup here for the carries, right? And Faker has been getting picks onto Doran. Zeus has been getting picks onto Doran. If Doran survives here, he's got his flashback up. He could do a ton of damage on the setup in the neutral fight. But
well, I'll tell you one thing, Chobi's winning.
He is going to do
look at the vision score.
He's going to do in this fight here. He has that ornament, and he's full build. And yes,
I thought you were gonna say CS,
but
okay.
Zaya is going to. I mean, there's just so many threats, right? You have to deal with here, and if Guma has that front line of this extremely large, tanky orb,
it's like the Jinx in my game last night. God dang.
The offers you have here are much lower on Gen G side.
You know what OPGG said?
You know, it's
the Jinx is second place.
You can't fight anymore. So these shock blasts need to hit. The best defense for your AD carry on Gen G is a good offense.
Yeah,
it's good poke. And it's these solo laners getting the damage done before Pays goes into fight.
Well, they're trading. They're kind of trading Elder and Baron.
This time around, we saw it happen when Doran hits an accelerated shock blast on Nagumi.
But T1 can melt Baron and still have time for.
Oh, Guma! They get him down as he is into his GA in the follow-up here. He's gonna have to.
Lantern, oh god!
He goes down. Peanut makes the pick.
Oh, Peanut saved the fucking game.
The push of the minions, but I don't think he was.
Is it? I think it's Pace, man.
Yeah, Carrier is going to go down here, and they're going to try to push to end this one.
Really? I saw Wukong out in though.
In an important series, a very incredible engagement.
Oh, they said
Flash
Peanut
was coming up. He has Flash Cyclone, and that's what closes the gap on Naguma.
Damn.
These
didn't expect game 4. Shit.
Is real, and Gen
my
steals
prediction.
the win away. And we've got a series on our hands, Valdez.
A little bit late, but we in fact do. It's 2-1 as Gen G will give themselves a breath of fresh air, a chance to come back in this series.
I cannot imagine how Peanut is feeling right now. The brunt of many Gen G fans' anger throughout the last parts of regular season.
It feels bad.
For this team, his fans are in tears.
The first time he gets
thought it was over, thought it was done, so it's not. It's not yet. But
holy shit, look at the Gen G fans.
There, to get on top of Guma, it's a chance to take a 1 in a million engage because his positioning has been so good. He's got a Thresh, he's got an Ahri. There's so many ways to stop this from happening.
Thank Lord,
but when you've got Warriors, Trickster, Flash, and Cyclone onto an Aphelios, you've got one of the longest extended range engages in the game.
I mean,
Peanut makes it happen.
There isn't really anything to say for this game. I don't know what Benji's gonna say. It's just the last fight.
Making these things happen in the clutch.
It's just the last fight that he went out of position.
Your decisiveness shows through.
The rest,
and for once, it's Peanut making a aggressive decision that everyone can celebrate on the Gen G side of things.
Oh my god, Jin would cool.
Just highlighting.
Look at the time.
This game was
a cursed game time.
Multiple times where they got ahead.
44 minutes, 44
seconds. Again, they gave it away, and then finally,
Jin was like,
and take the win. And yeah, really just comes down to one engage. Just pressing his buttons on to Gumayusi. They take him down, and Gen G, they get another chance in this one. As this is going to start getting very interesting, guys. But first, of course, we will take a bit of a break and hear what the guys on the space have to say about that game number 3.
BBQ.
BBQ Olivers.
Oh, yeah? I'll look at the last fight and then I'll go pee. Dun 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 dun. dun 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 dun.
뚠뚠.
볼수 있고 왼손 빠졌어 볼게 보셔 앞에부터 일단 이겼어
They all went in at the same time as Wukong out.
Yeah, the Fed, he stand in front of the Guma stood in front of like 5 feathers.
라인 살려 일단 라인 살려
Bruh, that was just Guma's mistake. It's not peanut. I knew it's paste, it's not peanut. Even the caster say peanut.
Peanut. I'm gonna go pee. Oh, BBQ. Yeah. Oh shit, I cannot say this. I'm pretty sure this is copyright. It's a good song though. It's like the only metal song. I feel like it's the same ads as last year, man. What?
Feel like what?
I feel like the ads are the same as last year.
Yeah.
Bro. OP.GG. Sign in with your OP.GG account. God.
Game number 4, back to your regularly scheduled program.
God, Chovy did the Naruto one run again.
He did the Chovy.
Maybe it has to be cringe knowing that that's going to be the last scene for every game.
Welcome back to the space, everybody. Oh my goodness, what a game number 3. That was about as neck and neck as a game can possibly be for so long. I think most of us had multiple heart attacks. We are okay. Let's get into the draft first, see how it all began.
Tetris for Jeff.
Jace B1, I don't think that's going anywhere. That will probably remain in place very firmly here because even though it didn't matter. It did matter a lot at the beginning, up until the point where it didn't matter. We'll get into that later.
Right.
Because the Jace actually did have a really high impact, even with the R5 counterpick for the Oner not really working out. And the composition from Gen G has a lot of team fighting power, but they do lack in tankiness. And we saw that happen as we got later and later into the game.
Well,
T1 was more often the aggressor,
and
Gen G was kind of in a position where they tried to re-engage, and that is a thing that you need to be able to play around, and we saw that they were struggling with that at points.
Yeah, I mean, again, the pick doesn't really matter. It's like I think the concept, whatever Gen G pull up, I think it's really similar between the game 2 and game 3.
Yeah.
I think it's a really big difference. This thing is a Doran get the Jace pick, and then he blocked the Jace, the old carry champion down. Like, which is game 2, I was like wondering why Doran was not playing the Jace, because they trapped themselves that with the flex pick with the Malphite, so like no matter what, the Malphite had to go top because you don't want to play Malphite into Lissandra, which is disaster. So this time, so they can actually pull the Jace top no matter what, and Zeus just forced to play any tank champion, be not able to carry any team fight.
Yeah, and we saw that beginning in the early stages of the game. We are going to go back in time quite a way as Zeus found himself.
He wants to make the game interesting.
Times, kind of bullied here by Gen G early.
And what is most noticeable is not that he dies here, you know, is out of position, gets taken down. That's one thing. But this play right here, and this is cracks that we don't often see for Zeus. It's also credit to Doran, a player that has been known to tilt, right? Even in the previous games we saw, and later in this game, we see some moments.
A player known to tilt.
These are also the moments where you're like, okay, so Doran does have what it takes. He can go in aggressively and get those kills.
I mean, as I said it, like the most important thing is that Zeus, it can't be impactful.
Well, they all have
because from the pick, I don't know, because the Doran play well. Something happened, so the game is a little bit frustrating for T1.
It certainly was, and it sort of it got better-ish in the mid-game. We're going to go to our second highlight here, which was Faker's extraordinary catch. We saw it from his POV as well.
Extraordinary
getting over the wall
catch.
and getting the charm onto Doran. And this was where Doran was kind of struggling, was in this mid-game, was being able to actually land poke.
Yeah, I don't think Faker actually meant to use the charm to Jace. It's just more, I would say this is unlucky, honestly. It's a little bit lucky, but it's a nice play from Faker, right?
It is, and it is actually what puts them on this train and completely gets them back control in the game. And we know how good T1's team fighting is. We've seen it throughout the entirety of this series. And what's remarkable to me as well is that even though they lost Doran, like Gen G is playing their hearts out, right? They're still playing aggressive. They're still trying to get as much done as possible. And if that ultimate from Guma hits, I think that might be game ending, right? Like they wipe, they get everyone, but because of Gen G kind of splitting apart, T1 still win the fight, T1 still get the Nash, but they waste a lot of crucial time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have been better to they probably focus on Drake first, not the Baron. Honestly, I think they should have just gotten the Soul first and then go Baron, which is they could have just done opposite. And I mean, Soul stays forever.
Soul is so, Mountain Soul is so good. It is Chemtech.
And this is actually the only reason why, even though Orn is in the game, the gold is still even. Because the number at the top of your screen was exactly the same, right? Ornaments generally push it up a few thousand gold, but a Mountain Soul will do exactly the same thing. So at this point in time, the game kind of equalized, right? We saw mid inhibitors being exchanged. We saw a Nexus turret falling down for Gen G, but you need 2 of them and then a Nexus in order to win the game. So let's have a look at this final fight. And I know people have called Peanut names in the past. This is what we like to call 3-nut. Game 3, this is where he generally shows up.
Like the combination of him going in and setting up for the feathers on the ground there.
It's not Peanut.
Amazing. And it's really well, my favorite part is that Paze got caught in the exact same fashion.
It was, I would say Zaya stunned first and then
Peanut.
Peanut.
It's like it's almost up. That means it's not up.
Peanut follow up.
Step back. Stay safe.
Yeah, I mean, what can we say? It's the 3rd game on the Peanut. It's his own stage.
It is a short cooldown.
That's the play.
Rooney's not even impressed. Like, finally. You called it like 2 games ago as well.
Yeah.
You're like, it's gonna happen.
I was calling from the first game. It's a first game Peanut.
To be perfectly honest, like Hooney has been calling everything all day.
It's been very scary, yeah.
So I've decided that if I ever need to know the weather, I'm not going to trust the weatherman. I'm just going to call Hooney, ask him what I need to wear for any particular day, because he will just know. So send him your tweets and your Instagram DMs and things like that. If there's anything that you want to find out about absolutely anything. As let's see who's going to be POG, gentlemen. Do we think that it is just Peanut because he made the play? And it is. There we go.
No, I think it's Pace.
Peanut because he made that one play. and that's a little bit facetious. I do think that Peanut had a great Wukong game. There's a reason why he's been prioritized on this champion, right? Really high impact team fighting. But this is what.
He did get that solo kill in the other game, though.
Yeah, the POG highlights is.
When I saw that came up, I was like, oh, are there like way more highlights here? No, there's one more.
Yeah,
but honestly,
like
this is
10 seconds
I mean, well deserved. Game 7 out of 11?
Guma's
9 out of 11.
I like the pace
how did they get into
for that flash over the wall.
I'm just a little bit sad that we lost the sponsorship opportunity after this particular vote layout, but that's okay. I'll deal with that as we head to game number 4. So here is Valdez and Wolf. Take us there.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As yes, Pace gets a little bit of recognition for his play over the course of the game, whereas Peanut gets a lot of recognition for winning the game, as this gives them a chance to make it in. You know, say what you want about Peanut, but he keeps them in it, and it's going to be a very interesting road from here on out, because maybe T1 just come in and say, oh, that was a fluke, we'll smash them in game 4, and maybe they do just that. Or maybe Gen G have a new breath of fresh air, and they start playing even better.
It will be T1's side selection. And
blue.
They have chosen blue. This is pretty huge, and when you have an additional buffer, you can play blue side twice, as we saw from Gen G, right? But it's going to be T1's side selection for the rest of this series, and that is a part of League of Legends that makes reverse sweeps so incredibly difficult. The loser will always have side selection. So now you will have to do this 2 more times as Gen G in this game and the next on red side. Very likely, unless T1 has a different plan, but with the strength of blue side the way it is right now, I just don't think that's going to happen. So, step 1, don't get 3-0'd. Step 2, win a game on red side. Step 3, complete the reverse sweep on the second red side game, right? And I just want to set the stakes. This is so incredibly difficult to do against a team like T1. But it would be Gen G going straight to the finals if they can make it happen.
Did Gen G ban Jace? It's really been the one big pick that we've been seeing over and over for both teams.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I think it is a massive pick, but the Elise is so strong with all the other types of picks that T1 like to play around the bottom side, and it will just be the Jace going over instantly. See if Gen G have a good response here. We talked about the Malphite priority. Maybe pushing that
just
one
be
up
like, finally, I'm playing Jace.
Could be another way to handle this, but it is very face-up if you do that. Looks like it's just once again going to be the Zaya.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, and that's pretty interesting. I mean, T1 are going to see this straight away. They can go bars, they can draft more range and more poke, and essentially just try to snowball and go through that.
You already
they can also play Viego here. I think it's very strong. In this draft, Viego operates very well around poke, and you've got the Varus too. You have insane range, and Zaya is not very good into this type of poke. Sejuani comes through first. And now Gen G have a lot of things,
It's
a lot
the
of
same as
threats
game one,
here
man.
in this second ban phase. Like, even the Renata class becomes a big
Yeah,
problem here.
boy.
Because if you're trying to get on
better
top of this
pick
Varus
Malphite now
chase,
or
the
you're
Renata
gonna
just
get
says
banned. What do you
no.
want to do,
Also
boy?
great into Zaya. And they will prioritize the Malphite
Okay,
here
dumb
first.
fucks, finally.
But there are so many ways that T1 could take this draft. It's incredibly flexible. You know the identity of it, but there are so many different things that can supplement it. And this makes it such a big challenge now for Gen G. We'll see what they take away. I think Renata is one of the biggest concerns.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that
no
Renata
sense
can be
to
very
pick
annoying as
top
well. Playing against a
The
team that's
second
winning with
round of
Renata,
picks,
even as Malphite, maybe you can
know
still find
the
the
top
angles,
lane
but
is already
it's also really good into Zaya Rakan. We've seen it picked into that so many times, so that will be the pretty obvious face-up first ban, and we did get Wukong off the board, so
And
gonna be
Renata, when's the
pinching
last
out
time Kyria
Peanut's
played Renata?
champion pool just a bit.
Yeah.
When it's
See if they
Varus
want to take
Renata.
away... Okay, it's going to be Lissandra again. Taken away from Faker here.
Did you play?
And they will
I
have,
think
of course, the
Ari,
counter
I think
pick
Chovy gonna play.
for
Unless
the
T1
mid lane
plays.
here for Chovy. So you feel pretty good about taking that one off the board and having an answer. As the Viego is still something T1 are considering themselves,
Okay,
potentially
T1
here
knows
in this
what's up.
draft. So we'll ban the Ari. See if Peanut's down to just lock in the Viego here. Doesn't feel very strong with this composition.
That means
though,
it's
at all.
LeBlanc again.
I'd even almost
Please,
prefer the
no.
Lee Sin in this one.
Maybe that is the play.
Yeah, you can see
It's
Genji don't
LeBlanc
have a lot of great
again.
options here. This is a tense call.
LeBlanc?
Pick your jungler first, man. I don't like.
And you could lock it, and then wait for that final pick.
Oh my
That is what is going to happen, Valdez. Good
god!
call. You ban the Ari, Lissandra's banned, so there's no great response here to the LeBlanc in lane.
Yeah.
Pick
And
Gragas, man.
I guess that you
Think they're
save
just
your
gonna pick
jungle
Gragas.
for last pick, which is kind of interesting. You don't see that every so often. You could have saved potential counter pick for mid, but instead they prioritized the LeBlanc.
We'll see if Faker wants to just try to play Gragas here, but you're not going to have Prio.
Yes.
Talia's been very weak
Yes. What?
at the end of the season. Over Tom Kenshin in the bot lane.
Oh,
Very
Kyria
different look
Kench.
here for some additional safety for this Varus. Will help out against the dive quite significantly,
Varus,
but you only
Tom
get
Kench,
one
we're
Devour,
going back
and there are just too many
a
different
few
ways
patches
to get on
here.
top of this Varus.
Should have played Callista. Silence going to be
Silas.
the pick here for Faker.
Oh, this is greedy.
Okay,
And you
okay.
can obviously have
Oh,
a better
Malphite,
Malphite
okay, yeah,
engage, but
Could be top as well.
true.
Silas into Malphite. I think we saw that as well in Challenger.
Faker Malphite.
You're right. Oh,
Yeah,
could
boy.
be the choice for
Genji's like,
Ziggs,
"Ah,
which would be
shit."
weird, but just because Ziggs
Peanut's
is a
like,
great
ah
player.
shit, what do we
What is the
do?
pick for Peanut?
I mean, it could be a Jarvan angle.
He's laughing. It's
Oh
Olaf.
my god.
He's laughing his way.
He's like,
to an
fuck it,
Olaf
I'm
pick
going
here.
Olaf.
Well, I mean, it's a great tanky front line here. We add the Olaf and the Malphite together.
What? Olaf?
There is a
Are you
ton of
serious?
power in the front of your composition that can run at T1, get through the CC.
I mean,
You
at
have
the very
really
least, he
good hard
can
engage on
be
this
unstoppable from
And the
Malphite.
Olaf could just run at Varus, and then everyone else follows up. So you have a guaranteed way to get your Malphite into ult range, because this was another
What?
problem
Silas top.
that they faced in that previous game with the Malphite, is getting into range of Guma, as it will be the Silas
can't
top
be.
you talked about here.
What?
Faker playing the Jace in mid into the LeBlanc.
Okay.
I think that the
Okay.
composition here for
That's wrong.
Genji is way stronger overall, even though the Olaf is arguably, of these 10 champions,
I think
the
Malphite
weirdest one we see. I
loses to
think it actually
Silas,
fits
though.
the composition very well, and trying to engage counterwise with the Silas into the composition of Genji by stealing the Malphite ultimate feels very weak into the draft that Genji has, because it has so much disengage. You're playing a LeBlanc, you have a Zaya. Will it be the Silver Scrape she's asking for?
Will it be the Teemo she's asking for as well?
I think that's less likely.
Not in this game. Maybe in the next one.
Looking for that Faker thumbs up.
Yeah.
And so many fans drawing these signs for a Game 5 here for Genji. Still believing, still holding on to hope. And at least to the fourth one, they have been rewarded for said hope. I think this draft might be, in my opinion, the biggest gap of the four so far, though. I like it way more for Genji. See if the execution is enough here, Valdez. As this is a risky draft from T1, but if it gets ahead, man, does it really roll?
Yeah,
So
it
what
really
Genji
does
can
slap
do, they
once
can
we
stop
do
the
get
lane.
ahead. But they have to get that snowball rolling. We'll see if Genji can get in front of it here for game number 4. Let's hop onto the rims.
Game 4. And, you know, the ways in which T1 have normally gotten ahead throughout this season, summer season last year, and especially spring season in 2022 has just been controlling early objectives, snowballing, playing amazing macro. But in playoffs here, most of their games have gone incredibly long, which is why I really count the late game win conditions of these two comps more than what they can do in snowball.
Toby's in the top lane for now. Now, he could just be standing there at the level 1, but could have a little lane swap here, as of course the Malphite wants to play into Jace.
Yeah.
That's not a secret, right? T1 are the ones that are trying to mix this one up as they spot him early. Could potentially swap now, but nope. And Doran's playing mid lane as Malphite.
Okay, so it's happening. And this usually happens with Renekton and Jace, the two most common AD lane swap champions that have been around over the last 3 years. So this means that now you're playing into a Malphite in a very short lane versus the top lane, where Chovy is going to have some additional power there into a melee matchup early. So really a smart idea here from Gen G, and they were absolutely prepared for it.
I was wondering if, yeah, there it goes. They swap it on the Observer client.
Yeah, the very rare thing to see, but it is, whenever you see the mouse there for a second, it's kind of hyping away.
Yeah.
It's just such a rare, unusual circumstance.
Always hiding it. Yeah, and also got to keep an eye on Peanut's jungle pathing, see exactly what he's going to be doing on the Olaf, if he's just going to be power clearing, which is, you know, back in the days of Olaf, this is basically what he did. He clears the jungle so incredibly quickly that you just love that farming power, the ability to clear it out, and then maybe look for ganks, but he has really fallen off. We haven't seen him for 400 days. The last player was Kwangdong Freak's Ellen against Canyon.
That game wasn't very fun either.
No.
I remember that game, actually.
Yeah, in that meta, you're only allowed to play Hecarim or Udyr, so...
Yeah. I mean, it was an interesting idea, but it did not work. His owner's going to come here top and actually look for a gank onto Chovy. Try to force out his summoner, but he does have distortion.
Yep. Should have it, but see the amount of speed on the stacks as down he will go. Oner just picks it up, level 3, quick to the top side, and makes the gank happen.
Yeah, well, you know, this is a pretty fantastic start, as now the wave is going to crash in here to top, or to the turret here for Zeus, and he's just going to have that there. Chovy is in an awkward spot here in terms of farming. Very disastrous beginning to this game, as, you know, Peanut is just power farming, as you say, and Chovy is going to try to look for some kill pressure here. He's got the Dematerializer to try to keep Zeus under this turret. It's so difficult against the Sylas. Just going to get that steal back of the health.
Yeah, he's going to have to TP back to this one, just like Chovy did.
Chovy has played top lane in the past. You know, we had some weird COVID circumstances, and we did see it, but Chovy's always been a player that people have said would do better as a top lane player, but I think that is just kind of people's personal feelings about it. We don't have a lot of data on this, and LeBlanc is not a top champion, so hard to judge off of this game alone, as we see some missed engages.
By the way, it's been a very long time, but Keria was always one of our more aggressive Tahm Kench players, right? And it's just going back to the days where we were just beginning to realize Keria's strength, and everybody was just playing it as basically a devour bot, which is normally what you would do, especially in the past when it wasn't your ultimate ability. You would just sit in the back and do that. As we're trying to swap again, as the fans are really enjoying that.
Well, this is the thing that happens when you get ahead in one of these lanes, is you can constantly swap and push the tempo away. See how close Doran is to 6? Looks like pretty far away, because he's not threatening here at all.
Look at Faker versus Doran when playing. Jeez, he goes all in.
Thumbs up. Only a few minutes and 75% of your health. As that was spotted, they know that Oner is here. Meanwhile, that's not going any better.
And Doran is out of...
He has no mana, bitch.
And now if he has 6, it doesn't matter, because we are swapping back. And this is going to be the Drake going over to T1 once again, every single game. Just getting his advantage early.
Oh, what? Oh!
Seems like
yeah, Faker is not scared at all, I suppose. He gets the back end.
You know, Kronko did mention it on the space.
Oh my god.
Filter. And we put it, you and I just like looked at each other and wrote it on a piece of paper, put a check mark box next to it for some reason. That's what we do, but that's not going to feel great.
Wait,
losing your ultimate.
Weren't you faster?
Recall there. So
I thought I was slower. I heard you react first before
at
me.
this point in time, and Chobi's lost a significant amount of farm. So this is going to hurt his ability to be a strong carry in the mid game.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not too happy about that either. As Peanut here is spotted on this one, as that will go the way of Peanut.
Wait, Peanut still smited
but
that
already
thing.
in a lot of trouble as he does not
flash
have
Q.
He does not have flash. He does not have a health bar. As over the wall goes
Faker flash.
Faker. Didn't have to do that as Guma will pick up the kill.
Well, this game is looking really rough for Gen G right now. Chobi just desperately trying to farm it back here. Now in the top lane.
Reminds me of T1 versus KT Game 5, where KT got this massive early game lead, and we're like, oh, I guess the series just ends like that. And then somehow T1 fought their way back.
I mean, it's not over till it's over, right? But these are some huge leads for champions that really are going to accelerate quite quickly with them. Now, it is the lethal tempo of Varus here, so it's not going to be lethality, you know, items coming in super early for him or anything like that. And it is, of course, a, you know, Sejuani that picks up the other kill, so it's not like you're really running away with this, but Jace has a lot of freedom in this game to farm. And Faker, you know, he did lose his flash, unfortunately, but otherwise is actually the highest farm in the game right now, so he is accelerated.
He's building Hex.
I mean, these are big problems for Gen G when we start setting up for these really important objective fights. I think the reason why our UI is broken is probably because we unlocked it so that we could move these champions around. I guess.
I hope so.
But, you know, the Rift Herald is about to spawn, and that was the reason I mentioned this. It's set to Baron right now at the top right.
Gen G keeps flipping and flopping.
Okay, just going to force out a flash here as the engage on the bottom side is decent, but now Pace has to flash away himself as Oner comes in with an ultimate, forces out the cleanse. At the end of the day, Pace is the one that uses both of his summoners.
Keria has a Relic Shield and a set of dematerializers. He's just very tanky at this early stage of the game, so even though Delight has level 6 first, it's just so difficult to all in without your 80 carries ultimate, and they end up obviously trading down on this one. Huge win here on the bottom side of the map here as Peanut tries to hold on to this Herald.
He does have Smite.
No way he can steal that.
For him to just pick it up. So he's going to spot that coming in.
It almost looked like he wanted to give some of that local gold as Zeus is going to get slowed.
Okay. Now he has to kind of go in. He has stolen Doran's ultimate. Just goes back in once again. As now he's in a lot of trouble.
I feel like Olaf out should be better.
Into a rough position as down will go Peanut as well. Doran just has to flash to get out of this one. As T1 will be able to shore it up a bit.
Man, this is the playoffs. You know, kind of, I guess, nerves coming through is the best way to put it here, that we are seeing from some of our teams as Keria is trying to take Doran out over the wall, as we're just seeing some really aggressive plays that have not worked out. And it's mostly been on Gen G's side where they have overextended in a lot of these situations. This isn't going to be the worst case scenario by any means here, and Chobi's actually going to be the biggest winner of this because he's going to get plate gold here on the top side. And obviously Zeus didn't have teleport, so this is actually still nice, but could have just cut your losses and gotten out of here. Now, at least, like we mentioned, Chobi's going to get tons of money out of this. Really good slows, picking up these axes and continuing the chase. And Zeus gets the double knock up here, and that's the moment where it's like, okay, God is flash, he has to back, maybe we should get out of here. But you end up giving over so much gold to T1 as a result. And Doran almost goes down, also has to flash. So, big win here for T1, and that exchange isolated. Of course, still, LeBlanc picking up money is massive.
Yeah. And they have this Rift Herald as well. Chobi getting that chunk on the top turret could open it up a bit more, as they will drop this Rift Herald up in the top side. But Faker just stepping up to it. Yeah. He's got Oner here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is not what you want to see on the side of Gen G. This is going to go down. They can't do anything about it. Could have even smited it if necessary. Not even necessary.
Kick W. Oh.
Underneath here, we got Featherstorm forced out. A treat of ultimates as T1 are pushing the bottom lane.
Yep. Another plate going down. This is a disaster. And Chobi is trying to hold his own. Doesn't get the charge, so he's not going to get that turret. Doran no ult for just a few more seconds here. It's about to get it though. Zeus trying to bait him.
He's just...
Oh, got it.
Comes down. It was all
got it.
bait.
Oh,
down to the end of it as
Burn.
he will tick out of this one. Ontario will take the kill. Faker does not have flash, and he is avoiding these axes very nicely. He does hop away,
okay.
but eventually he is going to go down. As Peanut
He
will pick up
almost
the kill.
killed at least one of them.
Yeah, another Drake going to the hands of T1.
You just don't want to play this type of game with T1, where you're trying to lane swap and you're trying to trade objectives and you're trying to play around these baiting tactics where you're like, ooh, okay, he thinks my ult is down, but it's actually coming back up. No, T1 know your ult. They're actually baiting you, and they're making this into a big play here in mid, into Drake, into Plate's bottom side, for example. They can continue to push. Now we're looking at a 20
Oh god,
CS
it's a
lead
Mountain
for
Soul
T1.
again.
And, you know, Chovy not getting that plate gold from the Herald hurts, but also the death here and no mythic for him and no damage done whatsoever to mid turret, because even though the LeBlanc has spent a lot of time this game in the top lane, it matters very little about how much damage is done there compared to the mid turret, because that's the central point as a LeBlanc player that you need removed. As Doran is just like, oh man, I thought I was going to kill him. Then he ults through Ignite and dies. It's not what you want, and it's not what he was planning, but he was just caught a little bit off guard, as Faker will pay for this, but he's baiting this so that they can guarantee that they get that bottom Drake, because we could have seen Chovy teleport to bottom turret and then come over and contest. Faker's just pushing all the way to the turret to make sure that both the jungler is top here. And
I would have just taken the plate, actually.
You got to put on the pressure in order to open up the rest of the map, so he does that. Does have to pay his life for it, which is not great, as he gives Peanut another kill and allows him to finish his score drinker already. So Peanut with the power farming, actually, you know, very equal farming from the side of Oner as well. So it's just actually the two kills that are helping him out, as Faker is basically just ignoring Chovy and hitting the turret. He's like, I don't care. Meanwhile, Peanut is here. He's got Oner nearby, so he should be fine.
Oh, he has...
Faker has an extra hex trigger. Feels really brave.
What is that?
And it's, you know, quite an unusual build.
What is that again?
What is
that rune again on Faker?
He's going for some additional MR while stacking his tier. So we don't know what his main build is going to be just yet, but he just wants to follow Chovy, make sure Chovy doesn't get ahead or get fed in this game in any way. And just pushing him into turrets is absolutely the right way to play it.
Both Faker and Guma are farming basically at the same rate.
Speaking of, Peanut is in the enemy jungle. Remember,
Peanut,
he does not have
Peanuts.
blast, so he might just go down, but he is standing his ground, actually. He's not scared of anything.
That's the gold drinker here.
As well as does take a bunch of damage, but you see that Gen just being routed here. Delight as well going to be collateral damage on the backside of this one, as he was just trying to help.
Doran is just, unfortunately, holding this wave on top side. Can't help out at all. Had his ultimate there, but was on the wrong side of the map. Didn't have TP, so had to walk top side. There's no way he could save his team there. And it's just this Sejuani. He's the problem. He's going to go first item Mortius here. Faker is, because why not when you're just trying to follow a LeBlanc? And Peanut's coming in here to catch a Tom Kench. There's just so much long range engagement between the Tom Kench and the Sejuani that, yeah, you're trying to force this, you're trying to bait this because you have both of your Rakan and the LeBlanc nearby, and you have Gore Drinker, so you're like, all right, this is the fight we force, and whoever comes over here will get baited in. But just don't play these games with T1. They will engage cleanly, they will punish you, they will win.
Faker engages with the Tom Kench shield.
He's been having Cryo on the bot side this entire game. Outside of the shenanigans on the top side of the map, he's ahead about, well, he was 30 CS ahead. He's able to get in there. They even
Faker Jace versus Doran Jace.
To get him in position, and he's just able to clean up at the end of the fight. So it's a better fought team fight there from the side of T1.
And you're just not ahead.
It's a Jace game.
Peanut is, like you mentioned, he has the Gore Drinker, but nobody else is, so you don't have the items to actually win these skirmishes, unfortunately. You don't have the CC either.
Yeah. Now we have Leandri's here on Chovy. That's the choice this time around. I think it's a good one, but lots of health stacking.
It's a lot of health stacking, and you're also just not in a position to pop off carry this game either. You know, you're just going to be more utility this time around, and that damage is massive against even the tanky supporters. They're going to look for a wraparound.
Yeah, Carry is in a lot of trouble here, as he will flash and gets away. Meanwhile, the entire team is looking to dive him under the turret.
They're
They will be
gonna
successful. This is 5 members
die.
of G in the mid lane right now.
Okay, TP flank coming through.
Not sure about that. Chains of Corruption are down, so a lot of damage already.
But Zeus doesn't have Malphite
Count
out
him out
though.
of the fight here. There's a lot of poke into Dorn as well. Trying to corral
If he
the
has-
dodge. Flashes away from the Malphite ultimate. Zeus gets in, dodges the engage, but he's alone and exhausted in the back line. As Genji handle the flank perfectly. And they will get everybody out alive, just barely.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, we almost had to hold our breath and sit on it. Always chug your refillable. And he will get out. And this was very close to being an amazing turn from T1. Genji, though. Okay, hold on, Faker. He's going to be okay. Will Chovy...
He got exhausted at the last second.
Okay. So I'll take a deep breath.
Yeah, so they do get that critical mid turret down. And
Delight is
this
Delight.
means that Chovy
Delight
is
has
gonna
the
have an
book.
opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive this game. Not right now, but in subsequent setups for these objectives. As Genji
But Zeus only knocked up one person,
very
man.
disinterested in grouping up for this Drake. Doran is down here, but nobody else. They don't have the critical ultimates they need to actually fight for this. So this may just be Mountain Soul going over to T1. I say that, we are slowly grouping here, but I mean, Chovy topside with no teleport, I just don't see it. And I think they are just going to try to slow this down while getting Chovy some gold on the top side of the map. That's the plan. Since we don't really need to watch this, we'll see how this all went down. As Peanut comes over here on the flank, Keria is picked very early. And then everything goes very wrong in this engage as the flash is perfect from Guma, and then Delight kind of misses his ultimate, and then they turn things around on the Zeus. I think if Zeus just doesn't try to force this, you're like, oh, okay,
I think
we
Zeus
some
taking
engages, and we lost turret.
Rakan
That's
out
okay.
is also
But
good.
the Zeus really kind of hard forces this. Delight still has his ultimate, he dodges that. And look at this, man. The shield is just barely enough. The ultimate timing here from Paze is perfect. And it's a one exchange. They do escape with their lives.
And the Shock Blast comes in as... Not sure what we were looking at here in live. Zooming in on Taguma, it's not like a flash or anything.
I think just showing like he almost did a billion damage that last fight. It was very close to picking out a double.
At the end, only about 1 million, not 1 billion.
Yeah.
What can you do? Maybe next fight. The game is still relatively close. Obviously, the dragon stacking here for T1 is very nice, especially when you do have Varus and Jace on your team. And even the Silas is going to really benefit from that scaling, as Zeus in a lot of trouble here. He does have Olaf ultimate, and he will eventually use it, you'd have to imagine, as there it is. But the damage might just be too much. He tries to go back in, but he just dies. Meanwhile, Guma does not have his flash. As in comes Keria. He's got Devour just in case. Doesn't have to use it.
Guma looks, you know, he didn't look really too frustrated or worried at all on his player cam there. Almost looked like just instantly calming, like Olaf no ult. And I mean, Peanuts over here still going to get the red buff for this. As that was the kind of goal, was who can we catch here in the jungle after this pick. We'll be given over. And now you have the bottom turret going down. Chovy's dealing with this top push. And Genji is kind of sitting pretty here. Yeah, you gave over Soul Point, but you're in a position now to win some team fights, potentially. You're going to have to win all of them. Because if T1 get that Soul, then this comp becomes so much more difficult to pull off. That being said, it's Leandrius LeBlanc. You know, it is a Xayah who's going to break through a lot of those resistances anyway, so it's not unplayable. It's not lethality Xayah like it has been so much over the last few years. We don't play that anymore. It's, with the Kraken Slayer here, all the itemization good for the Soul. Zeus is just baited in super hard. And this is not a situation where there's a cross map. Like, look at the mini map. This is just on him. He's playing too aggressively this time around.
Yeah, he's been struggling this last couple of games. It does show. As meanwhile, Chovy trying to be very annoying to Guma, who, you know, at times, especially with the Tom Kents, there's not a lot of trade back, of course. You're just kind of sitting there trying to dodge some of the LeBlanc stuff. So if Genji ever get in the lead, this is where Chovy can begin to pop off.
Yeah, and he's doing a lot of damage. And a lot of that damage has ended up being impactful, leading to eliminations. You know, he's 4/5 of his team's eliminations he was involved in, right? And he's been making such critical plays here on the Tom Kench in particular. Just bleeding through that health bar, and the Silas and Science has been really massive. You see even in that moment where Zeus used the Olaf ult, I mean, look at this damage. They use the Olaf ult to try to get away from the chains, but it's like, no, the chains just kill you, actually. It's Leandri's. You cannot be CC'd, but you will still burn down and die. And I think the itemization here from Gen G is really awesome. I mean, down to the Xayah Kraken Slayer, I think is exactly the right choice he wants here into this comp, and when you consider the soul, it feels even better.
Dave's, okay. He's not going to back, actually. And what was meant as a counter pick for the Malphite, at the end of the day, you know, Malphite builds a couple of tanky items. How much are you really going to do as a Silas just on a Rod of Ages, who is still stacking, which is still stacking. Rod of Ages is not a person, turns out. So he's not really doing much in the side lane.
Nope.
Against Doran, so he's kind of just catching waves.
And he's going to be a worse Malphite in these team fights, too, into a comp that has great disengage. Chovy.
Chovy? What the Gotta be careful about that one. Everybody on
he got
T1 is
CC'd
right
as soon as he jumped
and
in.
ready to trade back.
Yeah, not the Leandri setup he was looking for this time, trying to apply it to a few members, and
yeah, he's very fed. I think he's like excited to really do some big boom boom damage.
He has 7 stacks of Dark Seal, and he's not afraid to use them. He's going to have a Shadow Flame here as his third item, too, so he's going to do a lot of damage.
Right
even though Luden's is a lot more burst damage than Leandri's, LeBlanc will still do burst damage with the Leandri's. It's just then applying burn damage over a heavily stacked team. So don't get me wrong, this is not just a, he didn't go Luden, so he can't burst people. He still can, as we have seen.
Yeah, of course.
T1 is prior
Leandri
again.
is still definitely a very viable option, even if
Lights
are looking for this. As okay,
What?
he's gonna get the flash out of Keria.
Fated Keria. Nice.
So much poke damage comes in, but they don't have.
Oh!
As here they go, Ginger just going super deep.
Guma's safe.
The
Guma is safe.
question is no. Guma stands his ground, but Keria will be the first person to go down. Doran, the second though, and a lot of low health bars here.
Pace is
As
really
he
low.
steals the Rakan ult, but he's looking for it at the pace, and he will get
Woo!
it.
Got him.
That is a couple of kills for Zeus. Make it 3 actually, as he picks up the triple, and that will be Mountain Soul for T1.
You can't just do this right before Mountain Soul. You can't actually force this like this if you're not going to commit. And you can see the hesitation from Gen G. They ult with Peanut so they can set up for the knockup here from Doran. And then when they don't end up hitting Guma, there's a moment of hesitation during Doran's stopwatch.
Keria's
like, do we follow
Keria's
on this?
Devour is on point that fight.
And then half of the team walks away, then they walk back in. The follow-up
And then
isn't
he's
there. They
free
can't push
hitting
Guma
it.
away.
Yeah, boy.
And then Doran comes out of stopwatch and dies, and that's the end of the story. Baze is the next to go down, and this is Mountain Soul now on Baron.
That's a lot of TP,
so much
actually.
on this turn. Like T1 do not have to take this Baron.
If Keria dies first, then it's kind of bad.
Malphite ultimate is now they try to get in onto Chovy.
Oh, God.
Fantastic stopwatch timing. Will it matter though? As they're
Oh,
trying
Peanut.
to get into there, as Peanut will be the last
Oh,
one.
there's Sonya's
stopwatch timing. As he will
Zeus is
survive,
out
and
of his
Chovy is
mind
on
right
the run.
Oh, Zeus has been making so many huge plays.
Oh, God.
Chovy is
Oh,
in
what?
trouble.
How did
Chains
Guma...
of corruption, that's the end of him. As
How did Chovy miss that?
Straight into his face as the last auto from Guma will do it.
You see that shit?
Should be the Baron, although Genji we're sticking around.
Yeah, Genji just sticking
Did you
around
see him
here,
miss
but
that chain?
He's who has to carry.
That
He has no
point-blank
ult, he has
chain?
no summoners.
I thought
Good
he
luck with
hit.
that one.
I also thought it hit. It
Not a lot
didn't
of ults
hit.
here on the side of T1, I suppose, as Doran
No
is gonna be the
Faker's
one looking
going
for
in.
the angle.
They've got to find Guma somehow, but there's just such a front line here, and I just don't think you can stop this.
They don't even have smite. Yeah, they're just gonna give it away. As T1 a massive
Faker's
lead
more
into the
proactive
lead.
than
They take a big
Doran.
team fight. They take the Mountain Soul Baron
And
another
Faker's
small
on
team fight as
fucking
well.
Jace.
watch this fight here, where you're looking for a big.
I look,
Malphite
okay, you
ultimate,
get-
have
you
Peanut
get
ulting with
4.
you, so you get on top of everybody.
Oh, you
but
have 3.
don't get Guma.
You only
He's at
hit
full
the
health,
2
and then
people.
Doran's like, oh, I'm dead. Stopwatch comes through. They see Zeus, and then there's a moment of hesitation.
It's like, oh,
the
I'm
flash
dead.
is, not ideal here. But then Zeus steals
Then
away the
Zeus
Recon
killed-
ultimate, and he is so low
Damn,
econ this game. He is so extremely low econ.
He's
But he's
Zeus
got a great
MVP
flank,
this game,
and he was
actually.
punished for his last attempted flank. This time he gets the big money.
Yeah.
I
ultimate
think it's
stolen away from
Keria
Recon.
this game.
And then here, Chovy is just trying his best. His stopwatch is perfect. And then once again, Zeus makes a stopwatch happen.
Sonya's timing
The
here was
stolen
nice
ultimate.
too.
Just able to survive. And Chovy
Chovy's
gets
like,
nothing
"Fuck's
back for this and will eventually go down because Keria
thought he hit, though.
Oh yeah, Chovy also did it a moment
That was
earlier.
scared. He's got Mountain Soul.
Yeah,
He's
Guma
like,
hit it.
yeah, I can just frontline this one. And they do get the kill. And yeah, I think you're exactly right. will either Genji have to 100 to 0 Guma or Faker, like someone who is really threatening in terms of damage on T1, or you cannot go for that engage. They saw the angle because Zeus wasn't there, he didn't have TP, but the execution wasn't there. Once again, that's kind of been the theme for today. They needed to get the kill right off the bat, and they did, and now T1 are massively in the lead.
It got paced through that.
Oh boy, Doran is back again.
Oh, Doran.
Oh, can barely survive. And everybody's health bars are just going by the wayside. Chovy here on the run.
Oh, Carrier's going in.
Kench. As with the Baron buff, T1 are looking to push the bottom lane and maybe end this game.
Yeah, I mean, they have so many minions here.
Bro.
It has to be FaZe's defense.
But they use all ultis though. Oh, look at Faker's poke.
Yeah.
Haste only as
really
planned.
not enough for him, and see what he can do. Peanut just trying to draw the minions away, trying to
Zeus is LeBlanc right now.
T1 that is. So now he's in a bit of trouble. Zeus forces a Feather Storm, so now that's another ult gone.
Peanut still has his core drinker, but it's so hard for him to do anything.
Oh, Carrier's going in.
To engage, and now Guma's is front
Guma's
line.
is front line.
Chovy?
Chovy barely gets away.
Why did Chovy blink back?
It's almost the end of the series here. If T1 could just continue to push, they have another wave coming through. They're going to back away. Not going to risk giving another lead here to Genji. Still got 40 seconds of Baron buff to use. They can get their empowered recalls and take the lead they've gotten to buy some additional items. Now 3 items for the Varus, 3 items for this Jace.
Even Faker's quite tanky, not gonna lie.
Zeus here this game on Silas, but now he's got a bounty.
Even
and
Guma
those
bought
2 critical
armor pen
items that
already.
you need as a Silas are completed. He has the Zonias, and he's halfway to avoid
well, that's a clean
picked up in those team fights,
late
plus
game.
The Baron. And T1 are
From
completely
21
in control
minutes.
of this game. It's a 4,000 gold lead, but what they have
Malphite
on the
is
map
top,
right now is worth
but
even
the other
more.
one
Plus the Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically unwinnable here from
Genji is like, we need help.
Great flank off with Doran.
Well, they got to do what
they found him.
do in the last fight, but now they're even just very massively behind. In the last fight, actually, they were pretty even. Like they had a good angle, and Zeus wasn't even there, but.
So if
they identify
T1 didn't ban Malphite in the first game, Doran is actually planning to play Malphite all 3 games.
The timing super disjointed, and Doran just pressed go with Peanut. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right call. You can't kill the carry.
He
It's
just
not
wanna
going to matter.
bunga go in.
Now Genji just desperate for a defense
He's not
here.
even willing to play
and
now.
they will be able to stave off the Baron.
It's a lot of vision around the Elder Drake.
Who,
that
Doran?
was just put up here by Peanut and Delight. So
Doran is a Na player. What?
going on
I
at
thought he
least.
was a Na player.
Well, T1 is
I mean,
busy
what does
pushing
he
the top
play,
wave, but yeah,
I remember
that
him for his
last
Aatrox.
T1, with all the gold that they have,
Really?
can buy a bunch of stopwatches, control wards.
He's an
get ready
Aatrox player.
for
I
this
know
Elder
he's an
Drake
Aatrox
fight.
player. He's a carry. I know he's
These
a carry.
wards are going to be cleared by T1.
It's just now he's just
and that's
on
really
Malphite
critical
duty.
because Doran
I
has
mean, look at
TP.
what he usually
If he
plays.
is able to TP flank, maybe that's one way you
No
kill the
way,
carry.
man. What the heck?
But, I mean, okay, I
At
think
least
they're gonna clear
Griffin
these.
Doran plays Aatrox. I forgot what he.
How about we just run straight
Plays
through all of them?
What?
Kasante and Jace.
And, there are some sweepers available, but they just didn't expect that ward to be there. There's also a ward behind the pit.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I think that Genji can win off of these, but it's their best bet, and here we go.
Okay, pings onto the teleport. Should
Let
know
me look
about
at the
this.
fight
Guma has
first.
flash and ghosts and
No
everything.
Doran's. Oh, what?
Sally
Here
definitely
is
knows
going.
maybe
Oh,
he's
flash!
Doran's just
Oh, no.
ulting into the pit.
Oh,
Oh, Zeus!
Trying to get in there, they fight Guma, who is
Guma, what?
in the pit, but the damage
It doesn't
from Faker
matter.
too high to Gordringer, though. On the side here is Pays desperate.
Are
to
you
try
sure?
and
I
live,
think
but
it
he
does
will not.
matter.
He gets
Oh, never
a
mind.
huge
Faker.
shot left from Faker. And now Chovy
Oh,
is
Faker.
only
Pentakill.
damage left here on the side
Penta,
of Genji.
penta.
They choose the wrong clone,
Penta,
actually.
penta.
As Jovi's still on the run, and their base is in tatters, and it's being pushed
No,
in
no,
the
no,
bottom
no,
lane.
Yep, they're just pinging it already. TP coming
Yeah,
through.
going to end.
What a sad way to lose this series.
And then Sir Johnny is leashing
Well, it looks like
LeBlanc.
Pino might be
He's
taken
going
out here
in.
by his fellow veteran Faker, or
Yo,
perhaps
Carrot
not.
just went
As
in, man.
T1 looks like this will
And then
be the
Doran
end of
panicked.
it. As 3-1 will be the score. Very one-sided
You saw
in
the
last
front line.
9
Oh,
minutes of
Sherry's
this
crazy
game.
front.
After one big team fight from the
This guy's
17-1,
crazy.
as they take down the Nexus, and they move on to their 4th LCK final in a row.
The first
Yo,
team
what? Hey, it's
in
actually
LCK
though.
history
Doran
to go
saw
4
Harrier
back-to-back
flash,
finals, and they pull it off.
what,
Their
flash,
Faker
flash,
looks
flash
so
Q, and then I'm
happy.
going in.
And I know we're gonna
Then
get
Doran
that
just
thumbs
flashed
up,
it, went
but
in,
I know
oh,
we're
shit.
gonna get it. Everybody's relieved here. You can see Guma and Oner looking very stressed
What am I
out.
looking
but
at?
T1 a well-deserved victory tonight here.
Curious somehow playing Tom Cash like he's playing trash, man. He hits Curious like, I'm going in!
Trophy throughout the series. But it was kind of counter-clutch and over-aggressive playing there of their hand that lost them this final game
let me
here.
see what Doran plays,
punish
okay?
They punish hard. Gonna take a bow here in front of
plays
a
Jace,
packed arena
Jax.
for the last series in
Why
Wall
can't he
Park
play
for
Jax?
spring
What?
season. They have
Because he's
also
not playing
qualified
Cassandra.
themselves as the
You
first
played
team from our region to
Gragas.
attend the mid-season invitational.
Play,
So a huge win for this
played-
roster across
Nah,
They
Just to follow up on
they
what
only
you're saying,
play
Wolf,
Jax
of course,
if
because
Cassandra
Korea
is in
did
the
win
game.
Worlds as
It's
a
a counter
region.
pick.
You get 2 seeds into MSI, so if anyone's confused about that, because they make finals, they are one of the 2 seeds, right? Because it will be the 2 teams that are in the finals.
No, he
Jamsil
plays the usual
on
top champions,
April
like,
9th
why?
in Korea that will be making it there. So
Wait, who is that pink bear?
congratulations to there. I was going to be very disappointed if we didn't send this team, Wolf.
Yeah, me too.
What you doing?
Especially considering their dominance all season long was more dominant than what we saw last time. And you will, of course, skip the play-ins as an LCK team going to MSI. Something else to mention.
Both teams.
Both teams will. And this is not to say that Genji is not going to MSI, but they will not be getting that ticket
I don't
today.
even
If
know.
they are to get it, it will be through advancing through that losers final.
The,
and going to the
the
finals
casters keep
to
saying,
rematch
the
against
casters
T1.
keep
A
saying,
rematch
oh,
we could
Doran's a
very well
tutor.
see, depending on what happens.
Well, there's
in the rest
actually
of
a
our
girl
bracket.
that
We still
has the
have
twin tails. What the
KT
fuck?
Rollster
You
and
see that?
Hanwha Life Esports to play tomorrow to
streamer?
decide who will face Genji
was a twin
in
girl that
that
had
losers
twin tails.
final. But T1
Oh,
is
is
a
the
team
one
that
at the
won regular
bottom.
season so hard.
She thinks she
and to
is
imagine them
anime
not
character.
being the victors of our upper bracket was just something that almost no one could do.
Okay.
Only Jonah Strong saw
You
the angle
usually see
today.
that. If I
Yeah.
ever see that, I'm like,
You know
holy
what's funny,
shit.
Wolf, is interestingly enough, when it's getting down to these really hardcore, super stressful, nerve-wracking series, it's actually Guma that's stepping up alongside of Faker as the main guys. I feel like Zeus and Keria have kind of struggled a little bit here when it comes down to the wire. So really just want to give a shout out to Guma Yusi, who has really turned it up here. When the going gets really scary and nerve-wracking, he is
You know, Rakan came in so fast, I thought
This
it was
is one
a
of those
Malphite.
moments where we saw an overextension here from Genji.
You thought what?
And
Rakan came in so
the early
fast, I
game
thought it
was
was a
not their
Malphite.
friend, but they were able to fight it back.
Bruh.
They were able to get, obviously, Chovy 4 kills, or 3 kills and an assist,
Oh.
right, early on. And then this
Guma cannot be
moment
touched,
here,
baby.
where we see the overextension.
Again,
It's
Doran
just
goes.
The
Or
losing
anyone
moment for
but
Genji,
the
frankly, where Doran and Peanut overextended, tried to chase here
Technically he
before
did,
Mountain
but-
Soul, and with
but
Mountain Soul up,
Keria
you
saved him.
never kill
Like I said,
Guma
his
ever
Devour
again.
is on point.
And they were able to barely do it one time in the pit, but ultimately it didn't matter. As Chovy, man, he tried his best to carry. He really did.
Chovy trying his best to carry. Where have we heard this before?
It's a difficult team to take down. I think Genji showed a lot of why they are a strong team in the
Toby
series.
is the problem, man.
But at the end of the day, it's a best of 5 against one of the best teams in the world right now, and it's not going to be an easy task
I mean,
for anyone.
to be
I think
fair,
Genji
game
did
3
a
and
very
game
nice
4
job.
he's more active.
And this is the moment you were talking about.
To be fair.
React.
What is that Doran out into the dragon pit? Like, what am I looking at?
So much healing here.
He's like, ah shit, I gotta get up.
But it doesn't matter once Paze is down.
Jason asking if he ended already.
This is like a game 4 that sends them to LCK Finals and MSI, and Faker's calling for a Penta never change. That is the LCK player way.
You can just tell this team is so happy playing together, and there's no stress. I mean, you know, Oner definitely having a huge sigh of relief in that winning moment. But Faker's all smiles.
Yeah, he's just having a great time.
It's a
Start
top
panicking
game.
a little bit there at the end. They're like, hit it, hit it, hit it.
Yep.
And yeah, that's pretty much it. They get the job done in game number 3 as Faker has
It's a
huge
Jace diff.
game on Jace. And all it took was, you know, avoid the
Pace
Malphite
did
ultimate, get a
nothing.
great flank from Zeus, just
Look
one
at his
big team fight,
damage.
and the game was over.
8.5?
That was all it
Look
took.
at the damage.
There's nothing else. You know, Genji had it in the lead. There were multiple
He
times in this
did
entire
nothing.
best of 5 where Genji were in the lead. They were in the driver's
Even
seat,
Keria
they
almost
had
did the
potential
same
to win
amount of
game,
damage.
But they weren't quite able to put the nail in the coffin.
Oner had a fantastic series. I think his performance in the early mid of all of the games basically was super good, and he was able to control the jungle matchups.
It's already 4.5 hours
ahead.
I started the stream like I tried to start the stream like as soon as
absolutely a pleasure.
the
Well,
stream
either way, guys,
started
we're
like
done
around
here
like
on Cast Day.
1:30.
Let's go over to the space and see what they
So
have
it
to say
has
about
been
this series.
almost 4.5 hours.
Don't you wanna hear the?
I mean, I can.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
I stopped the stream. I can still hear this. I'm just not gonna stream it.
These two once again.
Really?
Okay.
And let's start with the draft on this one because it felt a
how
little
the-
bit more one-sided this time around. A bit of a T1 smackdown here.